Well, hello. Sorry, I'm a couple minutes late, but I had to make sure the animals were in the office today because Arizona is getting some rain. We're actually getting some rain today. Oh, did I not? Oh, it's right here. I need my chapstick. Are you guys ready? Thank you for spending your Saturday morning. We'll be here into the afternoon with me because we got a lot to discuss. I questioned whether I was going to discuss this or not or go over it on my own. Well, there's just too much to not talk about. So let me plug my stuff in here. I haven't been in my office in a wee little bit. Oh, my mouse is dead. Oh, well. All right. Let us get going because we got a lot to talk about. I'm going to probably take this in a different direction than your standard creator that has been covering it because I've seen a lot of people cover it, give their opinions, fearmonger the shit out of it. Everything that will be spoken about today is all based on opinion. As you all know, I'm not a legal expert of any sort. I'm just a asshole with a lot of opinions on a lot of BS that I see. And I want to call some things into question that people are like right over the top of. So we're going to be in true nonsense fashion, going over court documents, clips, aka exhibits. We're going to go over some anti-slap laws in Pennsylvania and Arizona. We're going to be doing a timeline. We're also going to be going and taking a gander at some of the plaintiffs' follow-up since this has been publicly available. Oh, and we're also going to talk about how was it that this was filed yesterday afternoon at 1:48 p.m. It was stamped. Just a few short hours later, Molly Golightly, via Tiffany Marie, knew that this was happening and went public with it before the defendants knew or had been served. Oh, could it be that there's a connection between some of these characters or that somebody was in a public live stream trying to amp up one of the plaintiffs and offering assistance? I mean, in my opinion, that kind of makes sense, but let's look at it all. All right, let me say a quick hello to everybody. Hey, Donna, I know there's a bunch of people live right now, so people can rewatch this. And I mean, everybody's talking about it, so it is what it is. But my interpretation of this is going to probably maybe not shock some of you. Now, let me start off by saying this too. I don't think it's a joke. I think the defendants absolutely need to defend themselves and seek representation to do so. But there's a lot of fear mongering going on and a lot of rumors and a lot of amping stuff up that's not there, like calling this a federal filing. This is filed in the Court of Common Pleas. The Court of Common Pleas in Pennsylvania can only handle suits up to $75K as is. This isn't a federal court filing. This is a request for an injunction. We need to be very clear on what we're saying here. This whole There's 50 Jane Does listed. Anyways. Hey, Cotton Candy. Hey, Helen. Hey, X. Pika, Tina, Catherine, Hallucinogenic, Rondi, Denim, Smurfette, Lorraine, Revival, Chatty, Misty Day, Catherine, Steph, Toe Beans, Rocky, Janice, Thor, Diana. Good morning, everybody. Hey, Kimberly. Yeah, it's an absolute crap show. Absolutely. Hey, Terry, Misty, Chicos, Connie, Teresa, Cassie, Lisa, Smiles, JC. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Hey, Kim, Curvy Barbie OG, Shay B, Baby. It's wild. It is wild. True Crime Karens. There is, Pennsylvania has anti-slap laws. They do. Hey, Bombs Becca. Now, will that apply to this? I don't know. Again, I'm not a legal person, but I would, there's a couple things that I would, I'll walk it through. Hold on. Hey, Angel. People thought I wasn't going to talk about this and I was going to be all worked up and scared about this. If I get listed or named, I'll handle it accordingly. Hey, Miss Britt. Oh, thank you. I look like shit. Pickle, please don't bring that shit over here. I mean, you can have your feelings, but let's not do that shit, please. AV, we'll talk about what a Rico case is. Opas, I'm gonna just say, I told you so. Hey, Chica. How many of you remember me laughing about Rico last week when I was reviewing Betty? Karma, Jay, Patty. Yeah, we're not doing the personal drama mods. You can time them out if it gets crazy. I'm just not doing that. Like, we're going to talk about this from a factual standpoint with opinions. Again, I'm not a legal anything, but this is a public document, a public filing that we're going to just discuss. Hey, Penny. Hey, Bodie McBoatface, Jennifer, Perry, Remy. And y'all know me. I'm not going to open up the panel or anything like that because I got a lot of opinions and I get distracted easy. So for right now, maybe I will later on, but it's not that your opinions don't matter. I just want to get through a bunch of this stuff. Hey, Angie. Sorry, I'm probably saying hi to a couple of you multiple times. Hey, Fred. You guys, I'm in sweats today. It's raining here. Hey, Autism Grandma. Rain Dancer, GB Folk, Mimi of 8, Banana Pug. Beefer. We've been singing Rico Suave in Discord. We laughed about this last week, and it's not laughable. Like, Rico stuff is very, very serious. But when these guys got involved, I tried to tell you guys that shit was rolling down the pike and to do your research and to pay attention. When they came out and were baiting people and people were taking the bait, I tried to tell everybody. I brought up Rico because they were giving up hints over and over again of what they were doing. If you just pay attention and listen to their words, we walked it through, and you can timeline everything that they said and how we got here. Hey, Sarah. Hey, Elizabeth. Twin thing. Sometimes it's not fun to be right on things. I was still stunned. Hey, Tracy. Claus, it's good to see you. Hey, Mimi. Chatty, thank you so much for being here and being a member. Yeah, it's really sad because Sebastian is being weaponized in this for personal vendettas. We're going to talk a little bit about that today too. Mercedes Girl, this will probably be a longer one. I'm going to try to do it all in one. We might have to do a part 2 depending on, because you guys, we're going to walk through the exhibits that they've listed. Roberta, the ones that, not the live streams, but I'm going to show you what we're going to do. Hey, Cat's Eye. I know. I'm honestly, I would love to take the stand. I would freaking love the opportunity to take the stand. Honestly. I would, hey, Kodo. I would y'all, I've been asking people to let me take the stand and talk. Please. I'll do it, and I'll do it again. Forever Army. Let's see. Did I get through everybody? Holy crap, you guys are deep. Hey, Melissa, thank you so much for being here. Welcome in. Hey, Dark Witchy. And I'm going to try to not be as cussy today. You guys always laugh when I say that we're going to cuss. Hey, Froggy. Eastern Girls. Cranky Pasta. Okay. Am I there? Hey, Chopper. Chopper, I can understand why people are confused. I can understand that because there's a lot of fear mongering going on. Thor, absolutely, it has been. And again, I am going to say, like, I'm all for victims protecting themselves. I'm all for families of victims protecting themselves. So let me be very clear on that. There's some questions I have, though, as such as, like, was there cease and desist sent? There's stuff in the filings that say there was a second round of cease and desist. There was one specifically stating on September, I think 17th in the filing, we'll get to it, that Clue was sent another cease and desist. But she says she wasn't. Now, make it what you will. And right now, the exhibits aren't publicly available. The 800 and something page documents aren't available. So I don't know where people are getting all that either and running with it. We go off of what's filed in the court, and there's that. I know, Beeforgs, I'm being a sarcastic asshole. It's just a crazy thing, though, because people are like freaking out about being named in this and stuff like that. Like, well, let's get into it. There's a lot of claims in this. Hey, Blaze. Okay, let me get through this. Deborah. Okay, here we go. So we're first and foremost going to start over here. And I'm not going to show the documents on screen for the fact of I don't want to dox anybody. Okay. So first and foremost, I'm going to take you to Betty's this morning. We're going to just do a quick little recap of what Betty is saying and what she's publicly claiming. Of course, we're going to walk it through with some clips here and there. Then we're going to get it into, I know, me too, Beeforgs, because there was a lot of people listed in this names. Like there's plaintiffs in this that I had no idea who they were. But then it come to find out there's some TikTokers, and that's where my brain disconnects. Like I lump them all in and call them the TikTok twits. And please let me also state here, I don't like barbecue, period, point blank, end of story. Never made any, like that's a personal thing for me based on the lies that she has told. I'm not going to ever say that she didn't create a tip line because she absolutely had tips for Sebastian. I mean, it's here nor there. Secondly, people saying that, oh, she knew it was coming and that's why she got prepared. No, she said that she was filing something against them is why she did all this. Like there's been so many twists and turns of that story that nope, sorry. No. So I'm going to try to differentiate here and take some of my personal feelings out of this, but a clown's a clown's a clown's a clown. Okay, let's go.
I ended up falling asleep on Mr. and Mrs. E Crimecast. And so I was finishing up the rest of their live from last night this morning. And as always, I thought they did a very good and fair job on explaining some things.
So BHB is one of the plaintiffs, and I will give you my personal views on why BHB is a plaintiff, why this filing is happening now in one moment.
In that I saw Nick was in there last night as well, which it's good to hear from Nick. And to know that once again, the information that was said about him being incarcerated was once again wrong, as we find.
Okay, so Betty mentions that people saying that Nick was in jail was once again wrong.
Find out everything is always wrong.
Okay, so let's just, Betty, I mean, I know this is hard. And again, we're going to another plaintiff's page. So let's talk about who was saying Nick was in jail.
Sorry about that. I had to get him situated. Okay. All right. There's so much I want to talk about. Now I got to try to get myself back into where we were at. Veronica Be True, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. Look at those beautiful hearts. Thank you. Deanna Downey, hi. Welcome to the green team. Thank you. We got our second member for the night. You are amazing. Means so much to me. I cannot do this without you guys. Thank you for seriously. Thank you. Welcome to the green team, my love. All right, let me go ahead and drop the link. We're going to go through some things. First, I wanted to just run it by you guys. I know I've seen some of you guys say that Nick's not in jail. I have talked to some people today, and oh my God, he very well may be. It's not looking good, you guys. It's not looking good at all. Not from who I'm talking to.
Oh, wait, was it another plaintiff claiming that Nick was in jail, intentionally attempting to bait people with a source, somebody she talked to get them to run and add to that or amp that up? Couldn't be.
I'm not sure. I knew like he had been, like if you notice, he hasn't been coming into the chats and stuff to show support. He had been doing that, like he had been here. He was coming regularly and he was going into others' chats too. And all of a sudden it just was like, skirt, he stopped. They were saying that, and Justin said that he didn't know. I don't think Justin knows what I know.
Oh,
I don't think Justin knows what I know at all. So, I haven't talked to Justin, and from what I've been told, yep.
I wonder where those rumors were really getting amplified that Nick was in jail. Couldn't be that a plaintiff on the same court filing, right?
I found out tonight, actually. I haven't even got to talk to my mods about it yet. I know I'm not saying 100% sure that he is in jail, but I'm telling y'all that I talked to somebody tonight that is very close to him, and he very well, it may be the case.
That's something on their end, audio wise. That's really
Dog received tag read.
Anyways, let's go back to Betty. But I just wanted to remind people of where that started. Okay, carry on, Betty.
When somebody else is providing the information and they have ulterior motives. It's nice to see you. It's me, Jem. Crime Story. I said Jem. Jen. Hey, my love. Crime Stories Obsessed. It's nice to see you. Breezy, Peggy, Amanda, Cindy, MJ, Stacy.
For anybody asking, that stream is from 5 days ago on October 13th, 2024, named Hate, Twisted Narratives, and Agendas. Sebastian Rogers reward increased to $125K, the 39-minute mark. There you go.
Carter, it's nice to see you. Dawn, the Hen House DNA, it's nice to see you, my love.
Let's speed her up.
Melanie, Janet, Auntie E, it's nice to see you. Yeah, I ended up, because I was on the thing with I was about to say it's me, Jen. The real me too. Sorry, I haven't had coffee in like days. Okay, I tried to make that powdered coffee. Ugh, I talked to my neighbor. He said that he was able to get a half gallon from the Winn-Dixie. So I'm going to try to get up to Winn-Dixie sometime today to get me some stinking milk. I'm dying over here. And every place from Walmart to every place, I can't seem to get any milk delivered. And I usually don't go to the grocery store. So, but I was me. It's me, Jen. It's me, Jen. There I go again. The real me too. I ended up doing an interview with her last night, and I decided not to do my actual hair, so I just blew it out. And then I ended up putting it up in a bun during the live. Come on, you gotta get up. Okay, sorry. Come on. There you go. You want to say hi to everybody? No.
No.
Hi. No, just want to lay on mommy. Okay, you lay down. There we go. So it's nice to see you. You guys did a great job. Long. You guys were up late. I couldn't hang. I couldn't hang. And yeah. Hello, True Crime with Sweet Melissa. Roxy, it's nice to see you. Melanie, Jessica, Michelle, it's nice to see you. SRK, the real me too. She's able to be with us. She's been in court all week. Diana, people are wanting to know.
Let's speed her up.
What's going on. And so I just thought I would just bring my thoughts to the platform a little bit. There's only so much that I am going to discuss as being a litigant in the actual filing. Here's the thing is I've already heard and people have already started sending me some stuff by one of the Yahoos basically stating.
GB, thank you for the gifted membership. Welcome to the cabana, whoever got that. Thank you. Thank you all for being here and hanging out with me.
That this couldn't be and blah, 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 this and blah, 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 that. This is well established. I can tell you a lot of people worked around the clock to acquire all the information, catalog all the information and get a good understanding of what's going on. And
okay. Chalk that little piece up right there. People worked around the clock to gather all this. Okay. All right.
What happened in the situation. Now, we all have watched the true crime community go from a good place to a very rotten place to be at times, especially when it comes to avocation. these people have not done this just to Bullhorn Betty, but have done this to multiple creators and multiple people that are non-creators or people that support creators and things of that nature.
Okay, so they're talking about how this has affected them, non-creators, so on and so forth. Teresa, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana, y'all. Thank the beautiful ladies for gifting memberships if you get one. Thank you so much. Let me just pause right quick. I'm going to tell you what I think ultimately is going on here. Again, this is my opinion, not legal expertise, nothing, but I'm going to give you my opinion. So we have been talking about this. We knew that this was coming. We knew that there was a buildup coming as soon as these people entered. We're going to walk through a timeline too, but I'm going to just save you all of like, what is my brain thinking? I think this is a stall tactic, number one, because BHB has been served consequences for her actions by the court in Sumner County. So I think this is a distraction tactic. I think this is a stall tactic. I think this is an intimidation and fear-mongering tactic. And the reason I believe that is because there's a lot of meritless claims in this that should be, if these are true and factual situations, there should have been law enforcement. If there was threats, as so have been claimed by some of these people, there should have been police reports filed on that stuff. There should have been further handlings of these situations. A lot of these things that are claimed in this, yes, could they factually be true? But mixing it all together is quite interesting. And here's my reason why I think they're mixing it all together. So they're trying to say, and we've all known this for some time now, that they're trying, Betty especially, is trying to convince people that there is a group of creators on YouTube that work hand in hand in tangent to call her out, basically, to highlight her misbehavior. She is trying to prove by using other people like Brittany and her stories that have nothing to do with Sebastian's case whatsoever. It's a personal thing between her and Granny that she's taken opportunity, and they're using her to do it. In my opinion, again, she's a useful idiot. But they're trying to bolster their claims of all of these threats and things that are being done to them as this big group that is trying to harass and stalk and harm these people. She needs other creators to claim that these things have happened to her so they can have this criminal enterprise element going. In my opinion, that's solely what they're doing here. I mean, they even brought in Hong, which that's confusing, and we'll get to that. But I think there's a lot of other things to this. Do I think there's a few claims that they could absolutely push on? Absolutely. Yep. But that's in reference to Barbecue Lady, the funds that were raised in Sebastian's name, because when she started her GoFundMe, she did specifically use Sebastian's name, the tip line, things of that nature. The rest of it, I mean, we're going to pick and go through it all, but I think there's a lot of distractions in this. I think there's a lot of intimidation in this. I think there's a lot of fear mongering in this. We've heard all the team members. Now, remember, they are publicly working as a team. They are publicly identifying themselves as a team. Sebastian's army, as they call themselves, which again, this is not me, this is their words, has stated via Tony, the spokesperson, that these are the selected group who have access to information. Josh, Mr. and Mrs. E, Spanky, Brittany, and Betty, on top of some TikTokers. Okay, so we know that they are working in a coordinated team effort, that this is a team that they've hand selected. What they're trying to do, in my opinion, is because Betty has court coming up on November 20th, they are trying to get this into the court system. Again, I'm not a legal expert. This is just my asshole opinion. They're trying to get this into the court system so she can use this in her upcoming defense of these violations. It's again, go back to stall tactics. Will it work? I have no idea. Is there merit for some of these claims? I have no idea. But they are more amped up about Betty being silenced. Betty is a huge majority of the claims in this lawsuit. It's not even a lawsuit. It's a request for a preliminary injunction in state court, not federal, state. We have to start somewhere, and it's starting in state court. So I think this is again trying to, and I think the ultimate goal of this is to gain access to people's communication and see if there is a coordinated effort. Do I know that? Absolutely not. Do I think that's a possibility that they want to push this to the point where they can say, haha, look at all these people. We're going to access their communications. They've all been communicating. These people have sat on panels saying, check your email. I sent you this. I sent you that. They're going to try and use that to say that there is some sort of group effort here, in my opinion. When it comes to me, you can have access to any of my communications with said people that are part of this conspiracy, because I don't even open my emails 99% of the time. So have fun. If you want them, just ask me. I, for one, reached out to Julia. I will tell you, one of the people that I had contact with that's listed as a plaintiff in this, I actually reached out to myself before I exposed the fake dog handler situation, because I was worried about Julia and her credibility getting mixed into it. I have those messages. They were on Instagram. So yeah, Becky doesn't kind of fit in that either. And I also had live streams where they talked about them passing around my private information. Terry Lynn's live stream when BJ went on it. I mean, we have that too. So I think that's more of what's happening here. Will it get there? I have no idea. Yep, I was Mimi, 100%. Okay, let's let her carry on, and then we're going to get into more of it. That's just my opinion. Again, I'm not a legal expert. We're going to go through, we're going to pick apart some of this stuff, but overall, I think it's deflection, stall tactics, Betty the martyr. I think there's also ulterior motives behind all of this. This is why Dog the Bounty Hunter is being brought into it as kind of the face with a Z-list celebrity type situation. We've thought that all along. I think there is intent at some point in time, I could be wrong on this, that they might pop up with a foundation of sorts. I think Tony has mentioned that he, he's I don't even remember the words exactly that he used, but he's a national spokesperson. I think he really likes being in the limelight just from, watching his media interviews and things of that nature. So again, take it for what you will. Please have your own opinions, your thoughts after we get through all of this.
A year or so ago, I tried to get some of this to stop with a lawsuit that you guys all know about. And that has been fought, and, we'll see what the judge has to say.
Helen, actually, somebody brought that up last night when I was on the phone with them. And I was like, that's interesting, because that's not going to work. That's not going to work. There's no nothing. I think what she's ultimately trying to do, though, let me just clarify that. I think she's trying to say that because Queen and her subs gave me $100 back in August of 2023, that's the reason I won't call Queen out or have problems with them. No, ma'am, your problems with people are not my problems with people. If I choose to call somebody out, I will. But when you lie about me, I ignore you. So there's that.
About a couple of upcoming hearings or upcoming situations. But then it progressed into the Sebastian Rogers case with the utmost intensity of damaging anybody and everybody looking for this child, but looking for this child that could see or had a differing opinion of them, so much so that they lied under oath and had me thrown in jail.
Okay, so she's once again claiming that they lied under oath, and she's also making claims that these people have been looking for Sebastian Rogers. Meanwhile, a lot of these plaintiffs have never been to Tennessee and or part of any search for Sebastian. Okay.
These are things that we all witnessed. This is something that's pretty significant. You threw somebody in jail that committed no crimes over lies, over brigading a law enforcement. And I'm one of many stories. Okay. I'm just one person that underwent this.
They had to get to the point, and this is why I did the highlighting I did, and people I think kind of missed it too. The reason I kept using their words of them talking shit on each other and Brittany calling Betty an opportunist and saying that she runs the clock out and stuff is because they were willingly selling out. They don't like each other. These people don't like each other. But to be able to do this together, they had to backtrack, sell themselves out a little bit to make it look like a coordinated effort and a poor me situation. And I think people were missing why I went back to that. Well, it's because they were shifting around. The team was including people, again, that they had initially sent cease and desist to, like CJ. Remember how CJ claimed he had a serpentine belt snatched after he'd been sent to cease and desist? And then after that, Uncle Taco was platformed at CJ's to claim that some person from the Postal Service, I have no idea, it's in here, we'll talk about it, came to his And at that time on CJ's, he said that he hadn't even called the FBI to check on it, but here we are. But then CJ came out and basically said that because of threats and all this stuff that they had a dog handler ready to go and they couldn't do it anymore. If you watch the movements, they were baiting people and pushing these narratives right in front of our eyes.
There are many people that have also been, maybe not to the extent, but let's take Nick the Hat, for example. They took my freedom away from me for 19 hours when I committed no crimes, and they were trying to go after Nick the Hat and have him go back and serve the rest of his sentence.
Okay. They took my freedom away for 19 hours. Betty, you violated an order of protection. An order of protection that was granted by a court based on evidence, preponderance of evidence. You had time to appeal those. You didn't. You had time to show up for court in the first place. You didn't. You knew going to Tennessee from Florida, again, you don't live there, for that vigil, what was going to happen. You, even your own words, said that you wanted to be arrested. So let's stop with the freedom. All of those words are on her page too.
And have him violated for parole, literally taking years away from him when he's committed no crimes. This is not YouTube BS. Okay. This is not just the BS that happens on YouTube. This is real life with real life consequences, and talking about taking people's freedoms away because you don't like their commentary. This is a
Lord help us all. It's going to be a long day. Hey, Natasha. Thank you all for joining me. This is going to be a long day.
Significant situation. And not only that, but this case emboldened this network of people that were working together to accomplish these things and hinder an investigation. There is
this network of people that were working together. Okay. Again, that narrative has been being pushed for so long, that there is a criminal enterprise, that these people are working in tangent. These people are all doing things. They're communicating. They're doing things on behalf of each other. They're going to have to be able to prove that if it goes any further. They're going to have to be able to prove that this is a coordinated effort. Do I know one way or another if these people have coordinated any of their attacks or reviews or anything? I have no clue. I can speak for myself and myself only. Never. I talk about what I want to, when I want to, who I want to. Oh, by the way, somebody said I need to get more variety. I've reviewed 4 to 6 different creators this last week. I have a lot of variety, but sure.
This overwhelming amount of evidence related to this case that's properly cataloged. I can tell you that. It sounds like the attorneys are ready and willing to go to trial. It sounds like
War Eagle is running into chats telling them that their chats are being recorded. They're trying to scare you subs from supporting channels that you like. This is the public platform. This is a free app. If you're not making threats of harm, stalking or harassing or intimidating people, record away. Record away. I mean, my chat's already had police called on him by Samantha Joy.
This stuff needs to come to an end. And it sounds like there's a lot of people other than me that are sick and tired of this nonsense. These are criminal acts. We've been talking about them for years. And
okay, if these are criminal acts, why isn't this being handled by the FBI, NSA, Secret Service? They're trying to paint that this is a criminal. This is a civil filing. It's not a criminal filing. It's a civil filing. If the FBI thought there was a Rico, a coordinated concoct, there would be an investigation. Maybe there is. Maybe there is, and we all don't know. I mean, that's how the FBI works. But Betty, slow down. So the fear-mongering here just isn't going to land on a lot of us.
It is unfortunate that all these people can come together for a hate campaign. And
I wouldn't say it's a big joke. I would not say it's a big joke. I think these defendants need to defend themselves, get proper representation. But I think there's a lot of areas that they have a leg to stand on, especially like in situations like Granny and Brittany. That's going to be a back and forth tit for tat. And if Brittany wanted to file, I think the first thing there is going to be jurisdiction. principal and personal jurisdiction. That's the first thing I would go for. Again, this is an injunction. It's basically an elevated cease and desist. They want them to stop threatening and defaming them. If you're not threatening and defaming them, okay, they're not asking for money. This isn't, I'm going to take everything you own. This is an injunction at a state level. Again, not federal.
And literally try to ruin people's lives
Hey, Vids.
over a case of, avocation. You have a right to have your opinion about cases.
Megan.
We have our opinion about the case all the time, but you do not have the right to destroy people's life because of your opinion.
Okay. You don't have the right to destroy people's lives because of your opinion. Factually speaking, did Betty get a lady from Ashley Furniture fired from her job alongside Molly Golightly? Yes or no in the chat. Did Betty have a part in getting Don Wells fired from his job? Yes or no? I mean, these are all yeses. Did Betty and her behavior cause ordinances to be put in place in Georgia? Did Betty and her behavior change a law in Florida after the laundry situation? Based on her opinion of who was guilty of heinous crimes or missing children, that they're open investigations, not criminal investigations?
You do not have the right to harm somebody's reputation because you don't like them and you want to make up lies about them. This has been going on for years, but this right here, what we're talking about.
So it's okay for them to do this to the victims and the families. Fair game, open season. But you cannot push back on somebody who makes these statements publicly and films them themselves. Okay, gotcha. We're resetting rules here.
In this particular matter, has happened since Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers went missing. It was emboldened and it was fierce. The level of hate and disruption and misinformation and disinformation was rampant.
It sure was. It absolutely has been, and it's continued. And a huge source of that misinformation, disinformation started from the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers, the Facebook group that Betty got kicked out of and her badge stripped from. And she threw a fit about said badge.
And it was all geared toward Seth, which is
That's factually incorrect. Timeline speaking. Katie and Chris were under public scrutiny way before Seth was. Katie and Chris were, again, factually the first ones that came out and asked for help in the public and awareness to be brought to Sebastian. So again, timelining things, Seth was not the target of attacks. In fact, most of these people worked alongside Seth to push rumors, speculation, such as Sweetie Pilo, Donna Serafina, Betty, JLR, Pascal, T-Rev 757, and the list can go on and on about not vetted stories, things that we have no idea about on the Proudfoot family.
the one person that actually has a confirmed and corroborated alibi with witnesses. So a lot of people that
Sorry, I'm going to pause a lot and add a lot here, and we're going to skip into some stuff, but I wanted to bring this because I want you to see the spin that's happening after. This is filed, and now the spin is continuing, and it's nothing but misinformation that is being spewed. According to Seth's own PIs, who he was working alongside that are mentioned in this court filing, they even said that they had sources, vetted sources, where Chris's alibi was and placed him. And again, I have to remind everybody, there's a lot of talk about investigations and all this. Law enforcement is the one doing the investigation here. That is the investigative agency. None of these people have credentials. None of them are investigators. None of them are anything besides YouTube personalities with a lot of opinions and sometimes lack of awareness.
have tried to support the truth have been silenced in very barbaric ways. This is a serious lawsuit. People are saying they don't have jurisdiction. I don't know if they know the process of federal law.
It's not federal law, it's state. Again, right there. Thank you, Kraken. Oh my gosh, somebody else gifted 10 memberships. Vids, thank you for the gifted memberships. Y'all thank Vids if you got a gifted memberships. Y'all are too kind. Thank you so much for the support. This is again a fear tactic. They're trying to amplify. Hey, Rabbit, what's up? They're trying to paint this to the public to fearmonger, and I'm going to show you another example of this from last night. They're trying to say that this is federal. It is at the state level right now. It is a request for an injunction. The document has not even been signed by a judge. They have 20 days from the date that they are served, which to my understanding, neither have been served at this point in time, to respond before it even gets set a court date. To say that this is federal is misleading, it's fear-mongering, and it's factually incorrect.
But they have established that, you know? So there are 2 people from Pennsylvania, and that's Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching, that are the lawsuit, you know, they're the lawsuit toward, including 50 does.
Okay. First, let's just piece this out, Betty. There's not 50 does listed as plaintiffs. In this filed document, it is against Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching, because in my opinion, that is the only place that they did have jurisdiction because of them being Pennsylvania residents. Now, can they add other people in? Can they file in other states? Yeah, they could do all that. But right now, we have 2 plaintiffs. Barbecue, or not 2 plaintiffs, 2 defendants. 2 defendants, Barbecue and Granny, who are both residents of Pennsylvania. We have multiple plaintiffs. Majority of them are also in Pennsylvania. However, there's others like Betty, Brittany, who was the other one? Seth, Tony, that are not residents of Pennsylvania.
There were some of those does revealed in the complaint. There were a lot of does that will be revealed over time.
Okay. So it's one thing to be listed in a document as a co-conspirator or somebody as a part of this. They're not listed. Okay, let's just be truthful here. Whispers, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm hoping that I can kind of calm some of that worry down. My own close friends have been worried, and I've been over here in hysteria laughing. Not that I don't think this is serious at all or that I want this for anybody, but I'm just like, we went from here to here, and what? That Michelle, thank you so much. You guys are too kind. Thank you so much for the support, you guys. I don't think anything about this is funny. Again, I don't think it's a joke. Get your defense, do your thing. But they have the burden of proof to prove all of this.
Clearly, the objective here is to get the criminal enterprise to stop being a criminal enterprise. What they are doing is wrong. They've known for a very long time what they're doing is criminal. And if you say, no, they don't, no, they don't. Well, I can tell you that for quite some time, we've discussed it on this channel, how it is criminal.
Okay. So again, it's civil procedure. It is not criminal. There could be an investigation by law enforcement that we are not aware of. Absolutely. But again, factually incorrect.
We've discussed this on this channel about how a lot of the stuff I do in person, because by doing it over the internet, it is a crime.
Say it ain't so.
Good morning, Seth. Good morning. As a matter of fact, that's a great.
Keeping people under surveillance online is illegal. Monitoring and harassing them and claiming that they murdered their child could have ramifications. Is that what you're saying, Betty? That couldn't be what you're saying.
Good segue. The stuff that Seth has had to endure is nothing that any parent should have to endure. He's already missing a child. He walked out of work and his whole entire world was flipped upside down.
I agree with that. I can give Seth empathy for the fact that he walked out of work and his world's flipped upside down. I can give Seth some of the emotional distress in this, 100%. But to mix it all together like this and to claim that because of how Seth is being impacted by his missing child has a trickle-down effect and has ultimately affected all these other people, we're not going to land there. Kraken, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana.
It took a lot of work to get to this point, to get to this filing. I am very proud of the people that took a stand against this criminal enterprise and what they were doing, not only to me, but to others. And trust me, there's a lot of unnamed victims in this that have been victims of this enterprise before, and most likely unless it stopped after.
So now we've got unnamed victims in this too that are not listed as plaintiffs because it's been going on. And how dare you review somebody's public commentary? How dare you do that? Meanwhile, these people's livelihood relies on defaming, targeting, attacking, harassing, stalking Betty specifically with those ones because, you know, court placed a restraining order on her. Families going through their worst times. That's how they make their livings. So how dare you publicly commentate on their own words?
What has come onto the streets of social media under the guise of true crime is not true crime. There are true crime channels out there. There are people that want,
Such as Duty Ron. Duty Ron, the one that she threw a fit over, I would consider him a real true crime channel.
the truth and want the things they're not being told by mainstream media. And I think that I, as well as a few other content creators, provide that. We provide boots on the ground, a front row view of what's really going on, and a continued front row view of what's going on, not mainstream media's version where they do a 5 or 15-minute news clip. People want to know what's going on when they're invested in a case. They want to know every aspect of that case that they can. You know, I think everybody's fairly reasonable that we all understand we can't know everything about everything all the time, right? So yes, Shiloh, we worked very hard for Quentin Simon, and we got that right. And I'm glad that people can see the work that we did in the right side of things that we were on, because we took a major blow over that case, and they tried to use that case as a way to discredit me. And as a matter of fact, the silver lining of it is that case actually gave this channel even more credibility. So yes, we were, just like I feel we are on the right track with our findings, our earlier findings in the case of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. This has been very difficult, and I feel like I made a lot of great friends working on this with them, because this was a lot of hard work and a lot of hands involved. You know, we had 75 plus people helping collect evidence and get that evidence cataloged in an effort to get this filed. I know people are downplaying this filing, saying, "Oh, it's poorly written and this, that, and the other." It established a lot, and it established a very
Whoa. Did she just say it took 75 people to gather these? Oh my God. You guys need time management skills. Something. 75. I'm going to show you guys what I did in the matter of like 30 minutes last night. Okay, let's go.
coordinated effort from these channels to discredit and destroy the lives of anybody that wanted to speak about this case. So much so, like we watch Mr. and Mrs. E, some of the sweetest people. I told you guys, when you meet people, I'm sorry.
Sorry, we got to walk through the house. I need a cigarette already. It's raining outside, but it took them 75 people. We're talking about a coordinated effort, right? A coordinated effort. Well, wouldn't it be that if 75 people are lending their time and gathering stuff like that, wouldn't that be a coordinated effort? So are those 75 people a part of the team? Huh.
You just know. And I got to personally meet Mr. and Mrs. E. We sat down for a cup of coffee, and my first opinion of them is they were just dolls. They were some of the sweetest people I've ever met in person. The personality that you guys see on the screen is the personality that I met. These are normal people. You know, a lot of people say that my commentary is overboard or whatever. Well, I've had to live through a lot on these streets for the last 4 years. You kind of learn to get, don't mess with me attitude, so to speak, with dealing with it. They're so new. They are still able to keep that sweet persona about them, their real life, them being able to be on screen. When I came onto YouTube, you know, I was a very, I was very ignorant to this life. I could tell you that. It was rough, but I was also a very sweet person. I was just, trying to advocate for a child, and it was the Summer Wells case. I mean,
She was just trying to advocate for a child. Okay, I want to switch gears because I'm already over it. Now I want to show you this one before we get into the court findings. Okay, so this is last night. This is from Allegedly with Brittany J. She's going to tell you why she decided to include herself in this. The reason I'm starting here, and then we're going to start backwards in the filing. You guys know me. I like to switch shit up. But by the end of this, I think you'll understand where I'm going and what I'm saying. If you have questions, please let me know. I'm trying to kind of monitor, but you guys know I'm back and forth all the time between screens. But my mods are awesome and probably know just as much, if not more, about this than I do. So ask your questions.
nerve-wracking. Very nerve-wracking. Ben, we've missed you. Aw, hey. I started to message you. I was going to give you another day or two, and then I was going to message you and ask where you are. We've missed you so much. Thank you for coming in. How are you? I know everybody's missed you. Everybody's been looking for you. Oh, the Hatter's Madness. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, and I promise I'm going to make it worth it. Okay, I promise. We're going to be doing some Patreon.
I'm missing what you guys are saying about MGL, but I'm laughing. I was laughing so hard last night when she hopped up there and she was like trying to give advice and mention her most dangerous man in the world, Wally, on Queen Bees. I was dying laughing. I'm sorry. Anything involving her and trying to take her seriously as this like beacon of knowledge fucking just makes me lose my shit. The fact that Tiffany Marie was in BJ's chat not long ago saying if she needed any help or anything, you know, we know what's been going on there. They have this vested hate bonding situation, which it's very apparent. It is what it is. But Tiffany and Molly have been chumming it up together too. So if you connect the dots, nobody should be shocked. You also got to put into account that JLR is close with Nick the Hat. JLR has stopped covering this since Nick the Hat came in. JLR and Molly are closely connected. I mean, if you just put through, like, it's not shocking where these documents were released at all on any end of it.
On lives this week. We're supposed to get one in, and then I'm aiming for one a day, and I mean one a week. But we will get there. I promise. It's been look, when I tell you guys that it has been a strenuous last couple of weeks, we have been working on this for it's been a lot, and I have been trying to juggle research, gathering evidence, along with also being here with you guys every night, along with juggling my home life, right? So, you know, in the process, we got a live stream where I was very tired and sleepy. Well, that'll give you a good idea of why. Like, we have been.
Okay, I'm going to preface this by telling you guys, most of you know this already, but she makes claims that she has lost sleep. She's emotionally distressed. She's had financial loss, and we're going to get into that in the court filings. I want you to keep that in the back of your mind as you're listening to this. This is her, after these filings were made public, this is her stream. Okay, so keep in mind, she's emotionally distressed. She's afraid. She is suffering financial harm. She's losing sleep, even though her live streams are night streams. I got a lot of questions, but carry on.
Oh, you guys, thank you so much. We have been hitting the ground running, and you can. Oh my God, you guys, Jesus, thank you. Holy moly, thank you guys, y'all. We appreciate you being. I hope you stick around and hang out with us.
Money, 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 money. Money. I mean, proving financial loss, making a claim like that. That's a you thing, not a me thing.
Look at all of this. Wow. Ben gifted 5. Thank you so much, Ben, for gifting 5 memberships. And then we got, let me make sure I catch up. Let me see. And I will try to get all your comments too. The Hatter's Madness. Thank you for becoming a member. Let me see. Ben gifted 5. And then we have
GB. Actually, I played a clip not long ago, and I can probably find it on my phone when I go back upstairs. Because I didn't bring it down with me. But I have a clip of Molly actually talking about joining a lawsuit with Molly or Betty and JLR at the time that her and BHB were still buddies. But she was even saying that if JLR and Betty needed to establish residency in Pennsylvania, she would allow them to establish residency at her home. Yeah, they were a whole part of the foundational FUPA's Dragon on the Ground, Heels Behind Their Ears group. It's actually Heels on the Ground is what they tried to use, but it was somebody else's organization already.
Coco Honey. Sorry, guys. Coco Honey, thank you so much for becoming a member. You are amazing. Welcome to the green team, my love. Then we have R. Taylor. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I think you've told me this before. Is it Zaya? Which is beautiful. I've said that before too. Very pretty.
And just in case anybody wants to fact check me before I play that clip, it was said on Jilly from Philly's panel when Molly went up there and talked about her most dangerous man because he's a trained killer. That's one of those streams with Molly on Jill's panel. But I know I have the clip.
Pretty name. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. And then Triggered. Thank you, Triggered, for gifting 5. Guys, oh, so sweet. Thank you. Welcome to the. I just hit the spring, y'all. Sorry.
You just hit the spring?
I hit the spring on my microphone holder. I don't. Do you not have a spring on your microphone stand?
You hit the spring on your microphone holder in 1976. Come on, let's get real.
Yeah, right. How you
Uh,
doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
How you
You can
doing?
do it better than me. Trigger, thank you for the 5 memberships, guys. If you were gifted from any of these,
Spanky enters the scene. Spanky, aka Justice for All, Clutch Them Pearls, Hey Sweet Tea, is also a part of the team. He had already gone live and reviewed this. Of course, he was one of the selected few that was privy to this information that was going on. But I want you to hear what he is going to say, because he's going to intentionally mislead people too. That plane's really loud.
these incredible people, thank you so much. Hey, SW, Samantha, Joy, Britt, you're a part of the 2024 Truth Tellers. Bring justice for the people who are constantly shamed and bullied. We appreciate you, and you will never be silenced. Actually, I'm glad that you worded it like that, because
Britt, you're a part. Gosh, these planes need to get a life. They need to stop flying over here. Britt, you're a part of the 2024 Truth Tellers. The lawsuit basis is because of a missing child. Bringing justice, or it's an injunction, the filing for, oh God, bringing justice for people who are constantly shamed and bullied. We appreciate you, and you will never be silenced. Meanwhile, attempting to silence other people.
that's kind of where I'm going to go with what I got to say tonight. So thank you so much. And yeah, I appreciate you, Samantha. That's very sweet of you. Justin,
I do not, Ben George.
what are you thinking, Justin?
Justin has hydraulics on his mic.
Ben, you can't go being a stranger like that now. You gotta.
Well,
check
at least
in.
he visits you. I mean, he doesn't even come to see me anymore, like at all. So that's
Oh,
right.
Ben, you in trouble.
That's it. So how you doing, girl? How you doing?
Oh my God, I don't know. I'm nervous.
Megan, as long as you're not making threats or defaming anybody, you're totally fine. This is a public app, a free app at that. You are a public person with opinions on the behavior that you've witnessed publicly and probably privately too. You're going to get in trouble.
Cassie Roku, thank you so much. She says love always wins. Thank you, Cassie.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
What are you thinking?
Well,
You help me get started.
I think
I've been practicing my mugshots since like 2022 on this app.
you know, I think it's just one of those things where, you know, it's, you know, how when I'll just bring up Betty, for example, you know, it felt like it was okay to some people when it was Betty.
Yep.
But, you know, when the shoe seems like it's on the other foot, you know, it's a mess,
It is
you
absolutely.
know, and I just don't understand. I was saying this on my channel earlier, like, I don't understand why people just can't live and let people run their channel the way they want to run their channel. And then if you don't like it, then don't watch. Or
It's called commentary. It's the basis of what YouTube was kind of made off of. Commentary, review. People have a right to push back on public opinions. I mean, here's a good example, not to bring politics into this, but you were watching political campaigns going at each other over and over again over opinions and facts. That happens. This is what is allowed. And this filing for an injunction doesn't really talk. I mean, they're trying to throw that in there, but they're trying to mislead people of what this is going to cover.
if you don't like the way someone covers true crime, then do better. You know,
1,000%.
do better.
1,000%. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely nothing. Nothing, B-Fergs. It has absolutely nothing. But it was a way for them to say that there's a coordinated effort and look at all the things that she's done to these other people. It's a way to bolster their claims and say that there's a history of this. Meanwhile, it has nothing to do with Sebastian. Absolutely nothing, except for they themselves. Well, Brittany says that, you know, she's on one side of it and other people are on the other side. That's it.
And I mean, that's just the way I feel, because, like, you know, like the bashing and all of that, what does it do? You know, it's, if you don't like the way you handle a channel, I handle a channel, Josh handles a channel, Mr. E, whoever, what does just going and, you know, like trying to bash a person do? It doesn't do anything for the case, because that's clearly what the person says they have a problem with.
Yep.
Tell me you don't understand the filings without telling me you don't understand the filings. They're trying to intimidate, in my opinion, people into reviewing their channels. As long as you stick to what they're saying, don't defame and don't threaten them, they can file anything. Anybody can file fucking anything. Kyle stole my cat. I'm suing him.
I want to steal that goddamn thing.
I mean, really, truly. But proving these claims in a court of law is where it gets tricky and sticky. You have to prove defamation, and that's a heavy burden. And you have to prove reputational harm and damage to your reputation. You can't just say these things and they make it true. And we're going to take a look at some of that.
And if they have a problem with that, then do better, right? Do better with it.
Yep.
Why continue? Like, I don't know. I just don't get people to.
I don't even know how to answer this one,
I'll take this.
Mish. So, Mish, there are aspects of this filing that, believe it or not, like this, I just want to let anybody know. I don't even know if people have this perception or not, but I think it's greatly, extremely important that people realize that not every aspect of the filing are we a part of, right? So,
Who's we? You? No, not every aspect of the filing you're a part of. You are being used, in my opinion, as a useful idiot to make a bunch of claims against one of the defendants to bolster that this is a targeted hate campaign, that they do this to multiple people, that there's some sort of enterprise going on here, and you have personal history. So you willingly signed up and said, I don't like her. I'll say all of this stuff. But can you prove all this stuff? Yeah, you might have clips of her saying this stuff, but it's going to go tit for tat. I'm sure her side will probably have claims of you. And again, I go back to right here, principal and personal jurisdiction. Is that going to play a factor? She's in North Carolina. If all of this stuff was happening and she felt that she was being defamed, why didn't she file in North Carolina with a North Carolina attorney? Why only when there was vested interest in a group is this coming to light?
Hey, Jennifer.
I have nothing to do with Seth and Tony's.
Can you just start from the beginning about like what happened today? Because I think some people, it was like, what are you talking about?
Yes. Okay.
Maybe that's what we should do.
So today there was a request for an injunction filed.
Federal.
A federal injunction. Yeah, go ahead.
Justin says it's a federal injunction. First of all, that is not factual. It is filed in state courts. The Court of Common Pleas, to be exact, in Delaware County. It has to start at a state level. So them doing this is fear-mongering. It is factually incorrect. Do they want to push it to a federal level? Of course, because Rico. But where we are at today, that is factually incorrect, Justin. And he knows that. So does Betty.
You do it.
Well, no. I mean, you can probably explain it better than I can. But there's a federal injunction against.
There is not a federal injunction against anyone. There is a request for an injunction that has not been signed. It has not been served. It has been filed in court.
I guess it would be a YouTuber and a TikToker. I guess a TikToker. And 50 John and Jane Does that are not, I don't know if they're publicly mentioned on that or not, but they're just they line it out about from A to Z. It starts with literally the day Sebastian goes missing, and it leads up to for instance, people being harassed.
Stay tuned. I'm going to take you guys down a trip down memory lane via their exhibits that they put in this filing and their timeline.
Since these groups coming in trying to find Sebastian, pulling out group after group, pulling out since Sebastian went missing because they're being followed, harassed, tire slash, all of that. And so.
Okay, those statements right there, tires being slashed, were from Terry Lynn. There's no factual proof of that even happening. And if we're talking about this federal filing, it's not a federal filing. If we're talking about this request for an injunction, the injunction itself or the request for the injunction does not even mention tires being slashed or Terry Lynn. Terry Lynn is not a plaintiff in this, and that was claims made directly by her.
And then, it leads up into things, you know,
So what they're attempting to do once again is mislead their audience intentionally and try to mix all these situations together. Sorry, it got loud outside. They're trying to bolster all of their claims by mixing in all of these things. And they know that their audience is not going to go look at the court filings themselves, which are publicly available to anybody to see.
Betty's had going on, and just the, you know, just the, it's really gotten off the track about, this is just my opinion, by the way, of it's no longer about Sebastian anymore. It's been more, at least in my opinion, about trashing the parents.
The irony of that statement alone. More about trashing the parents. Meanwhile, Spanky was one of the first ones to go find their home on a publicly available website, Google, you know, and then walk through their layout of their home. Spanky has made contact with many of the neighbors in the neighborhood to paint a narrative against the parents. Carry on.
And, you know, like I was saying today, Brittany, when it comes to take Seth, for instance. Seth, let's make this crystal clear. None of the parents have been named a suspect or even a person of interest. So we have that. But then take, for instance,
one of the team members directly contradicting things that Seth himself has said. Sorry.
Seth,
Loud.
who has not been named a person of interest or anything. He's actually even went farther than that and showed his timesheet, and that he could not have been anywhere. Then he takes a lie detector test on national television to prove to, you know, a lot of the naysayers that he has, you know, nothing to do with it, even on top of.
Again, we weren't entitled, nor do we even need to know where he's at with work, because we're not investigators. In this case, law enforcement is handling all of their alibis, vetting all that information. What we know from law enforcement is all of their stories have been vetted. They've been cooperative with all parents. This whole thing was deflection, distraction, intentional cause for chaos. That's it. That's all. As far as, you know, he's flat out saying that Seth isn't a suspect. He's never been named a suspect, which directly conflicts with what Seth has been saying, that he's a suspect. It also confirms that they know that he's not a suspect, and they've been trying to push that and the need to clear Seth. How are you clearing somebody that hasn't been named a suspect? They're also intentionally misleading people to, again, say that Seth passed a polygraph test, when we know that all three of them, according to Robin Rogers' Facebook post, all three of them took polygraph tests and passed them. Seth took 2. The first one was inconclusive because he fell asleep. Then he took another one for Nancy Grace, not for the TBI. Chris and Katie, however, according to what Robin Rogers, who is Seth's mom, said, that they took them for the TBI. Okay, let's just set the stage correctly here.
You know, authorities saying that there's no suspects or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, you can talk about the case. Talking about the case and having an opinion is one thing, but then once you, for instance, Seth was at work. We know that. We've seen his timesheet. Took a lie detector test.
Listen to what he's saying. Pay attention to what he's saying. Flip that coin for a minute. Think of what they have said and done about Chris. Publicly, we have no reason to question if Chris was at work or not, because law enforcement said his stories have been vetted. Seth's own PIs that were working on his behalf said that they had vetted sources of Chris's alibi. So, once again, the back and forth isn't going to work very well for some of you.
Once that happens, it's out. He had nothing to do with that night. So why does people keep dragging this father who's done everything he can publicly to prove to the world that he has nothing to do with this? Why is he being dragged through?
It's interesting that he is concerned about Seth publicly proving this. He's proving this to the world. Again, our perception of what took place in this case doesn't matter. Law enforcement investigates this case. He is acknowledging that Seth is more worried about the public perception of Seth than he is law enforcement. Is that what you're trying to say here, Justin?
Through the mud. I mean, just really, really awful things.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah,
and then,
100%.
and then it's just been people who have, who try to who want to come out and speak out, they won't any longer because of the hate that they get. Take Bobby, for instance, right? When she went on JLRs. I mean, it was nothing but hate once she came out. And the neighbor said, oh, God.
Debunking somebody's lies and misinformation that they are intentionally spewing from live stream to live stream, such as JLR to her appearance on Terry Lynn's and the contradiction in her stories, is not hate. And again, it has nothing to do with this filing. But they know that. They can't talk about that. So they're adding all this fluff to their stories. None of this is a part of these filings. Let me be very clear. Terry Lynn's not a part of it. Bobby's not a part of it. This isn't a part of it. But they're fluffing it up to fearmonger.
Sorry, I'm not doing it any longer.
Yep.
And then, you know, Betty's, the I forget her name. Who was the lady that was associated with,
Oh, Yaya. Mhm.
yeah. You know, she was in my chat earlier and she says,
Or
you know,
Yada.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, she's gotten a lot of things, you know, and it's just been, you know,
Yada
why
had to delete
people
her
who,
Facebook page the
yeah,
next day.
mhm,
Very
yeah.
next day.
Yada made a choice to publicly come out and talk about Katie as a distant relative. That was a personal choice she made. She wasn't drug out here. She wasn't forced to do this. She aligned herself with a team member, Betty. She did an exclusive interview with Betty. And because she got questioned and pushed back on the things that she said, their crying victim, she had to delete. No, she made a choice to delete her social media because I'm sure she couldn't handle watching people correct her BS. But carry on. Again, nothing to do with the filing. Nothing.
Everyone who is, it seems like everyone who's, if you stand a certain way and you want to search or you want to help,
Mhm.
it's like, it feels like, you know, it's this campaign of hate at times. And I just don't understand why.
You're going to hear that nonstop. We've been hearing that for months about this campaign of hate, this coordinated effort, these hate campaigns. They hate me. They hate that. That's all they have. It's fear mongering 101. It's not about hate. When you push back on people's own words, they cower in corners and that's all they have. So in order to do that, they have to switch the public perception that it's a hate campaign and a targeted one at that.
You know, I have literally supported anyone who searches, no matter, you know, if we believe the same thing or not. You know, I've always, like, I've tried to keep it consistent in that.
Yep.
So
Yep. Here, let me catch this one real quick. I know she did, Nicole. I've got everything documented. R. Taylor, R. Taylor, my throat's been doing this weird crap all day. I think I'm trying to get sick.
I've
Sorry.
been sick all week.
I was trying to talk to Justin earlier and I barely even had a voice. R. Taylor says, thank you so much, by the way. She says, find Sebastian Rogers, bring Sebastian Rogers home. Yes.
Again, this isn't medical advice, but maybe if you weren't up all night long researching, you know, to gather clips and stuff and emotionally exhausted and emotionally distressed, you wouldn't be getting sick all the time. When you willingly involved yourself in a public case.
Yes.
Yes. And here's the thing though, like, because when this first was brought to my attention that what was going to happen, that was my question. I was like, how would me or any of some of these other people, because I see some of the comments, somebody had asked how, you know, why am I taking part in a filing and how does that have anything to do with Sebastian Rogers? I'd like to explain that because
Please
even though my situation has been taking place a lot longer,
this is where it gets fun.
This all kind of comes in together because you have a separate situation, which is my situation, which all y'all know about. And then we have Sebastian Rogers' case, who all of us have been covering. And we have a group of people who have taken this case and used it as a way to bash others on YouTube. And so we have this situation where I'd already had issues with Granny's watching, right? And then since Sebastian's case is
Reminder, just the other night, she publicly confirmed that it wouldn't matter what case they were talking about, that there's going to be people that dislike them and push back on them and the misinformation. So again, her public words from her own live streams. Okay. But I got another clip to show you in a moment.
Started taking Front Street. It's become a major talking point and basically used as a weapon to come against, and not just against myself, but many others who support Seth Rogers, to the point where, you know, all of the creators that support him can't talk about, you know, Sebastian or the case without having a live stream done about us the very next day. Our live streams are recorded. Our, you know,
You made a career claiming that you are a true crime creator who researches and gives opinions on active true crime cases. And you think you are above reproach and can say whatever you want to about the victims and their families, paint narratives about them, and nobody can push back on you. Meanwhile, acknowledging that you've spent weeks recording clips and gathering evidence, but people can't record you, your own words, your own statements.
anything that we post, whether it be a community post, is looked at. Our words are critiqued. Our chats are critiqued.
Fucking throw it away. Making a community post on a public platform, the intent is to have people to look at that, correct? Correct. The intent is public view. You are making a public community post wanting people to see what you're stating. And now you're complaining about people?
Critiqued. The subscribers have been attacked. And it's a situation to where I told you guys this the other day. Just think about it. As soon as Seth and Tony announced that there's going to be a vigil, what happens? You have all these people that
I want you to see that once again, the lumping in. We are supposed to be talking about a filing here, okay? But we're doing all this deflection, distraction, word salad bullshit. Okay. Listen to what she's about to claim, because this is a hefty claim you better be able to prove.
start looking up everybody who's going to take part in the vigil. They pull up all their names. They try to go, find out what organizations they affiliate with.
Not me. Didn't care whatsoever. Seth has a right of having vigils for his missing child. I didn't look up any of them. So who's they? They all.
Are they legitimate? Where's this money going? And to the point where a private vigil for a 15-year-old boy has become a circus show.
A private vigil that was announced publicly and people were invited publicly. So a public event that was only if you aligned with their views. I gotcha.
And you have multiple live streams on the day that Sebastian's vigil is taking place. And it's no longer about Sebastian and bringing awareness, something beautiful, a vigil where a lot of people are coming together. They have this awesome bike ride, even down to the shirts, Justin, were made fun of that day.
What do you mean?
Making fun of the shirts or saying that bringing awareness shouldn't be a character should have been his actual face are two different things. But carry on, Brittany.
When they did the vigil for Sebastian, there was nothing that wasn't mocked or critiqued about that day.
That's people being petty.
People showing up, but that's the thing is
and they intentionally invited Bullhorn Betty because of her controversial public persona. They invited TikTokers for their public attention grabbing. So you can't have it both ways. You can't invite these people to come and do these things. And then when it's done, because of your request, you have a problem with it. Do you remember the vigil that was going to be at a church and the church didn't want them filming? So they moved the vigil so streamers could come and stream. Anybody remember that?
You have people that are literally going to the actual vigil that weren't welcome and recording it. My whole point of saying all this is, it's a problem. It's become an absolute problem.
Right.
And so what do you do? What do you do? And if people say that this doesn't, block or get in the way of
I thought you were explaining why you decided to get involved. None of this has anything to do with you. You weren't at the vigils. Your back and forth with Granny has been years. At one point in time, you had a semi-relationship or a coexistence. So again, how does the filings and you being included in the filings have anything to do with anything that you've mentioned? Because you weren't at the vigils. You're not a part of Sebastian being missing. You're not a family member, a friend, anything. These are people that you met after your coverage of a case and then needing a useful idiot, in my opinion. So this is why you chose to get involved, because none of this involves you.
Goal to try to find him? It absolutely does. It causes a big issue.
It causes the big issue in attempting to find Sebastian. How? It hasn't stopped law enforcement in their efforts, hasn't stopped Chris and Katie in their efforts. They've had to handle Betty and getting the court to restrain Betty in harassing and stalking. But as far as the search for Sebastian, totally a separate situation. The vigils weren't about searching for Sebastian, Brittany. You can't mix things together here, and this is what you do. And your subs will go, oh my God, yes, and this is what that filing is doing. Oh my God, nailed it.
And then you got to remember, not only is the people that are inciting hate against Seth, but you have their followers who believe every single thing that these creators are saying.
The irony of that statement. They believe everything that these people are saying. Let's go over here. This is from allegedly in her opinion from the other night. 147-minute mark is where we're going to start. Just a reminder of when you say something publicly, you might not have said it, but you fostered the environment and allowed it to be said on your panel. Let's take a look.
Records should be a non-issue. To be honest, there's no proof they were even founded.
Those
Okay,
records,
you have a kid. You have multiple.
They were talking about the CPS records that had been dangling as attention-seeking behavior. They had no intent, and we all pretty much knew that they had no intent because it's illegal to release documents about a minor child. But they had been using that to amp up the attentions in this case, in my opinion, again, for the simple facts that they were filing these orders. I don't think they had any intent, but they were arguing about CPS records. Pay attention to what's about to be said by Reality Wins on her panel.
CPS calls to that home yet.
Gotcha, sis.
and I'm going
And-
to tell you this right now. Hold on a second. I'm going to tell you this right now. Christopher has records in New Mexico and in California.
Oh,
So there's multiple other than in Tennessee.
oh,
Out of Seth's own mouth, he's a child abuser.
Oh.
CP is a child abuser.
oh,
Per those CPS records and the information he has read on his own. Think about it. Use logic.
oh. Claiming that CPS records that should not be disseminated publicly because it's illegal. Claim that Chris is a child abuser. Making claims on a panel that you are fostering and not pushing back or correcting her, that we have no proof that because there's been no charges, no documentation to prove that. Oh, when you say things, people believe it, Brittany, like that?
Logic, please.
Oh,
So, according
shit the bed. Let's just go back over here. I think that's too much for them to handle. Let's go back to last night.
and so then they go and perpetuate the hate and the drama even more. People are allowed to review, and that won't change. No, people are allowed to review. People are even allowed to. Well, let me read it off. To be fair,
Sure are. But another note, if you want another circumstance of one other vile thing just recently said to Reality Wins also said on Brittany's panel, Brittany did push back on this time because, well, but then they go on to say a whole lot more. There's a short little 3-minute video I made reminding people. Reality Wins also said that the parents hid the body on her panel. Yeah. I mean, things that make you go,
people are allowed to review. That won't change. It's public posting. You're talking about commentary. Sorry, it won't. public actions are allowed to be spoken on. Conflating these things to your issues, nope, no. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why, because it is a part of the bullying and harassment. It's been perpetuated, and don't blame me for time.
Meanwhile, you can go back on her channel from before the Sebastian Rogers case started and find verbatim her claims about being bullied, harassed, her income being affected, for years. That's what she's built her page off of doing, is victimhood status, in my opinion. I mean, carry on.
Tying these things together.
I guess her reviewing me, making false claims about, I called her butterhead, making false claims about all sorts of shit, allowing her chat to say that my children need to be taken, all those things that they're trying to muddy the water here and paint pictures. Oh, that could all be turned right around, right? And it's not just me that it's been done to. It's been done to a whole lot of people. You guys are kind of opening Pandora's box here, and I love it. I love this for you. I fucking love it. Truthfully. Don't like it for Granny barbecue. It's legal shit. Don't wish that on anybody. They'll be able to handle themselves. I'm positive.
The people that are tying these things together are the ones that are actively coming against creators like myself who are supporting Seth. But to say that it's merely commentary, that's not true at all.
It's merely commentary. Merely commentary of your own words that you've put out here publicly. Can you prove otherwise? Can you prove otherwise?
You're not allowed to sit there and call somebody a predator. You can't sit there and tell people.
You can actually call somebody and say somebody has predatory behavior. Yes, people have overstepped that many times. I've been very open about that. People have said that. But if somebody is on this app saying that she was 12 and I was 10 years older, meaning that they were an adult and at the age of 22, and she was 12 years old, Terry Lynn from March, if you need to fact check me, March 18th, I think, to be specific. That's predatory behavior. That is factually falls into predatory behavior. Now, calling somebody a pedophile or a predator, a sexual predator, sexual things like that, you have to have proof of. But predatory behavior is a whole other ballgame. You got to be very specific here.
That Seth Rogers, how do I even say this? Engaged in, relations with a child. Those things are being.
I'm going to remind you of Brittany reviewing Sweetie Pilo's claims against Chris Proudfoot with zero proof, zero source, zero factual things. Might not have been about a minor, but making false allegations is also a problem and can be turned around. But again, she's trying to tell us what commentary can and can't be, even though she's reviewed other channels and amped up those narratives. Okay, carry on.
Spoken.
That was said.
They
Oh,
accused him
I
of
got you.
sleeping with
Okay.
Katie.
I
Yeah.
got you. I got you. No, that's been
And-
said a lot. Yeah.
And then let's not forget Sebastian has been labeled as someone who is essaying
Right.
other
Yeah.
people.
I gotta check it.
Again, where does this have anything to do with you? Sebastian has nothing to do with you. You were supposed to be telling us why you chose to join this. Everything that you've told us thus far has nothing to do with you.
That's not commentary. I don't know if y'all have read and shout out to Mr. and Mr. E. They did an incredible job reading those documents. And if you guys were listening or you've read them yourself, it stated in one part of that the things that are being said have very real consequences. If one of those prisoners were to have caught wind of what one of these creators were saying in regards to Seth, that could get him unalived.
Yep, it absolutely could. Yep, making false claims with no proof could absolutely. That's a problem. That's why you stick to their own words and don't inflate things. Now, let's switch gears. I am not going to pull these up. Well, I'm going to pull these up. I'm going to leave these on screen. I'm not going to pull the documents up publicly. And the reason for that is there's personal names, there's addresses. I'm going to read them to you. If you want to read along with me, they're publicly available on the Pennsylvania website with the case number. I'm going to read them verbatim, but we're going to start at the end of the document. So I'm going to start with the very last pages, or what they're asking for, basically, and you'll understand why I'm asking, or I'm doing this. Okay, but I also want to leave this up here for people to, this is where it's filed. So this was filed in the Court of Common Pleas of Delaware County, Pennsylvania. So this website right here tells you that the Court of Common Pleas are organized into 60 judicial districts and the trial courts of Pennsylvania. Major civil and criminal cases are heard in these courts. Up to, I think, 75K is what it says. You can go in and look for more if you would like to. I'm also going to remind people of this. I encourage anybody to go learn about SLAPP laws. Again, this is not federal, this is state. A lot of states have anti-SLAPP laws, and there's things that are protected under those anti-SLAPP laws. Will this apply? I have no idea. I'm just an asshole with a lot of opinions on YouTube. I'm not a legal professional whatsoever, but I would be really interested in the anti-SLAPP laws, and I would also be really interested in jurisdiction again. Personal, principal, jurisdiction, those things kind of come to mind. You know, just a blubbering idiot over here. All right, let's start with this. This is going to be, again, the second page. This is the order that they filed, their words, that they are asking a judge to sign. This is what they are asking for. Make sure there's no information, just so you guys know what I'm reading. Okay. This is the order that they submitted, their own order that they are hoping, once this injunction goes through, it's all got to go through. They've got to be served. That hasn't happened yet. A court date has to be set after 20. They have 20 days to respond. Then a court date is set. But this is the ultimate order that they are hoping to have signed. We're going to start there. Okay. It lists all the people involved. And then we get to the parties. Plaintiff's At Night Media, LLC, is a Pennsylvania limited liability company. Its principal place of business at World Trade Center, blah, 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 New York City, and is in the process of relocating. Plaintiff Dwayne Dog Chapman is an individual in his professional capacity as a bounty hunter and public figure with an address at blank. Plaintiff Seth Rogers is an individual residing at blank. Mr. Rogers is the father of Sebastian Rogers. Plaintiff Tony L. Mathis is an individual in his official capacity as a national spokesperson for Mr. Rogers, residing in another state. Plaintiff Hong is an individual in his official capacity as an officer for At Night Media, LLC, residing in Pennsylvania. Plaintiff Andrea Griffin is an individual residing in Florida. I'm reading this so you get Slim, good question on that. Where this is all filed together, not sure how that would work. Now, they're not asking for any monetary, that's why I'm starting here. They're not asking for any financial anything. What's the case number? I got you, Emily. Give me 1 second. Let me go up here. Let me go. It is CV-2024-009083. Hey, Wolfie. I see you're stuck. Again, please understand, I'm not a legal nothing. I don't know shit. These are just my interpretations of some shit. Let's carry on. You got that, Emily? Hopefully. Well, you can rewind and hear it again if you need to. Okay. Then it goes on to say Brittany is an individual residing in North Carolina. She's talked about that publicly, but they're listing them as individuals, okay? Plaintiff Julia Valenti is an individual residing in Pennsylvania, Julia the dog handler. Plaintiff Nick the Hat is an individual in his official capacity as an employee or agent of At Night Media, LLC, residing in Pennsylvania. Defendant Barbecue Lady is an individual in Pennsylvania. Defendant Granny's Watching is an individual residing in Pennsylvania. All right. History of the case. Number 2, again, this is not the complaint. This is the order. This is the injunction that they are hoping for a judge to sign. Plaintiffs commenced the instant action by filing a complaint in equity. Why do they have to use big words that I'm going to butcher? Watch this, though.
Contemporaneously.
Herewith, a true and correct copy of the complaint is attached hereto and made a part of hereof as Exhibit A. Prayer for preliminary injunction. For the reasons stated in the attached complaint, they put that stupid copy and prohibited thing across it. It's annoying. The averments of which are incorporated herein by reference at night et al. Praise this honorable court to enter a preliminary injunction granting the following equitable relief. Okay, they're asking the state court to enter this injunction. Not a federal injunction. Again, I'm going to continue to say that. Prohibiting barbecue and granny, as well as any persons or entities acting by, for, or through them from further disclosing, disseminating, or publicly sharing any private communications involving plaintiffs or their associates, including but not limited to recordings, live streams, or related content obtained without consent of all parties in violation of the Pennsylvania Wiretap Act. First paragraph, and we got questions, okay? First of all, they're asking granny and barbecue, but all of their, any persons or entities acting by, for, through. So every person on the internet, because I mean, unless you can directly pinpoint their associates and who this, what? Okay. Very broad, extremely broad. Probably going to have some need to dial it back and be more specific because that's a very broad on a public platform. I don't know shit though, okay? All I know is they can include me and I'm going to laugh. I'll laugh. And the reason I'll laugh is because I suck at emails. To ever complain or even remotely include that I was a part of anything would be really fun to watch be proven. Directing defendants to cease the use of crowdsourcing or fundraising platforms, including but not limited to GoFundMe, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and YouTube Super Chats to solicit funds for their legal defense or any other purposes relating to this litigation. All fundraising efforts must be conducted with full transparency and accuracy regarding the nature of the defense, and the defendants shall be prohibited from making misleading statements about the case. So people have been freaking out about that. People have been freaking out saying that they can't use these things. First and foremost, you guys, this is an assigned order. This injunction is not in place as of right now. It's not a federal injunction, and it's not been granted. So none of this at this point in time is in place. None of this, these are requests. Let's take it back. These are requests. These are what they want. And I think the big picture here is probably they're going to want, because barbecue lady with that GoFundMe and the use of Sebastian's name, like that could be something that I might give some look into. I mean, that to me would have some merit possibly, but to muddy this all up like that, I think is going to fall short. Plus, this isn't in order right now. Prohibiting defendants, barbecue and granny, along with their associates, from making any defamatory or disparaging statements regarding plaintiff Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, At Night Media LLC, or any other named individuals, whether directly or indirectly through any platform or medium, to prevent further harm to plaintiff's reputation and emotional distress as per Pennsylvania defamation law 42P.C.S 8343 and harassment statute, so on and so forth. Again, if you want to read along, this is all publicly available information on the Pennsylvania website and I've given the case number. So that's pretty broad too. So they're going to have to, in my opinion, again, they're going to have to break it back and be more specific. I think this is very broad. This is very, very much an overreach, in my opinion. Again, I don't know shit about the law, but they're trying to like throw people in this by the terms that they're using and scare people, in my opinion, too. Directing defendants, Barbecue and Granny, to cease any attempts to portray, disclose, or release the private information, identities, or family details of plaintiffs and associated individuals, whether through social media, public forums, or any other channels, to protect the safety and privacy of those involved. I mean, doxing is illegal, but they're going to have to prove that that's been done, I think, in order to get that. A lot of this, I think, is there merit for some of these parts of some things? Possibly. But I think a lot of this will have to be amended, adjusted. This is very, very broad. Very broad. Yeah, the fundraising thing, May is really interesting too, because BHB is trying to raise $15,000 to $30,000 right now, publicly, crowdsourcing her legal expenses. So it's look over there, not over here kind of thing. My opinion. Requiring defendants, Barbecue and Granny, to immediately remove any existing online content, videos, posts, or publications that reference plaintiffs in a defamatory, harassing, or intrusive manner, and to certify in writing that such content has been permanently removed from all platforms under their control. Okay, again, this is a request. It has not been signed. It has not been acknowledged. It's been filed solely. Nobody has to remove anything at this point in time until that's put in. But they want that in writing. They want them to remove things and then certify in writing that they have done so. But there's no definition of exactly what they're considering defamatory at this point either. Threats, defamation. I mean, you can all make your assumptions on that. Ordering defendants, Barbecue and Granny, to reimburse plaintiffs for any costs incurred in addressing or mitigating the harm caused by defendants' unauthorized disclosure and defamatory conduct. Again, right there, I'm going to say that they want costs like attorney's fees, but mitigating the harm caused by defendants, they're going to have to narrow down what was the harm caused and to which one. I mean, there's multiple plaintiffs here, so including but not limited to legal and fees, investigative costs, and any necessary remedial actions. They want investigative fees too, to investigate all these things. I mean, Betty told us that they had 75 people gathering information. So are they paying these 75 people? Who knows? Mandating that defendants inform their audiences, including followers, supporters, subscribers, and associates, to cease and desist from all defamatory, harassing, and threatening behavior, and to provide evidence to the court within 7 days after this is signed, if this was ever going to be signed, confirming that such instructions have been issued in good faith. So you want these two women to tell a bunch of grown folks how to behave on the internet, on a public free platform. And you think that they have control of that. And if somebody that is a mutual sub of like, Granny, Betty, Brittany, because there's such things that exist, says something, it's going to get blamed on Granny and Barbecue. Now, remember, this is all just the request for the injunction. This is why I'm over here like, this is what they filed that they want the judge to sign and put into place. You can make your decisions if a judge is going to look at that and say, oh my gosh, yes, that has merit. We're going to do all that. It's very broad to me. I'm going to need somebody to dumb it down for me because my dumb ass over here thinks this is like, so you want these two women who most of us don't even know at all, never listened to as far as been told to do something, to fall in line and start listening to these people? What? Anywho, granting such other and further preliminary relief as this honorable court deems just and appropriate to prevent ongoing and irreparable harm to plaintiffs. Okay. Then it's, it goes through and there's another piece of it. It says memorandum in support of petition for preliminary injunction and final injunction and other equitable relief. Plaintiffs at night media. My northern really comes out when I say that. At night. I just realized that. Oh. Dog Chapman, Seth Rogers, Tony L. Mathis, Nick the Hat, collectively referred to as plaintiffs, respectfully submit the memorandum in support of their petition for a preliminary injunction and final injunction, seeking immediate relief from the coordinated, malicious, and dangerous campaign of harassment, defamation, obstruction orchestrated by defendants, Barbecue Lady, and Granny's Watching. Granny and Barbecue have been orchestrating all of what? Plaintiffs seek an immediate injunction to prevent further irreparable harm to their personal safety, reputations, and well-being, and to protect the integrity of the investigation into Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. I'm going to read that again. Plaintiffs seek an immediate injunction to prevent further irreparable harm to their personal safety, reputations, and well-being, and to protect the integrity of the investigation into Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. So, protecting the integrity of the investigation from law enforcement. This is where the tip line part comes into play for me. But the only true investigation that is happening is that of law enforcement. Angel, now you get why I was in stitches. Again, I don't think it's a joke. Like I would handle this. I would get an attorney and handle it. But I can't take this shit seriously when it's so broad and they're trying to say that I don't fuck with Barbecue Lady. Like, that's the funny part for me. I called that ass out, and I still will. Still will, and I'll do it again. Like, anywho. But again, it goes back to that's where they had to start, was because they're Pennsylvania residents, and these people are in Pennsylvania, the majority of them, and then they had to lump everybody else in together to try and bolster the claims. Anywho. We'll see what happens with this, but this is the request that they want judges to sign. Factual background. This case stems from a criminal enterprise led by defendants. Can somebody just take me out? You expect me to get through this today? This case stems from a criminal enterprise led by defendants. It says that. Which operates through coordinated online harassment, defamation, and the incitement of threats against plaintiffs. Defendants' actions have severely obstructed the ongoing search for missing teenager Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers and have caused irreparable harm to plaintiffs in their efforts. This memorandum outlines the pattern of illegal and harmful conduct engaged in by defendants, which not only violates Pennsylvania's Corrupt Organizations Act, but also federal laws governing cyber harassment and criminal intimidation. So right there, it's acknowledging that this isn't federal, but their claims would violate federal if their claims were fact basis or had merit. Meaning that there would be a federal investigation, like by the FBI into cyber stalking, things of that nature. And my no-brain opinion over here. Okay. The coordinated criminal enterprise. This might be my favorite part so far. This is what they want a judge to sign. This is what they're requesting a judge to sign. Since February 2024, Granny and Barbecue have launched a coordinated and malicious campaign to undermine the search efforts for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, using their social media platforms to defame and harass the plaintiffs. I guarantee that they're going to have a hard time proving that Granny and Barbecue knew who each other were in February. It's also going to be interesting when Granny actually started covering this case and when Barbecue started talking about this case. They're claiming it was February. They're claiming that this all kicked off in February of 2024, but it's going to be factually important to have the dates of when both started covering. So there's that. Using their social media platforms to defame and harass the plaintiffs. Their actions designed to mislead the public, create confusion, and discredit those with the search have crossed into dangerous and unlawful behavior. Now, I agree having tip lines and stuff like that is a problem, things of that nature, but this is so broad and reaching that we'll see. This is what they want the judge to sign. Okay. This is where I get involved. Since February 2020, this is under Section B, timeline of defendants' campaign of defamation and harassments. Since February 2024, defendants Barbecue and Granny have launched a coordinated and malicious campaign to undermine the search efforts of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. It's repeated. Sounds like a Betty. Using their social media platforms to defame and harass the plaintiffs. Their actions designed to mislead the public, create confusion, discredit those associated with the search, have crossed into dangerous and unlawful behavior. All right. Now it's going to outline a shortened, condensed timeline. Hold your horses because we're going to go through the timeline with the actual filing, which is 83 pages. A, February 2025 or 2024. February 25th. Dates, people. When are we told by law enforcement that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers went missing? This court document is saying February 25th, 2024, Sebastian Rogers was last seen by his mother, Katie Proudfoot. The following day, authorities initiated the search. Law enforcement says February 26th. He went missing on February 26th. They played words there. But in the other ones, you'll see where I'm getting. March 2024, defendants began their online campaign of positive coverage and accurate information. Okay. This is Section B of the injunction that they want a judge to sign. Section B under B. I'm going to read that again and then I'm going to back up again because this is where my brain goes. Teeter-totter. March 2024, defendants began their online campaign of positive coverage and accurate information. Defendants being Granny and Barbecue. Am just picked up Project Larry. Okay, list March 2024. Positive coverage and accurate information is what BB states. Under A, backing it up, it says since February 2024, defendants Barbecue and Granny have launched a coordinated and malicious campaign to undermine the search efforts for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. So which fucking was it? Which is it? Did they start in February with a coordinated effort to do all this stuff? But now we're saying in the next paragraph that in March they were doing accurate coverage. Positive campaign. Last time I checked, it went January, February, March. So in A, you're saying in February of 2024 that the both of them did all this stuff. But then in the next BB, you're stating that they started positive, accurate coverage. I mean, it's just court filings, right? That they want a judge to sign. Facts don't matter. What am I thinking? Okay. Carry on. End of March 2024, defendants began accusing plaintiffs, including Seth Rogers, of using the search for personal gain. That has been done by a lot of people. Can they prove that them two specifically did that? Who knows? These false and malicious claims were disseminated to a wide online audience. Yeah, there's probably going to be like 50 channels that they would have to include in that, at least, that have said or asked if there was some sort of personal gain. And you're also going to have to be able to prove that there was no personal gain by having a GoFundMe posted by Seth Rogers day number 3 after Sebastian went missing. After they had agreed with law enforcement to not have one, and then he spoke about it publicly. Seth is his father. The reason why he's referred to as Sean Nicole is because on one of the interviews, Dog the Bounty Hunter refers to him as Sean instead of Seth. Okay. Any other questions that I can catch up on really quick? It's the same person. It's because Dog the Bounty Hunter referred to Seth as Sean. Demon, I have no clue. I don't. Right now, nobody. It's a number for fear-mongering. Could it have more to it? Yeah. Until they're listed out and they have, yeah, I'm not. Okay. D, April 2024. Defendants escalated their efforts by organizing followers. Did you guys know you were organized? To defame and harass individuals involved in the search. The declaration of BHB provides detailed accounts of how she and others were targeted through false accusations, which severely harmed her personal and professional reputation.
Mute real quick.
Hold on, I gotta mute. I don't know why she's having me mute. Hold on. Show them.
Did you tell him?
Pause really quick. Operation Larry is underway.
Oh, you told him about it?
Am has picked up Larry and is in transit. Am is headed here with Larry, the cat, for my in-laws.
Baby boy. The treats, huh?
Larry is in the building.
He's so handsome.
That is Larry. Larry is my soon-to-be, as soon as Am gets here, my in-laws' new cat.
It was one of my friends on my game.
Kenzie
He,
rescued a cat from one of her gaming friends. Her
well,
gaming friend
okay,
couldn't
hold
care.
on. He had a litter and he was able to get rid of most of them, but that one he couldn't. He's a week older than Whiskey.
Yeah, him and Whiskey are like in the same age. Anyways, one of her gaming friends had a cat that they couldn't keep. And he was in another state south of us. And Kenzie conned Am into helping her rescue this cat. So Am went and picked up the cat. It's like a 24-hour trip for her, round trip. And she's doing it for Kenzie and my in-laws. Like, yeah, Am's truly a blessing in disguise. Anyways, so Larry, they've named him Larry, is going to be my in-laws' new cat. Okay. Then Kenzie went over and manipulated my in-laws into agreeing to take this cat. And my father-in-law
been
was like,
looking at
heck
him.
yeah, we're going to name him Larry. So
Well,
they're going to
okay,
have Larry and Lizzie.
He's obsessed, like he's affectionate, like super affectionate, and he loves belly rubs. And their cat that they have now, the rescue they got from the shelter, is like super skittish still. So I feel like bringing another cat will help her get comfortable, because when Whiskey came in, Smush is like talking now and curling up on people's laps and everything. So
Yeah. Anyways,
It's
okay,
awesome.
back to this. Sorry. Cat updates. So Am and Kenz are texting, and Am is sending Kenzie videos as she's going. And yeah, so that's what them two were up to. the other day, Kenzie and Am are on the phone, and I'm like, what is going on here? They kept me in the dark until they all had it planned out, and now here we are. Okay. Back to this. Sorry. You guys know that kid she's going to find a will or a way. She was going to pay for plane tickets, whatever she had to do to get this cat rescued and find it a home. Sunflower Girl. They are from Amazon. I'll link them after this. I will make a note. I will link the eyelashes for you. They might be in my description. I'm not sure if they're in there or not. I use Flutter Habit glue, but I've been using Amazon lashes. I actually need to redo them. They're a few days old, but I wear them for like 5 to 7 days each pair, and then I replace them and I do it myself. But I will link them for you afterwards in my community post. I made a note. Okay, let me rewind. Just sorry, completely derailed. I told you it's going to be a long day. April 2024, defendants escalated their efforts by organizing followers to defame and harass individuals involved in the search. The declaration of BHB provides detailed accounts of how she and others were targeted through false accusations which severely harmed her personal and professional reputation. Personal and professional reputation. Okay. Betty's claiming that it harmed her. We're going to get into that. I know, Duchess, I need to do that. I should just do a live stream when I replace them and show you guys how I do it. Okay, May 10th, 2024. Seth Rogers retained Tony Mathis pro bono, which they've claimed, to assist in media efforts regarding the search for his son. This engagement of legal, pay attention to the wording here. This engagement of legal and media support led to increased harassment with defendants targeting both Rogers and Mathis, falsely accusing them of exploiting the case. This engagement of legal and media support. How did Tony Mathis include legal support? Media support because of his connections. Okay, I can go there because I've said that. But where would the legal support come in? Anybody? Again, this is just the request. F. August to October 2024, defendants' campaign continued using platforms such as TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter to amplify defamatory narratives, rallying their followers to participate in online harassment of plaintiffs. G, September 2024. At Night Media increased the reward for information related to Sebastian's disappearance. In retaliation, Barbecue Lady made direct threats on public forums stating, "It is my fucking mission to take Tony the fuck down." They reference video QB claim of command, chain of command, timestamp 426. Defendant Granny continued to amplify these threats, encouraging online communities to engage in harassment. This is what they're asking a judge to sign off on. Number 2, legal argument. A, summary of argument. Societies appear to be subject every now and then to periods of moral panic. The nature it is presented in its stylized and stereotypical fashion to the mass media. The moral barricades are mannered by editors, bishops, politicians, and other right-thinking people. Socially accredited experts pronounce their diagnoses and solutions, ways of coping are evolved or more often resorted to. Sometimes the panic passes over and is forgotten. At other times, it is more serious and long-lasting repercussions and might produce, such as those in legal and social policy or even in ways society conceives itself. We are witnessing one such moment of moral panic, fueled by not by traditional media whatsoever. We are witnessing one such moment of moral panic, fueled not by traditional media. What's Vinny? What would Nancy Grace be considered? what would Ashley Banfield be considered? But by the vast reach of social networks and well-coordinated attacks. I can get with this, the vast reach of social media, but media has also been involved in this too. Anyways, okay. Searches as sensitive as the one for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers demonstrates how public panic driven by coordinated misinformation can distort the very foundation of justice. I agree with this. This part I agree with. We've been saying that victims deserve justice. Families deserve all of that. And it can create, and it has. We've seen it. But it carries on. The defendants in this case, two named defendants, have unleashed a coordinated campaign of cyber harassment, false allegations, and witness intimidation in the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. All right. Witness intimidation. Anybody question that? Who would be considered a witness? And who has been intimidated? What witnesses have been intimidated by Barbecue or Granny? What began as rumors has now escalated into a full-scale conspiracy, led by 6 or more individuals who have weaponized social media to obstruct justice and silence those trying to find this missing child. I remind you that Seth Rogers filed 6 cease and desists in the beginning of this. Chris and Katie have filed 1 restraining order against Bullhorn Betty. Other than that, nobody has been silenced. According to these documents, they claim that there was other cease and desists that were served, but that was on Seth's behalf. So did Granny serve a cease and desist? Did Barbecue Lady serve a cease and desist? I don't know. I'm asking these things. How did Granny and Barbecue silence people that were trying to find this missing child? That would be my question right there. The question, the criminal justice system teeters on a dangerous precipice in such cases where fear and misinformation threaten to replace reason and fairness. This is what we fight for. This part right here, yes. How it's used, no. Again, my opinion. The criminal justice system teeters on a dangerous precipice in such cases where fear and misinformation threaten to replace reason and fairness. Defendants Barbecue and Granny have pushed the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers to that precipice. I don't agree with that part. Personal opinion. Not professional. I'm a professional asshole. That's it. Here, the defendants have conspired to spread defamatory and inflammatory falsehoods, creating a toxic environment that has delayed and obstructed the search for this child. They have organized their followers and online communities to harass witnesses, intimidate investigators, and flood tip lines with false leads. I just got a question because I have a clip of BJ in the beginning of this when some of her subs were calling the TBI tip line because they were saying that they were getting no answer. But again, these are all things that are going to have to be proven. This is what they're asking the judge to stop. They're going to have to prove that these things happened. All while spreading the false narrative that Sebastian's father and his allies, including Dog the Bounty Hunter and At Night, are involved in criminal activity. These actions not only obstruct the investigation, but have sown chaos and diverted critical resources. Diverted critical resources. Has law enforcement stopped looking? Absolutely, Elsa. But they're going to have to really dumb it down to, this is very broad. This is very, very broad. And there's going to have to be so much here and there because these are very broad. And I'll be the first one to say, you guys know, I'm all for victims and their families getting protections. I have no problem with Seth serving cease and desist. I have no problem with any of that. I do have problems with the overreach here and the misleading information and the misinformation that is placed in this. And the fact that who is plaintiffs in this have been part of the targeted attacks on Tony and Seth specifically. No. Alpha. You're responding to Alpha. Once you get to the exhibit, though, it's pretty easy. We're going to talk about that, the solid proof, Alpha. We're going to talk about the exhibits. We're going to get there. That's where I'm headed with this, and this is why I think people need to. I know that they have timestamps of live streams. I'm not arguing that. I think there's been things that have been said, again, that are way out of scope. I've always said that, I think. But to target the two of them, that they are the ones that are organizing this enterprise, I mean, I don't know what goes on behind the scenes at all. I'm just reading this. These are the questions I have. These are the things that catch me and go. Because I, for one, am not a part of any coordinated effort. Like, I review their own shit out here. Period. Point blank, end of story. Public platform. Okay. Carrying on. And they're going to have to prove that them two were putting false leads. Oh yeah, that's all it's asking for is the threats and the defamation to stop alpha male, but that's very broad at this juncture. It's very broad of what they are trying to claim here, and they're mixing in other things. Anyways, carrying on. Corrupt Organizations Act, coordinated criminal enterprise. Defendants' actions fall squarely within the scope of Corrupt Organizations Act. This Pennsylvania statute is designed to prevent and penalize organized crime and corrupt enterprises. Defendants have engaged in a pattern of racketeering-like behavior by organizing a coordinated campaign of online harassment and defamation. Their activities involve multiple individuals acting in concert to cause harm to the plaintiffs and obstruct the search for Sebastian Rogers. Defendants' repeated and organized conduct, again, saying that it's organized, targeting specific individuals for harassment, inciting followers to harass, and spreading false information, malicious information, meets the legal standard for a pattern of racketeering activity. Defendants have used social media platforms as tools for their corrupt purposes, engaging in defamation, harassment, and threats aimed at plaintiffs. I think that's a fishing expedition. Personally, I think that they're going to have to be able to gather the information to prove that there's a coordinated effort. They will have to prove that there's a coordinated effort between these people that they are accusing of this. But again, we have heard these people talk about, check your email, do things like that. And I think they're going to use that to kind of snowball as a fishing expedition, because ultimately I think that there's a lot of want for private communications between potentially these creators and Chris and Katie. That's my personal opinion again, but I think it's been kind of a fishing expedition. And if they can prove that there is a coordinated effort, which, again, we will see as it comes out. Okay, I got to get rid of this cat because she's driving me nuts. Okay. Yeah, we got a whole lot left to go. Alpha, yeah. But you're talking about proof. So let's just breach off right here right quick. So you're talking about proof in these exhibits, right? So live streams, yes, their own words. But a lot of those exhibits, if you notice, are media sources. So they're media interviews of Seth. So media sources of Seth's interviews, Seth's words, are now legal fact. I'll walk through that with the timeline. They've got it. The burden of proof is on them. They have to prove all of this. There's just a lot of, these are just my questions. Defendants repeated and organized conduct targeting specific individuals. We got through that. Defendants have used social media platforms as tools for their corrupt purposes, engaging in defamation, harassment, and threats aimed at plaintiffs. See federal cyber harassment and intimidation laws. Defendants Barbecue and Granny, along with their followers, form an enterprise. operating with clear objective to defame, discredit, and obstruct plaintiffs in their efforts to locate Sebastian Rogers. This enterprise has a structure and organized purpose as evidenced by the coordinated efforts and communication among defendants and their followers. Defamation and harassment claims under Pennsylvania laws. Defendants Barbecue and Granny, along with their followers, form an enterprise operating with a clear objective to defame, discredit, and obstruct plaintiffs in their efforts to locate Sebastian. This enterprise has a structure and organized purpose as evidenced by coordinated efforts and communication among defendants and their followers. Repeated. Standard for a preliminary injunction. At Night is seeking a preliminary injunction preventing defendants from continuing their coordinated campaign of harassment, defamation, and obstruction, and thereby stopping further irreparable harm. The elements that must be established by a party seeking a preliminary injunction are set forth in Overland Enterprise Incorporated versus Gladstone. A party seeking a preliminary injunction must show that an injunction is necessary to prevent immediate and irreparable harm that cannot be adequately compensated by damages. Second, the party must show that the greater injury would result from refusing an injunction than from granting it. And this thing, I don't want to say all these words.
Concomitantly.
Yeah, that word. That issuance of an injunction will not substantially harm other interested parties in the proceedings. Third, the party must show that a preliminary injunction will properly restore the parties to their status as it existed immediately prior to the alleged wrongful conduct. Fourth, the party seeking an injunction must show that the activity it seeks to restrain is actionable, that its right to relief is clear, and that the wrong is manifest, or in other words, must show that it is likely to prevail on the merits. Fifth, the party must show that the injunction it seeks is reasonably suited to abate the offending activity. Sixth, and finally, the party seeking an injunction must show that a preliminary injunction will not adversely affect public interest. Alpha, I think you're premature here. I'm not arguing that people haven't said anything out of sorts. I think you're getting the wrong point. I'm talking about the burden of proof legally. Like there's things, but to lump it all in this way, it's going to be interesting to see how they go about it. I am all for victims getting protection. The one good thing out of this is I hope people realize what a problem this is. And people start realizing laws need to pass to protect victims and their families. However, how this is all being done, what's being said and claimed, interesting as fuck. Okay. Then it goes on to standard for preliminary injunction. At Night is seeking a preliminary injunction preventing defendants from continuing their coordinated campaign of harassment. This is just, oh wait, no, I already read that. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. Truthfully, like some of this is what they're asking for. This is what they want a judge to sign. Accordingly, At Night must satisfy the 6-part test set forth above. There's a whole lot of documents that are quoted in there. Argument. The relief is necessary to prevent immediate and irreparable harm that cannot be compensated by damages. The record establishes that a preliminary injunction is necessary to prevent further harm to plaintiffs. Defendants have engaged in a coordinated campaign of cyber harassment, defamation, and obstruction, all of which have severely harmed the reputations, safety, and emotional well-beings of the plaintiffs. The ongoing harassment has caused immediate harm that cannot be adequately compensated by monetary damages alone. As noted in another case, an injury is a considered irreparable harm if irreparable, I'm going to get so sick of saying that, irreparable if the damages can only be estimated by conjecture and not by an accurate pecuniary standard. In this case, the emotional and reputational damage suffered by the plaintiffs due to the defendant's coordinated attacks is impossible to quantify. Moreover, defendant's campaign has directly interfered with the investigation into the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers, causing further irreparable harm by delaying justice and potentially endangering the missing child. Listen to that. No, it has to be one or more, Alpha. But to even they're coordinating these. Sorry, give me 1 second. They're gonna have to nail this down. So this is way too broad. And this is overreaching in its finest. Changes need to happen. I think you're arguing with the wrong person. I'm not disagreeing that changes need to happen and people have overstepped. This is broad. This is overreach. And the very people who have caused continual harm are listed as plaintiffs in there. It is what it is. Give me one moment. And preventing panels isn't going to happen. It's not going to. That's going to be, it's going to get ugly with the, I mean, there's 1,000,001 arguments for this stuff. 1,000,001. I got to take some Tylenol. Yeah. Laws need to change. 100%. Absolutely need to change. And nobody over here is arguing that. But you cannot want all these protections and all these freedoms and stuff. And all, these people, these very people are doing panels. They were doing panels last night. So to claim that there's, coordinated efforts on one side, meanwhile, these people have been naming themselves a team is the problem. It's going to be a problem in this. Unless these people don't get adequate support. I don't know. We'll see where this goes. But I find that especially bothersome right there. Moreover, defendant's campaign has directly interfered with the investigation into the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. I think there has been absolute interference with things that have been going on, but they're going to have to prove that it's affected law enforcement because law enforcement is the one that is doing the investigation. As much as people like to say that these people are investigating and they're going to have to prove all that. Causing further irreparable harm by delaying justice. Delaying justice? Sebastian isn't even found. Right? Unhoused. Right. How are they delaying justice? Sebastian's not even found. And potentially endangering the missing child. It's weird, GB. I can't even imagine what they're thinking. Greater injury will result from refusing an injunction. If this court denies the injunction, defendants will continue their cyber harassment and defamation campaign, resulting in the continued damage to plaintiff's reputation, personal safety, and professional standing. Professional standings, huh? The nature of the threats made by defendants, including incitement of their online followers to engage in further harassment, places plaintiffs in imminent danger. Granting the injunction will cause no legitimate harm to defendants as they would only be restrained from engaging in unlawful behavior. Now, again, I said this in the beginning, I think this is a fancy cease and desist. It's an injunction. It's not a federal injunction like people are projecting. It's not all these things that people are projecting. Stop defamation. If you stick to their words, don't add anything to it. Stick to their words. Go back to that. And if you're making threats, which they have cited some in this from Barbecue Lady, and I think Granny too, but Granny is a back and forth with Brittany, which has nothing to do with Sebastian's case. This is where it gets muddy, and this is why I won't support it. Alpha, thank you. I've read this back and forth, and I have a whole, like, we're doing this. Thank you for coming in here, though. I know you're not arguing, but you're not understanding where I'm going with this. Like, I'm not defending that there hasn't been shit that's been overstepped here. I've been the one screaming that. I've been the one screaming that misinformation is fucking harmful. That's what my channel focuses on every day. I was the one to call out Barbecue Lady for her tip line that she blatantly lied to everybody about. I've seen the harm. I'm not against this. In this situation, I am against what is being said here because there is problems with the overreach and the lumping in together and the people that are listed as plaintiffs. That is my opinion. Okay. Plaintiffs seek to restore the status quo by preventing defendants from continuing their malicious online campaign. The injunction would prohibit further defamation, threats, and harassment, and restoring the plaintiff's ability to conduct their professional and personal lives without the looming threats and reputational harm caused by defendants. This would return the parties to their status before the wrongful conduct began in early 2024. So that throws BJ right out because her and Granny's Watching have been going back and forth way before 2024. That's where I'd hit right there. Her status quo, you can find clips and videos of her before 2024 complaining about the harm that was being done to her because of XYZ people. Plaintiffs have established, and this is where mixing her into anything with Sebastian's case just infuriates me. Plaintiffs have established a clear right to relief. Defendants' actions constitute defamation, cyber harassment, and a violation of Pennsylvania's Corrupt Organizations Act, as well as federal laws such as stalking. The declarations and video evidence submitted by the plaintiffs provide undeniable proof of the defendant's coordinated and harmful behavior. Given this clear record of wrongdoing, plaintiffs are likely to prevail on the merits of their claims. The injunction is reasonably suited to abate the defendant's activity. The requested injunction is narrowly tailored to prevent further harm. Plaintiffs seek to enjoin defendants from engaging in any further defamatory statements, online harassment, or incitement of their followers to threaten or harm plaintiffs. The injunction is designed to prevent further violations of law, protect plaintiffs from ongoing harassment, without placing undue restrictions on defendants' ability to engage in lawful conduct. The public interest will be served by granting an injunction. A public interest strongly favors granting the injunction. Defendants' cyber harassment and defamation campaign have undermined the integrity of the search for a missing child, endangered the well-being of those involved, and set a dangerous precedent for online behavior. Meanwhile, one of the plaintiffs has 4 restraining orders against her from the family of a missing child. Okay. Stopping this coordinated criminal enterprise is not only in the interest of plaintiffs, but also in the interest of protecting the public from further harm caused by unchecked cyber harassment and defamation. The balance of harm overwhelmingly favors the plaintiffs. The continued defamation and harassment have caused and will continue to cause irreparable damage to plaintiffs' reputation, safety, and personal well-being. Defendants, on the other hand, will suffer no legitimate harm if the injunction is granted. They will merely be prohibited from engaging in illegal behavior. Then it goes on to the order that they want. And now this day, blank 2024, this is the order that they want the judge to sign. It's just a copy of that, but that's all what they put in there. And then it goes through and details, the specific outlines, what they want the judge to say. It's 1 through, okay, we can read this. And now this day blank, it's all blank because it has to be signed by a judge. The judge has to approve all this. And it's what it is. Okay. Alpha, you've made that very clear. I totally understand that that is your opinion. I stick to the parents' own words, and I don't have to like these people. I can also have empathy for these people and still think that their own problems and their own behaviors are questionable at best, but it doesn't mean that they're involved in the disappearance of their child. We've had this argument many times, and I don't know. Like, I don't need to say that any further with you. You know where I stand. And if you question that, then I don't know where you've been listening. So anyways, carry on. Number one, it's saying it's wanting defendants Barbecue and Granny are hereby restrained from further engaging in any defamation, harassment, or dissemination of false information about the plaintiffs, including but not limited to defamatory statements, online harassment, and any communications or publication designed to harm plaintiffs' reputations or incite violence or harassment against them. Defendants and any persons, the reason I snickered there is because plaintiffs includes Brittany J. Defendants and any persons or entities acting by, for, or through them, including but not limited to online creators, social media influencers, followers, and associates are prohibited from making or inciting further defamatory statements concerning plaintiffs' professional and personal lives as detailed in the declarations. So anybody that exists on YouTube could be considered under this broad scope an associate, a creator, a social media influencer. This is unfreaking real. Followers. This is why it's too broad. Defendants shall remove any and all defamatory statements, videos, live streams, and posts about the plaintiffs from any public or private social media platforms, websites, or other forms of media, including but not limited to YouTube, Twitter, Meta, TikTok, X. Defendants shall provide written certification to the court within 10 days that such material has been removed. Defendants shall not utilize any crowdsourcing or fundraising platforms, including but not limited to GoFundMe, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and YouTube Super Chats to solicit or collect funds under false pretenses related to defense in this matter. As the allegations involve organized crime and conspiracy, and any effort to raise funds for defense must be transparent and truthful, and no misleading statements regarding the nature of the defense or litigation shall be made. I mean, that's pretty clear. Again, none of this is in effect. This is just a request for an injunction that they want the judge to sign. It's been filed in state court. It's not a federal action, not a federal filing, state filing. This is what they want the judge to say. Defendants are hereby ordered to, and it's not saying that they can't use those things, that they just have to be transparent and no misleading statements either, if this was to be signed. Defendants are hereby ordered to immediately inform their audiences, including but not limited to followers, supporters, subscribers, and any associates, to stand down, cease and desist from any and all defamatory, harassing, and threatening behavior. Defendants must explicitly instruct their audience to cease any continued or future threats, both online or in person, against the plaintiffs, their families, business associates, or affiliates. Defendants shall provide proof to the court within 7 days that such statements have been made in good faith. Defendants shall refrain from making any further contact with plaintiffs, their families, their business associates, or their employers, either directly or indirectly, through any medium, including but not limited to social media, email, or in person, except through legal counsel as required by law. PD, I need my helmet for this. Defendants shall reimburse plaintiffs for costs incurred as a result of defendants' defamatory actions, harassment, and interference with their businesses, including attorney's fees and other litigation costs, pending further code or further order of this court. Such other and further preliminary relief as this honorable court might deem appropriate. The above ordered preliminary injunction shall remain in full force and effect pending the final disposition of this matter by the court. And just to show you guys, it's not signed. It's a request to the court. It's not signed. Because it hasn't even gone to court. They haven't even been served. The defendants have to be served. They have 20 days to respond. Then a court hearing will be set. And then they will go through and figure out what they have. I might need a drink today. This is fucking insane. Cease and desist. That's all it's basically asking for, but it's so broad and it's so overreaching. Here, again, like I am all for the parents and the victims having protections 100%. I think that the only positive out of this that I can see is that it will bring attention to the fact that this does happen. However, to me, it is laughable. And I'm going to say that again. It is fucking laughable. Some of the plaintiffs that are included in this that have incited some of the most egregious campaigns and incited things against the parents of a missing child, such as Betty. I mean, she has 4 court-ordered orders of protection against her by the court of law. And they are trying to point fingers that she has had reputational harm done to her by other people. That's where it gets muddy for me. If it was just protecting Seth, I would have no problem. None whatsoever. If it was protecting Seth, Sebastian's dignity, I mean, but then that comes into play the things that he also said about his child. And then it also opens up a broader spectrum. So these two that they are, in my opinion, targeting Granny and Barbecue. You guys know I don't get down with anything Barbecue ever says. So I don't watch over there. But it's solely because they are in Pennsylvania, and that is where a lot of these people are. So that is my opinion. But yeah, and she's got 6 violations. Okay, we need a smoke break. We're going to listen to Betty for a minute while I smoke. And then we're going to go back into the orders because we got 83 pages left to go. And I've got all the clips pulled up for us to go there. Because as they list the timeline, they give exhibits to prove what they're saying. Majority of the exhibits that they use are interviews with media sources. It could, Joanne, if it gets to that level, it could open them up to that. Yeah, you're right on that. Again, I encourage you guys to look into the anti-slap laws of Pennsylvania. That's also interesting. What's covered, Arizona has them too. We have anti-slap laws. I would be looking, if this was me, the things that I would be really interested in learning about is principal and personal jurisdiction, especially when it comes to Brittany J. Especially when we get to the claims that she's made, I would have a field day picking those pieces apart and can clip so much shit that would probably have a major impact. And I would also be looking at, the back, like it's really, to me, disheartening that she even would sign up that I'm missing. Like, if she was all about Seth, right? If these things were being done to Seth and they were so concerned about Sebastian and Seth, right? If they were so concerned about the harm being done to Seth and Sebastian, you would not make yourself even a part of this, in my opinion. You would not want to take attention off of the harm that's been done to the father and the missing child, correct? Anybody else feel that way? I mean, in my opinion, this is just to fuel her hate campaign against Granny. And they've had a personal back and forth. Like, this just didn't start in February 2024, like is alleging in that request to the court. That didn't, in the request for the injunction, they're saying that it started in February 2024. Well, there's history here. There is so much history between the two of them. Yeah, really. It's really sad. It's really freaking sad. Once again, Sebastian is being used in a way that I hate it. I hate it. You know, if it was, I'll say this before I start playing her as I smoke the cigarette, and then we're going to read the full order. If it was to protect Chris, Katie, and Seth and Sebastian, I'd be all for it. Absolutely all for it. Yeah, it goes way before, Kenna, way before. And so that's why, like, it's so broad and reaching. But again, they used her to bolster this targeted campaign that Granny is doing. It's basically, in my opinion, kind of like a character assassination. I've had this experience with her, and she's done all this to me to bolster the claims of other people. And to allude to their whole enterprise thing of coordinated efforts and stuff. Now, if these people are shit, we might all learn stuff too. I do not think, I would hope not, that these people have not been planning anything in the background, or there's any, I have no proof of that existing whatsoever. I'm not involved in any of that. Could it be factual for some people? Maybe. But do I think it's to the extent that they're alluding to? No. No. Okay, let's listen to Betty for a few more minutes while I smoke this cigarette. Thank you for letting me have a break, and then we're going to go read these orders. I know this is a lot to get through. I'm sorry this is going to be a long one, and it's going to be even longer because y'all know me and I love to pull clips. So that's what we're going to do. Okay.
Gabby Petito, but I really wasn't on social media during Gabby Petito. I didn't really get on social media until the Summer Wells case. And when I got on the Summer Wells case,
Ooh, good question right there. Sorry. Roxy, fishing expedition. A fishing expedition. Because they want her information, and they have done PD. I mean, yeah, anybody can have her veiled threat to me. BHBs, that's what you're talking about. They can have it if they want. I mean, I don't think it'll do anything. She's destroyed her own reputation out here. Roxy, I think the reason why Burnt Toast is listed in this is because they are going to try and connect her. If they get to the fact of discovery, they want to try to connect her to people such as Queen Bee, because Betty wants to, again, this is my opinion on all of this. This is a stall tactic and an effort to try and bolster stuff with her lawsuit against Queen Bee and say that there's a coordinated campaign of hate. She's going to try to muddy the water and put it into all of these things. This is my opinion solely. But just based on the things that she has said and alluded to. And she has been on a fishing expedition to try and find Burnt Toast's information for so long. So any way that she can include her in anything, she will try to do that so they can potentially fish further. Does that make sense? That's my opinion. Megan, I know. They're going to have a hard time proving any of that. I think there's also a desire to have, you're going to hear in that, if you haven't read this already, there's a lot of mention of Chris and Katie and communications, stuff like that. So I think you guys will see kind of, I'm interested to see your opinions on it too. I don't think this is a joke. Gabby Petito. Thank you, Conjuring. Yeah, Hartley, I haven't either. But under those definitions, Pennsylvania has it's a weird state. Scott, I think that's her at, though. I think burnt now is what it is her proper at. I think that is proper. Yeah, their own reputations and professional stuff. If you guys have not read this yet, when we read this, you guys are going to freaking laugh over some of these things that they claim, especially Betty and Brittany. And Hong makes a claim of him not being able to search, basically, which is really confusing because the only time I really saw Hong was walking with Nick in a cemetery with Nick having taped mouth. Okay, let's continue to go.
It was like vultures attacking. And I remember so many times just, crying and being upset about everything. And it was just one of those, after so long, you just had to get to a point where it's either, you do what you're passionate about and fight back, or there for 2 years we didn't do anything. We just kept moving forward. We didn't argue with anybody. We didn't address any of the hate. I told people not to send it to me.
Beaver, because I love when you're in these moods and you're just full of shit, and freaking they're gonna learn that she's AI generated. And she was a level 5 on the toaster, so she just got a little burnt on the edges.
And we just kind of did our own thing in our own little box and just tried our best as much as we could to ignore the hate. And when that didn't work, they started coming over to the channel and disrupting the channel and striking the channel and doing everything they could to manipulate the algorithms and try to
manipulate the algorithms. They tried to do everything they could to manipulate the algorithms. Did you just hear that? Striking the channel. She's going to have to prove that, these are allegations that she's making that can be used against her. So my first thing would be where's the proof that they've been striking the channels? Where's the proof that they can manipulate the algorithm? How the fuck do we manipulate an algorithm? This is over my head. I'm not smart enough for that shit. That's genius level shit of manipulating algorithms. You mean hashtagging parents' names and stuff after you got protection orders on you? Shit like that?
Apply as much pressure as possible to my family as well as to me online and offline. And until that wasn't working, they were trying to force me off the platform. That wasn't working.
Hartley, this is embarrassing to admit, but I got my highlighter out on my little notes app, downloaded it, and I sat there and started highlighting and making notes on the side. And then I went and started pulling everything that they said for exhibits that I could publicly find. I went and pulled all of them. So I have them all listed that we're going to go through. I'm a nerd when it comes to shit like this because I was like, oh, I want to see what this says. Oh, I want to see what this says. Man, I laid there in bed. I was up way past my bedtime because Kyle's had me freaking out. But I was like, yeah, I'm a nerd. I didn't have a headache. I was like raring to go this morning.
Again, this is only one of many stories because there are multiple people that have similar stories like me from these same outfits. It was just a lot. And the more we ignored, the more disruptive they.
Mimi, I got you. I'm going to show this so everybody can see it. You guys know that this has been something that I think doing this has helped a lot of people too, though. Being able to show this is from today. This is from 3 hours ago. Might be more than that now, but Rico action discussion, Media, Pennsylvania. This is today's live stream that she did. She even, okay. And for those of you paying attention to Betty too, she put up this exclusive interview about Leilani Simon. In my opinion, I think most of us knew it was going to be the real Me Too because she had been bragging about the real Me Too and her going to be in this court hearing or whatever. I think that was to garner attention on her channel so she could talk about this and get attention to the other channels that were going to be reviewing this. Again, they all claim that they're team members. They all, talk about them being a team. We've heard Tony list off the team members who are privy to information directly from them or have direct access to Seth and himself. I think that's all it was because let me tell you, the real Me Too being an exclusive bombshell, hail to the no.
They became. And it was causing some issues, my team had to endure. I mean, Sonia and the real Me Too have been attacked behind the scenes as well as all of their personal information docs. Sonia, people were attacking her business. They were trying to shut her business down that her husband helped her build because he wasn't doing well. And he wanted to make sure that she could survive, it doesn't matter. But the bottom line is this is a very emotional business for her because it's her attachment to her husband. And these people were trying to destroy it. And it's just like that is their motivation. If they don't like you, they seek and destroy. And if they can't seek and destroy you, they seek and destroy the people around you.
Kind of like the parents of a missing child that you've been keeping under surveillance, that you're restrained from stalking and harassing. Huh.
That has just now snowballed into this huge organization
Oh,
that sets their eyes on a target and attacks
it's huge. It's a big bitch.
anybody and everybody that associates with it. And I think that the pattern is really what they're not the pattern that was established in this filing is going to be hard to overcome, in my opinion. This is not a laughing matter. This is not
the pattern that was established in this filing. She's telling you exactly why they used the people that they did with the history that they did. They needed people that were personally connected or had problematic pasts with certain people to bolster their claims against. Yeah.
A joke. And I am absolutely confident that all the pieces of the puzzle are put together before this filing ever made its way to that court. And I can guarantee that is the evidence that they were able to collect without discovery.
Evidence. This is evidence. Okay. Exhibits are now evidence. It took 75 people to gather these exhibits and evidence, and all the pieces of the puzzle are put together. It mentions that people are delaying justice for Sebastian while Sebastian is still missing. Yep. This is all making perfect sense, right? Everybody on track? Okay.
And it's terabytes and terabytes of information that had to be cataloged. One of the downloads was 9 terabytes of information. That was just one download from the information that was collected. Hey, big boy, I haven't seen you in a while. Big hug and kiss to you. I hope you're doing well. So go back and see what she says about Julio Random. I don't know who you're talking about. I guess I walked into a conversation. Sorry about that.
Roxy, that was all our imagination. Meanwhile, it happened on June. Sorry. Her exclusive interview with you with Seth Rogers was May 30th. That happened when she was in Sumner County, when she drove from Florida to Sumner County to further her investigation, aka, in my opinion, stalking and harassing the Proudfoot and the Bower Sox family. And then, proudly peacocking online about driving by their homes and going there under darkness and, jumped out of traffic to approach Terry Bower Sox, claimed that he was threatening her, mentioned a GoFundMe for a pew pew, stated that the officer told her that she could have her pew pew But that never got brought in as body cam footage that they would have had access to. If the officer would have told her that, you would have think that that would have been like used to say, well, this whole thing about the pew pew was actually mentioned by one of your officers, and she was just continuing that conversation. But that never happened either. She also claimed that she was tracked on Google Maps, all of her whereabouts the entire time. And I got you guys. It's got me everywhere I was. Yeah. Must have been a figment of our imagination. We must have had bad dreams.
Hey, Ellen. Haven't seen Ellen in a while.
Oh, she changed her name back.
I know, so I can figure it out.
The only street credit they get is for being trash, ignorant as hell, to say the least. Yeah, but these things that they're trash, but they really cause disruption. I mean, people reach out to my family. People mail stuff to my family. Recently, have called my sister's job.
Once again, muddy in the water, and people have done this. Let's be specific. Who has done this? Do you have proof of this being done? Do you know exactly who it was? I mean, you called me sitting next to Molly Golightly January 31st, 2023, and gave me a veiled threat and attempted to leverage my mom's address from like 15 years ago over my head. But that was you. You proudly left me a voicemail. So I can prove that. But do you know who it was that reached out to all these people? And can you prove it? You talk a lot, but there's never any proof behind anything you say.
Recently have drove by my house for some.
And again, what does this have to do with this non-federal filing of Rico? I mean, this was supposed to be a Rico action discussion, Media Pennsylvania. What? That doesn't. That's no. Sorry.
Somebody else. These are real life things that we do not do. We cover public interest cases. We don't cover content creators. We don't go to their house. We don't disrupt their lives. We don't try to.
We don't cover content creators. Anybody remember when she was talking about Jay for Justice and a wide open cooter? Anybody remember when she was talking about JLR, who is considered a content creator, and how bitter she was about that situation? Anybody remember her talking about Queen Bee? Anybody remember her talking about burnt toast?
Oh.
No.
Try to take their channels down. We don't reach out to their family. We don't intimidate people. We cover
Chapped.
a story every.
Thank you, Chapped. Thank you. Don't bang your head against the shelf.
Do it against the wall. It's more secure. Sorry, just contractor's point of view.
Kyle says, from a contractor's point of view, do it against a wall instead. Thank you, Chapped. Thank you for the support. Thank you all for being here. Sorry, this is painstaking. I know it is. It's another one of those nonsensical fucking bullshit lives.
Occasionally, we've had 3 protests that we've done in our life, but everybody acts like because we've done those 3 protests, we do protests. We've covered over 40 cases, and only 3 cases have risen to the level of a protest. And those protests.
She's covered over 40 cases, and only 3 of them. Betty, was it because those were high-profile cases that had media attention? Betty, in the words of Jennifer Coffendoffer, were those famous missing children that you inserted yourself in the cases of?
Were nonviolent, and they were all above board. So they're trying to use that as a catalyst for causing all of this destruction, and it's wrong. You can't use that, at least for me. Again, there are more stories than just mine, as you can see. There's Seth's story, there's Tony's story, there's Brittany J's story, there's Chase and Crime stories, there's Nick the Hat stories, there's Ham's stories, and there's Dog the Bounty Hunter stories that all resemble the same pattern of behavior. And that pattern.
She sounds like Oprah. You got a story. You got a story. You got a story. You got a star.
Behavior.
A gold star, that is. You're all a part of something, according to these documents.
I think is going to is their downfall, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. I don't, I haven't talked to the attorneys too much about their opinions. They just collect the information and they do their attorney work. I can tell you, I think the downfall of this enterprise was going after Nick the Hat and trying to take his freedom away.
Oh. Read the fucking room, Betty. I thought the downfall of this was interfering with the investigation into a missing child, protecting victims and their families and their rights. But you're claiming that the downfall was Nick the Hat. Nick the Hat. Okay.
Mr. Petito was threatened too. Yes, lady for justice. And he came out. Everybody called us a liar. Have you noticed the theme here? That every time we tell the truth, they scream louder and louder and put together.
Actually, that's bullshit. They, again, lumping everybody in together. I played Joe Petito's words and I said, look here. But guess who it was that said that was a lie? JLR? Guess who hasn't continued to cover this since Nick came in? JLR? Guess who has associations together? JLR, Nick?
This huge wave of people to discredit the true information. And then after they do that, like, because Mr. Petito didn't come right out and say he was threatened. I think it was me that broke that information because I was really upset about that.
Yeah, that was you. That was you that said that. And then JLR went on the offense. You guys play offense to each other, offense, defense, back and forth. I get whiplash listening to the two of you. I know one time you guys were behind Chili's together. Anyways, Joe Petito spoke about this on Justin for TikTok if you want that stream.
He wouldn't come on because he had been threatened. And I'm just thinking all the work he's done with his organization, and we were going to be Seth was going to be promoting his organization.
Kenna, he actually did. He did. He mentioned it briefly on the anniversary of Gabby's tragedy on Justin on TikToks. It was just a brief little thing. He didn't go into it. He just mentioned in passing that he'd received threats.
And they destroyed that. They destroyed Gabby's name as well as Sebastian Rogers' name in that attack. And, Mr. Petito didn't come directly out right then and there on that day and say that he was threatened. So they ended up, dogging everybody that said it and trying to trash their names. And then lo and behold, I think it was like a month, maybe a month and a half after the event happened. And he did tell his story about how he got threatened himself. And that's when you realize they once again lied and they tried to discredit people.
And she's making it something it wasn't. He mentioned it very briefly in passing. You can check that live stream. I actually highlighted that live stream. It's on my page between Justin and the conversation between Justin and Joe Petito. It was a very, very genuine conversation, bringing awareness to Gabby. And also this got mentioned.
People that were telling the truth. And that seems to be a common theme with them. The people that are trying to seek the truth and tell the truth are the ones that are most attacked on this platform. Sonia and the Real Me Too have worked tirelessly along with every other mod. The reason why I bring them up is because all my mods have been viciously attacked, viciously. And all of my mods have been doxxed in one way or another, and it wasn't right.
Wait a second. Is ICU still one of your mods? Are you defending Sonia? The one that went into a public school and recorded in a public school, Sebastian school to be exact, who has a public business and is all over with her full name on Facebook? Oh, I forgot.
A lot of my mods for a while wanted me to say something about it, but at that time, if you did, more would come. And so we had to weigh whether shining a spotlight on it would cause, an opposite reaction to what we intended. So we opted to keep our mouths shut about that. And again, this is all leading up to the Sebastian Rogers case. But we saw exactly what happened when this case started breaking. Is Tony in the chat? Good morning, Mr. Mathis. I hope you're doing
okay. Pay attention to that statement right there. That all was leading up to the Sebastian Rogers case. So in the filings that she's supposed to be talking about, they're supposed to be talking about events that happened from February 2024 on, right? Because that's what the filing includes, right? But she's alleging that this happened previous to that. Oh, you guys, why you do this to me?
doing well. I know I slept better last night. I'm not sure about you. Everyone that has been willing to help me concerning Sebastian became a target. Exactly, Seth.
Did you all sleep well last night? Did you all sleep well? Everybody get a good night, rest, sleep?
And so I just really think that the people that are listed in this should take it seriously and not dismiss it, because I can tell you this was a huge undertaking, and I'm confident that it is saturated in proper case law and proper statute. And if you read that and you know that what you read is the truth and not me.
Oh, hell. Betty with her legal beagle services for 99 cents. You too can be represented by the bullhorn. for the low cost of selling your soul and 99 cents. $1 a day will do.
Made up, which I can guarantee every bit of that is the truth, then they have a problem because nothing in that complaint was a lie, right? When we saw the affidavits for these bogus protective orders, we knew immediately they were lies. If you read that complaint and nothing is a lie, and you witnessed those actions being taken and those things being true, then I would say that there's a big problem, because clearly we had no problem telling the truth in the complaint. And if that's the truth and you've witnessed it, then I'd have to say that the statutes that accompany those statements are probably accurate and should be taken seriously. Just my opinion, but I'm not legal counsel, and each of those 52 defendants probably ought to seek legal counsel before they get themselves in any more trouble. And that's just my opinion. You guys have watched them do what they've done to me. You've watched what they've done to Seth and Tony. You watched what they did to Nick the Hat. I know that what happened to Hong was kept from the public. I think that was smart. But yes, there was somebody at his home.
Pause. 52 defendants. Are we on an acid trip again? Where's the 52 defendants? I see 2. Where's the other 50? Where's the other 50, Betty? There's 2 defendants. There's not 52. There's not 52. Are you coming in or out? Okay, you better sit in here and behave yourself in the clips. There's not 52 defendants, period, point blank, end of story. Yeah, I know. There's also everybody's running around saying that there's 800 pages and stuff. If we're going on factual statements, this is what's been filed in the complaint in court, state court, not federal court. She's claiming that there's 52. There's 2. There's 2 right now. Okay, let's listen to a few more and then we're going to go further.
Home peeking through his windows, and I had an opportunity to preview that video because I wanted to see if I knew the person there, which I did not. So that is very concerning, and I wonder how many times that's happened here. You know, at my home, we definitely know people have driven by. People have recorded themselves driving by. For what purpose? You know, even
because you have been fighting with her for years and spoke about that and doxed her in a live stream of December of 2023. I also reviewed that because you've had personal issues with this person.
doing a lawful thing for an illegal purpose is still
She's talking about Beer Can Island.
a problem. Doing an illegal thing for a good purpose is still a problem, right? So I think the people that are involved in this case just need to chill out and quit going real life and quit trying to destroy people and ruin their lives and cause financial and reputational harm, because that's what they're doing. That is their MO. That is their playbook. And people have witnessed it. And to sit here and say, oh, this is nothing to worry about, this is poorly written, I would caution people, because it is my understanding last night there was a live stream going on talking about this, and everybody was laughing and joking at the beginning of this 2-hour live stream. But by the end of the live stream, there was a lot of dead air between people's very careful commentary. So if people are thinking that this is a joke, I would probably caution.
Nobody thinks it's a joke. Nobody thinks it's a joke. The motivations, the intent, what can be proven in a court of law, what's actually claimed in this, how things are being mixed into under somehow it's affecting the guise of, you know, the search for Sebastian. Meanwhile, Brittany and Granny have had past history for quite some time. That on itself isn't involving, you're not involved in the search for Sebastian. Like, that's why this is all muddy. But again, the court will decide. They have to be served. They have 20 days to answer. A court date will be set. If they have representation, their attorneys are going to have a field day. Is there jurisdiction over some of these? We'll see. I'm just here to watch all of it. Every bit of it.
Caution them. It sounds like at least one of the 50 does is realizing this is not good. I wonder how many others will follow suit. But I could.
One of the 50 does. Doe, a deer, a female deer, Ray. Oh my God.
I tell you, this is not a tactic or whatever is being alleged. This is definitely something that we are all willing to do. We are all willing to testify under oath about it. I've already done an affidavit in support of this filing. But what has been done to the people, the plaintiffs in this case, should
She can't even make eye contact with the camera this morning.
never, ever happen to anybody else again. And I do pray that this stops it moving forward, where the true crime and
What happened to Sumner County being corrupt and taking your freedoms and your rights away? We got to quit switching narratives here. It's really starting to give me a headache.
the drama community are fully and utterly divorced. We have a right to discuss these cases. And
Hey, everybody.
public interest case. Our Constitution allows for it. We have a right to be there, boots on the ground. All that public property is all of ours, not just some of ours.
This bitch gives me a headache.
And you are allowed to utilize it as defined in our Constitution, called public property. And on that public property, you have the right to peacefully assemble. It doesn't say you are required to peacefully assemble at a police department or a courthouse. You have a right to peacefully assemble on any piece of public property in this country.
What are you even fucking talking about? What are you even fucking talking? What are you on? This was supposed to be about Rico action. Now you're talking about peaceful protesting. Last week we were talking about Sumner County being corrupt. Can we pick a fucking lane, Betty? This off-roading shit's, but I like to go mudding. Not with you. Definitely not with you in the driver's seat. I feel like a crash test dummy trying to ride alongside of you and make sense out of the shit you're saying. It don't add, Betty.
Hindering the First Amendment and then trying to stand behind it is appalling, because I was arrested for my commentary. I wasn't arrested for threatening people.
And the irony of this all. We're back to the First Amendment. But she signed an affidavit because people are giving commentary. Granted, some of it, you can have your own personal opinions. I'm not here to tell you how to feel about it. I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'm telling you what I think with my unprofessional, asshole-ish self. That's it.
Because I've never threatened anybody. I wasn't arrested because I was going to harm somebody, or somebody was in fear of me harming them with physical harm.
First, you claimed you were arrested because you threatened to sue somebody. Second, you claimed you were threatened for hashtags. And the reality is it was a violation of a protection order. Carry on.
To death. We know that because you guys watch me on a daily basis. But yet I was thrown in jail because of my commentary, because I was in a community for 3 days videotaping and posting flyers. That was some type of such a criminal act where I didn't even exit my car but to post flyers.
This is the moment when the LSD flashbacks start kicking, because she didn't exit her car except to hang flyers.
And somehow me not talking to anybody constituted stalking. We know
She didn't talk to a single soul. Not one single person. Meanwhile, she had lunch with Seth and she acknowledged that on camera. But she didn't talk to anybody. They sat there quietly, just staring into each other's eyes during their lunch meeting, I guess. She didn't talk to a single soul while she was there.
that those were lies, and I was arrested for that. That's damage you cannot undo. And that was all part of this overt criminal enterprise's work. So you guys have witnessed it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts that it happened. It did happen. These things did happen. Those statements from all of the
Those things absolutely did happen. Her jumping out of a car, approaching Terry Bowersox, her admitting to driving by the Bowersox home, her admitting to walking on their property to hang a flyer. She streamed all of that. She was also, according to Spanky, the neighbors, because she was walking across their lawns, even though she, was only hanging flyers, called the cops on her and reported her too. Things of that nature. But she didn't talk to anybody. She didn't do anything besides hang flyers. We all imagine this.
The plaintiffs are true and can be fact checked. This is a serious.
Right there. I'm going to rewind that because we're going to segue right quick. Get your helmets and your fucking waders laced up because we're going to 83 pages.
It did happen. These things did happen. Those statements from all of the plaintiffs are true and can be.
The statements from plaintiffs are true and all can be fact checked.
Fact checked. This is
okay. Let's speak about fact checking for a moment. Let's do it. Ready, aim, fire. Okay, so now we are going to go to the actual claims. The 83 pages that were filed. Again, if you want to follow along, these are public documents. You can follow along. I'm not putting it on the screen for everybody's privacy. I will be referring to the defendants as their YouTube handles and TikTok handles. I will be referring to the others, probably whatever name I pull out of my ass at the time, okay? This is all my opinion. I am not a legal expert. This is my opinion based on the stuff that's put in here and what you are about to see as listed as in their exhibits. We're going to walk through the timeline that they reach out with the exhibits that they list. There's a few that we're not going to, but we're going to kind of just go through it. Okay. Ready? Aim. I'm dreading this, but okay. So this is the cover sheet. Again, if you want the case number, it's CV-24-009083. This is against Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching as the defendants. The plaintiffs listed are At Night Media, Dog, Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, BHB, BJ, Chasing Crime, the Julia Valenti, the dog handler, Hong, Nick the Hat. Okay. You have been sued in court. If you wish to defend against the claims set forth in the following pages, you must take action within 20 days after this complaint and notice are served by entering a written appearance personally or by attorney and filing in writing with the court your defenses or objections to the claims set forth against you. You are warned that if you fail to do so, the case may proceed without you and a judgment may be entered against you by the court without further notice for any money claimed in a complaint or any other claim of relief requested by the plaintiff. You may lose money or property or other rights important to you. You should take this paper to your lawyer at once. If you do not have a lawyer, go straight to jail. Go to the telephone. This is going to be a parody too. I am going to talk all the shit. I'm going to be my typical self. I am not a lawyer. I'm an asshole with a lot of opinions, interpreting legal documents that don't land. They never will land for me. I don't even know what the hell I'm reading. We're doing it, okay? We're just your typical asshole commentary channel, okay? Let's set that straight because next thing you know, it'll say nonsense. Are they going to refer to me as nonsense, Contessa, or Becky? Which one? I wonder. Nonsense. If you do not have a lawyer, go to or telephone the office set forth below. This office can provide you with information about hiring a lawyer. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, this office may be able to provide you with information about agencies that may offer legal services to eligible persons at a reduced fee or no fee. Same thing is in Spanish. And no, I do not know what the fuck any of it says. Yeah, the other one's Chasing Crime. I had to actually ask because I didn't know who the name was on there. All right. Complaint for injunctive and other equitable relief. And I can't pronounce these words, so bear with me. Plaintiff At Night Media, LLC is a Pennsylvania limited liability company with its principal place of business at One World Trade Center. We already know that they're relocating to Pennsylvania. Plaintiff Dog Chapman is an individual in his professional capacity as a bounty hunter and a public figure. Plaintiff Seth Rogers is an individual residing at, a lot of this is redundancy, but I'm reading it as it is, without their personal information. Plaintiff Tony L. Chasing Crime is from TikTok. It's Chase N Crime. She's a TikToker. She was there at the last vigil. Plaintiff Tony L. Mathis is an individual in his official capacity as national spokesperson for Mr. Rogers. Oh, did I skip Mr. Rogers? Plaintiff Rogers is an individual residing in Tennessee. Mr. Rogers is the father of Sebastian Rogers. Plaintiff Hung is an individual in his official capacity as an officer of At Night Media. Plaintiff BHB is an individual residing in Florida. BJ is an individual residing in North Carolina. Plaintiff Chasing Crime is an individual residing in Pennsylvania. Plaintiff Valenti, Julia, is an individual residing in Pennsylvania. Plaintiff Nick the Hat is an individual in his official capacity as an employee or agent of At Night LLC. Defendant Barbecue Lady resides in Pennsylvania. Defendant Granny's Watching resides in Pennsylvania. All right. Number 2, we are on page 3 of the 83 pages. Facts. A, background. Plaintiffs are engaged in an urgent and sensitive task of locating Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Plaintiffs are engaged in the urgent and sensitive task of locating Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, a 15-year-old missing child last seen on February 25th, 2024 in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Despite extensive efforts, Sebastian's remains missing, necessitating a coordinated and uninterrupted search. The search for Sebastian Rogers has proven far more difficult than a typical missing teenager investigation, as few ill-intentioned individuals have sought to cast Mr. Rogers as a villain. Meanwhile, others have conducted Salem witch trial-like panels aimed at intimidating potential witnesses or discouraging those who may have useful information from coming forward. Witness intimidation? Again, I go back to who's a witness that they've intimidated? That I'm confused by that. I'm not sure who. I don't know. Some of these individuals uncomfortably close to Mr. Rogers include his ex-wife, Katie Proudfoot, and her husband, Christopher Proudfoot. Others are so-called content creators whose sole aim seems to be inviting, inciting, instructing, and destroying the lives of anyone who dares to search for answers or help locate the missing teenager. Yeah, that's a good question, Megan. I'm really confused by that. Witness tampering. Who's a witness? I don't know. As set forth below, defendants have engaged in reckless and unlawful actions, including the, here we go again, dissemination of false information, harassment, threats, and interference, which have severely disrupted the search operations. Defendants' actions have caused significant harm, diverted critical resources, and impeded plaintiffs' lawful efforts to locate Sebastian. Yeah, Mimi, okay. Let me sit up for this. So this is what we are going to do. We are on the timeline. As you can see, me and my highlighters went to work. The timeline, if you're following along, we are on page 4. At the top, it says B timeline. Number 18, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, 15, was last seen with his biologic mother, Katie Proudfoot, at Texas Roadhouse in Hendersonville, Tennessee on February 25th, 2024. What about him taking out the trash? I'm going to be adding things and questioning things in here as we go. This is not in the document. If you question what is actually factual in the document, please read along with us. Some of this will be not listed in here, but questions that I'm going to push back on or ask. Because according to law enforcement, he was last seen February 26th. I mean, he went missing between midnight and 6 a.m., somewhere in there. But there was a whole discussion about him taking out the trash. So I'm not really sure how we're jumping there, but okay. A true and correct copy of the TBI official updates page is attached here too as Exhibit 1, which outlines the latest information about this case to date. It is incorporated by reference herein. After leaving the restaurant, Sebastian disappeared, effectively vanishing without a trace. He was reported missing the next morning, prompting a multi-state search involving local, state, and federal law enforcement. I know you guys are going to start picking stuff here too. On March 21st, 2024, Mr. Rogers. Okay, so we jumped from February 26th to March 21st. March 21st, 2024, Mr. Rogers organized a search of the Natchez Trace State Park, located 100 miles from Sumner County. Ears perk up, please. After receiving a tip suggesting the family search that area. Ultimately, nothing was found. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached hereto as Exhibit 2 and incorporated reference herein. All right. We're going to go here. Let's go to the news article first. Okay, so they attached the news article. All right. Let's go down here. As the search for missing teen Sebastian Rogers continues. Oh, nope, this is the wrong one. Hold on. This is the one I want. Okay. Sorry. So they mentioned a news article that talks about searching for Sebastian. But this is why I'm questioning why this wasn't. So the direct quote in this, or the direct statement in this was, on March 21st, 2024, Mr. Rogers organized a search of the Natchez Trace State Park, located 100 miles from Sumner County, after receiving a tip suggesting the family search that area. Unfortunately, nothing was found. All right. Let's roll the footage. This is from JLR's. This is from March 22nd, 2024. You'll see the sign behind them is Natchez Trace State Park.
Riches investigates. I am at the Natchez Trace State Park, Tennessee. In front of me here, I have Seth Rogers, the father of missing 15-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Sebastian, 15 years old, has been missing since February. He's been reported missing since February 26, 2024. He has still not been found. It's been over 3 weeks now. I have Seth here in the center in front of me, the father of Sebastian. On the left, I have Jaden, a volunteer, and on the right, I have Mr. Jones. And we're out in the park today. Seth, how are you? How's everything going?
Tired.
We're here at the park here. What's going on at the park here?
I'm hoping that somebody listened to me and I told them drop my son off. There's not a lot of cameras here and it gets a lot of traffic. So I figured I'd drive here and do some searching.
Okay, did you hear what he just said? I'm doing this specifically because things are specifically listed. So these are his words.
Cameras here and it gets a lot of traffic. So I figured I'd drive here and
How's everything going?
tired.
Okay.
We're here at the park here. What's going on at the park here?
I'm hoping that somebody listened to me and I told them drop my son off. There's not a lot of cameras here.
He told him to drop his son off. There's not a lot of cameras there. This is the interview with JLR after he had reached out to JLR specifically and asked JLR to come up and film him. Okay.
And it gets a lot of traffic. So I figured I'd drive here and do some searching.
Yeah, and I've been out here all day with you. You've been searching. What have you been searching here? Share.
Everything. I mean, any type of back road, whatnot. I've been through the fire tower. We went through there. We've been down to by the lake. We've been through all the campgrounds. We've gone through almost every one of the lodges. We went through the shop that doesn't open till spring. We've been through every abandoned building we come across. Everything. Just trying to find him.
Okay. All right. Let's carry on. I'm just checking dates, things said. That's all we're doing here. Okay. Now we're moving on to number 21. On March 23rd, Mr. Rogers felt a glimmer of hope when the United Cajun Navy deployed a team to assist in the search for the missing teenager. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached here too as Exhibit 3 and incorporated by reference. All right. Let's go up here and let's switch to this one. See, I was ahead of myself one up. March 23rd, you'll see at the top of this article right there. Okay, that's what's mentioned in there. March 23rd, Sebastian Rogers update, search for clues takes new turn. As the search for missing teen Sebastian Rogers continues, the United Cajun Navy, a nonprofit organization that arranges rescue teams, has joined the effort on Saturday to help find him. Rogers, 15, disappeared late February from his home he shares with his mother and stepfather in Sumner County, Tennessee. The boy's stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, was working out of town, and the mom, Katie Proudfoot, said her son wasn't in his room when she went to wake him up for school on February 26th. There had been no sign of a break-in, suggesting that he left on his own accord. The TBI shared an Amber Alert for the teen, who is described as having a medical condition that may impair his ability to return safely without assistance. He was described as 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing 120 pounds, wearing glasses and having brown hair and brown eyes. He is last seen wearing black sweatpants and a black sweatshirt, according to the alert that was issued by Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Since Rogers' disappearance, a search for the teen has been underway, with scent dogs, drones, helicopters, divers, and search teams looking for him on foot and horseback. However, on Saturday, United Cajun Navy announced that it had joined the search efforts for Rogers. This morning, we deployed a search team with K-9 to Sumner County, Tennessee, to assist the family of 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. He has been missing for 5 weeks, and we have been asked to redirect assets from the Riley Strain search to help bring Sebastian home, United Cajun Navy wrote in a Facebook post. Newsweek has reached out to United Cajun Navy and the Sumner County Sheriff's Office via email for comment. The announcement comes after the Metro Police Department, MNPD, in Tennessee identified a missing college student, Riley Strain's body, that was found in the Cumberland River on Friday, just days after the United Cajun Navy joined the search. And then it goes in to talk about Strain a little bit more. I'm going to skip that. You can go look at all of these yourself, every one of them, if you need to. And then it talks, okay, it says TikToker Heather Abbott, under the username MamaTalk78, who has 92,000 followers, posted a video sharing the plea for help. They just found Riley. I want to focus back on Sebastian Rogers while people are still here. Go to my reposts, share those reposts, tag the Cajun Navy. We have to find that young man. Okay, so there's that, right? Okay, let's continue to go on. Yeah, Duchess. Yeah, I screenshotted that last night on X too. I just got what you sent me. Okay, let me open up. Hold on. Look, I got to make sure I'm okay. So the 1, 2, this will be the next one. Okay. All right, I'm ready. This is, yeah, this shall be our next one. Okay. Here we go. However, as the days went on and the situation grew more challenging, Mr. Rogers made a public plea for help, reporting that threats, intimidation, and other questionable tactics were being used to disrupt the search efforts. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached here too as Exhibit 4 and incorporated by reference herein. So I couldn't find the exact, it doesn't have a date on this one of where it says, and their exhibits unfortunately are not, they're not broke down like that. So it's kind of a pain in the butt about, hold on. So this is going to be, we're going to go here because this is the 29th. Share this one instead. Escape, hold on. So let's go here. And I don't know what articles they're attaching because you can't see the exhibits, but if I'm following times and what they're talking about, would be the next.
Today, the United Cajun Navy had to call off their search for Sebastian Rogers after they came out with a Facebook post that said they had security concerns. I'm in a parking lot here at Hendersonville where they were supposed to have about 50 volunteers meet here today to search for Sebastian. But instead, I had to call them and ask what these security concerns were. They told me that volunteers were getting death threats in person and online, and they were getting so bad that they actually had to have security details with them.
Okay, and I just want to put a side note here. In 23 on the court filing, it goes on to say, the nightmare worsened on March 29th, which is the date of this video, when the United Cajun Navy withdrew from the search, citing death threats and interference from a handful of mentally ill people with too much free time, emboldened by online keyboard warriors. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached here to Exhibit 5. Okay. And we know afterwards that Sumner County said that they had not received any reports of threats at this time. And United Cajun Navy claims that they reported the sole incident that they had to Nashville PD. Okay. Claims that were made.
The United Cajun Navy may sound familiar to you because the same nonprofit also helped with the search for Riley Strain, but they say that they will come back and help search for Sebastian. They just need a couple of days to regroup.
Okay. We're going to go to this one. This is from March 28th, updated March 29th. Sebastian Rogers' parents meet with TBI amidst ongoing search for missing teen. Here's another article in that time frame, okay? That's what we're doing. We're going through the timeline. We're pulling in news articles, right? But here's my problem with all of this. It's being used in a court filing. These interviews are not necessarily statements of fact unless there's reports to back this stuff up. In my opinion solely, the United Cajun Navy claimed that they were receiving all of these threats. It's being referenced in these statements. Meanwhile, Sumner County didn't receive any reports, only Nashville did. From what we've been told, right? Okay, let's read this one. Hendersonville, Tennessee. As a search for 15-year-old, are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? Okay, you are. As the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers continues, the missing teen's mother, father, and stepfather met with the TBI on Thursday. You, Katie, and Chris had a meeting with TBI today. Did you find out any new information? Asked Fox 17 Caitlin Miller. Rogers says he still has hope that his son is alive. Rogers did raise another concern. He recently found out that the Tennessee Department of Children's Services has been called out to Katie and Chris's home in Hendersonville. Okay. That somebody somewhere dropped the ball because I was never informed. I'm the biological father. I have joint physical custody, Seth said. Sebastian's stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, confirmed with Fox 17 News that DCS has been called to their home before, but adds that all those cases are closed. He says the only active case with DCS is Sebastian's missing case. Fox 17 News reached out to DCS for more information on those previous cases, but we have not heard back yet. We then asked Seth if any of the three parents were being investigated as potential suspects. Seth said, the investigation is still ongoing. We wouldn't be cleared until the investigation is done, but currently, from my understanding, they don't have any information that would attach us to any wrongdoing. Katie and Chris Proudfoot left their home in Hendersonville for a few days and mentioned on Fox and Friends Thursday morning why they decided to do this. There were quite a bit of people sending some very threatening and hateful messages to us. They're following us. They're driving past our house all hours of the day and night, Katie Proudfoot said. Katie says that they're posting flyers all around the state, and Seth says he is wearing his own billboard for Sebastian on his t-shirt, all in hopes of bringing him home. The United Cajun Navy is taking volunteers to help assist in their search for Sebastian Rogers, those wanting to help, and we know that they pulled out the following day. All right. Okay, so we're up to date so far on all of the happenings here. We're just walking the timeline with the filings. All right. So now we're going to go to on April 2nd, 2024, the TBI spokesperson, Susan Nyland, cautioned the public during a press conference that misinformation could damage the investigation into Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached as Exhibit 6. All right. Let me go here. Give me one moment. I've got all of this. It's just switching back and forth that gives me a headache at times, but we've got it all. We've got it all ready. Well, I got it all ready. I was sitting there like, oh, and this is, for those of you that were with me the other day, this is going to sound redundant because we just watched this the other day, but the reason we're doing this is so everybody can understand what is being alleged, what is being used as exhibits, and you understand the full context alongside me of what's being claimed and what's being used to bolster these claims. Okay, this is a press conference from April 2nd, 2024 that was just referenced in this filing.
All right, I am Eric Craddock, ERIC-CRADDOCK, and I'm the Chief Deputy at the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. I'm joined today by Susan Nyland, SUSAN-NILAND, of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. She's the PIM. I also have with me Sumner County Emergency Management Director Ken Widener, KENWEIDNER. You guys ready? All right. Morning. I'm Eric Craddock with Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and we're going to come to you today with an update on the Sebastian Rogers case. Sebastian has been missing since late February. The investigation remains ongoing with steadfast support from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, and many other local and federal resources. We are exploring every lead that comes in and every tip that comes in. As I said before, the investigation remains ongoing. The entire community is deeply saddened by what has occurred. We're all extremely concerned for Sebastian's welfare. I want to encourage the community to stay vigilant, to report anything that they think may be of some significance to the investigation, no matter how minute it may appear to be to you. Please call 1-800-TBI-FIND with any tips, or the Sumner County Emergency Communications Center at 615-451-3838. We understand the anxiety and the concern that this case has caused in the community. We too share the anxiety and concern for Sebastian. I want to reiterate that we are doing everything we can to find Sebastian and bring him home. Despite the passage of time, the commitment to finding Sebastian remains unwavering. I said this when we scaled the search back. Our commitment to finding Sebastian remains. We will continue to investigate every possible lead that comes in. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office wants to express our gratitude to the community and the many individuals who have helped in the search, the many individuals who have called in tips, the many individuals who have printed flyers and kept Sebastian's face in the news. Nothing would make me happier than.
Sorry, you guys, I'm over here like getting prepped. So you guys are probably sitting there seeing me go all this stuff. If you have questions of what we're doing, we're just going along with the filing and the exhibits that they're timestamping, news articles, things that were said around those times. We're referencing that just so everybody gets a broad scope of what they're claiming is the timeline of events. And we are kind of just tracking it with things that were popping off, media sources, things of that nature. We cannot factually see the exhibits. They're not hyperlinks for me to be able to click on and go right to their exhibits. Supposedly there's an additional 700 and some pages. I have no idea. The only thing that's filed is this 83 pages and then the request for the injunction or the order for the injunction that is a request solely. Okay.
And to wake up tomorrow morning with a tip that cracks this case wide open and we find Sebastian and bring him home. At this time, I'll turn it over to Susan Nyland from the TBI.
Thank you, WG. Hi, good morning. Thanks for being here. We know how invested everybody is in the search for Sebastian, in finding out what happened to him and bringing him home. And we want to let everybody know he has not been forgotten. Nobody's forgotten about him. Nobody has given up looking for him. At the beginning of this investigation, there was a large land search for him. It was very visible. There were also waterways, lakes, ponds that were searched. There were aerial searches with helicopters and drones and fixed wing planes. They were done at night. They were done on weekends. They were done during the day. That was very visible, and it was something everybody was able to see. But we want to let you know that even though there is not that high visibility in investigating this case, that we are not done.
So this is the TBI that was directly referenced in this filing. Just so everybody is aware. Mods, are you guys doing good? If you need me to put it on subs only too, let me know.
It's gone back to what could be considered good old-fashioned police work. Interviewing individuals, re-interviewing individuals, checking out leads, rechecking leads.
Only tips, in my opinion, Seymour, should be going to the TBI, the FBI, Sumner County. That's it. When it's missing child, there should not be tip lines set up by any random person. They should be funneled directly through law enforcement only. This is a missing child a teenager. Anything else is playing games with his life, in my opinion.
We have been working with other law enforcement agencies who have had, in other jurisdictions, who have perhaps had some complex cases of their own that they have worked on to get tips from them. We have had, this day of technology with everyone having cell phones and doorbells and ring bells and surveillance cameras. That, as you can imagine, has been a bit of a chore to be able to collect all those and then review them. It's important so we know what's out there. We have been reviewing that.
Tammy Gill, I'm going to reference you back to Betty's exclusive interview with Seth Rogers, where Seth Rogers himself states that law enforcement asked the parents not to search. However, we do know from other articles, one I just read, that they were out hanging up flyers and doing other things. All of them, you can sit here and bash her for what you assume she's not doing. However, unless you are tracking her or following her, do you factually know what she is doing? Just like Seth publicly stopped searching in March. Meanwhile, we've been told by everybody else that he's continued to search. I don't know if he is or not. I have no indication one way or the other because I'm not following the parents around. That's weird. They have a missing child, and I'm going to believe that all of them want their child brought home, and we have nothing to support anything else. Right now, again, I'm going to remind some of you because I think many of you are lost in the sauce here, which welcome in. You're more than welcome to be here, but we speak facts here. We don't run off rumors and speculation. We don't even have a criminal case at this point in time or a criminal investigation. We have an open investigation into the disappearance of a missing 15-year-old teenager from Hendersonville, Tennessee. The only crimes that have been committed at this point in time factually are those of Bullhorn Betty's, which she is going to court for 6 violations of a protection order, and 4 orders of protection were put in place. There has now been another legal filing placed, but it's not a criminal filing. It's a civil filing, also not a federal filing, civil filing in state courts of Pennsylvania.
At reviewing it again, we have had other agencies involved, the FBI.
Chapped, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. It's wild. This is wild. Thank you so much for the gifted membership, Chap.
Has been helpful in that. Secret Service has also been helpful in that. So we are just trying to do whatever we can to advance the investigation. It has not gone to a place where anybody has forgotten about him or is not pursuing this. The parent.
Tammy, you will get blocked over here for making bold accusations without any proof of it. If you have proof that they did something, you should be contacting the TBI, law enforcement, Sumner County. If you have proof of these claims, making bold accusations like this are exactly what they're trying to silence people from doing. That's defamatory because there is no proof. Again, we deal with facts here. So if you would like to be escorted out, we can, or you can hit the button, but we don't deal with blatant allegations. There's a chat for you, especially if Reality Wins is on panel. They are all open to you making bold accusations such as ridding of bodies, parents ridding of bodies, or child abuse accusations. The channel for you is called Allegedly with Brittany J. Have a wonderful day, or the day you so deserve.
Have been cooperative throughout. At the beginning of the investigation, they have pretty much done whatever law enforcement has asked of them. At this point, we don't have any evidence. There is not any kind of an indication that there is a criminal element involved. But we are keeping options open. We don't know what has happened.
Tammy, I think she realized you needed slapped with the facts once again. This is the actual TBI speaking. The last press conference that they did, and nothing at this point in time has changed publicly. These are the facts that are known. The parents have been cooperative. Their stories have been vetted. And there is not a criminal investigation. It is an open investigation because, unfortunately, nobody knows where Sebastian is. Again, accusations, meritless rumors don't fly over here. Canvas and Crime, thank you so much for the gifted memberships, y'all. Welcome to the cabana.
Know where Sebastian is right now, so we are pursuing any and all avenues. We do want to caution there are some social media elements out there who purport to have information that is direct from the investigation. I just want to reiterate that that is not the case. Some of the information that is being provided on some of the social media channels is inaccurate, incomplete. We don't want this to damage the investigation. So we would just caution anyone who is following the case to just use some caution as to what you see and what you believe.
Again, in the filing made to the Pennsylvania State Court, not federal court, article or item number 24 on page number 5, if you're following along, references on April 2nd, the date of this press conference, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation spokesperson Susan Nyland, the woman on your screen, cautioned the public during a press conference that misinformation could damage the investigation into Sebastian Wayne Rogers' disappearance. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached as Exhibit 6. This is what they are referencing. There you go. We're going to finish watching this, though, because I think it's informative for people to remember what was actually said.
It's caused a bit of a distraction because a lot of what has been out there in some of the social media channels has been rumors and speculations and theories, and some of that has been advanced and people have caught a hold of it as if it's what's really happening. That has resulted in us getting information that is either, like I said, distracting. It's taking away time and effort from what the agencies need to be doing as far as looking for Sebastian. We have had so far, as of this morning, 314 tips that have come in through the tip line. It's been mentioned, but I'll say it again. It's 1-800-TBI-FIND. We are also taking tips through email, which is tips to TBI, TBI, at tbi.tn.gov. What's next? We want people, as Chief Deputy said, to continue to remain vigilant, get Sebastian's picture out there, continue to share his picture, his information. Now that it's getting to be nicer, well, not today with the weather, but now that the weather has turned warmer, people may be more inclined to be in their yards. If you go out and see anything that looks different, let us know. Something where perhaps a teenager could have hidden. If you have a large amount of property in the area or something that has any kind of holes or unstable footing or
Beautiful disaster. I believe that was by design. I genuinely do believe that's by design. That's my opinion only. It's distraction, deflection, a stall tactic because of her upcoming other litigation that's going on. I think this was in the works for quite some time. Hey, Arctic, good to see you. Hey, Hartley.
ledges where a teen could have gone to hide or to play. And you don't feel comfortable checking it out, let us know. We'll get somebody from law enforcement to go out there with you or to check it out themselves. We just want to make sure that every stone is unturned, that there's no.
GB, that's your personal opinion. You're not going to get hate from that from me. My personal stance on that is we don't know what goes on in the home. We've heard a lot of rumors and speculations and a lot of things that have made people believe a lot of things personally about them. The end of that for me is I don't have to like these people personally or know about their lives to realize that they're human beings going through the worst time of their lives. I don't know what goes on behind closed doors. I don't know if he was failed, if he wasn't failed, if they were getting proper help. I'm not privy to any of that information, nor is the internet. We didn't live in their homes to know the struggles that they were enduring. And I wouldn't want people to judge me on my worst days with my girls who have special needs. So I'm not about to do it to another parent. Do I think we all fail our kids in one way, shape, or form? Absolutely. None of us are perfect parents. We've all made mistakes. I think it can be a complicated situation with kids with special needs, and we just don't know what goes on behind closed doors. So you're entitled to that opinion. I just don't have enough proof to make any statements like that. If I'm going to give Seth the benefit of the doubt that he absolutely loved his son and cared for him, I'm going to do the same across the board. And I do believe that Seth absolutely loves Sebastian, and absolutely all three of them love him and want him home. I have no reason to believe that they don't. I do have questions about their behavior since he's gone on, but again, I can give empathy for the fact that people do not act within reason when in times of stress or high high stress, I should say, like extremely high stress environments. Some people have tendencies that already pre-existed, which I think we see some in this on multiple people. But at the same time, I think that the same thing can be true. I can have empathy for that, but I can also see problems of how people have weaponized, especially Seth's emotional status, and amped him up and emotionally drained and manipulated him for content on YouTube, such as T-Rev, JLR, the very core team members that were around him in the beginning, and completely took a grieving father and pushed it even further. Although he was in charge of the team, he made all the choices. It was his team. He was the one in control. I still think both things can be true at the same time. But you're not going to get hate from me for saying that.
No stone left unturned, that we want people to make sure that we are looking everywhere we can. We do want to continue to get the tips, but please don't provide information that you might have seen through social media channels. If you have information about Sebastian, about conversations you might have had with him, things he likes to do, places he liked to go, any people he may have mentioned that are in his life, that could be helpful in finding out maybe what he was interested in. Finally, we want to thank the community. We want to thank the media. You guys have been really good about keeping his name in the public's eye. That's really important. And thank you.
I am going to play this all the way through. And the reason why is because questions and answers are coming up. And I think it's important for people to understand the direct questions that were asked and the direct answers that were given from Sumner County.
For your diligence in providing that information out there. And as Chief Deputy said, we also want to thank the community. From the very first day, everybody has really been all in as far as whatever they can do to help in the search, to help pass information on, providing water for the teams that were out conducting the ground searches. So thank you again to everybody. I'm going to pass it back to you, Eric Credit.
The weather is rolling in. We've got time for some questions. So, yes, ma'am.
I was a few minutes behind, so sorry if I missed this, but has there been any indication at this point of foul play or anything of that nature?
There is no evidence to support foul play is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian.
But at this point, you don't rule it out.
We're not ruling anything out.
So 5 weeks, and you guys covered so much ground, searching, going back, researching, checked out every case of a possible sighting, nothing confirmed, not a trace of Sebastian anywhere, nothing found, no footprints, no video, nothing.
Nothing that is taken us to locate Sebastian.
And are there any working theories?
We come up with theories almost daily and try and investigate and make sure that we're doing everything we can to find Sebastian.
Share any of those?
No, sir.
2 questions, if I may. Have you ruled out Sebastian's mom's and stepdad's involvement in this case? And as a follow-up, have you cleared their alibi?
I think the TBI said it best. They've been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement since day one of this investigation. There is no evidence to support foul play on the part of Sebastian's parents.
Is that moving to Memphis interfering at all with your investigation? Is it changing possibly the avenues of communication?
No, sir.
You mentioned when you were asked about recent evidence, we've heard some rumors that there was castle validity, that there were glasses found within the past few days. Can you confirm that?
There were some glasses found in the past few days.
Or have you been able to identify that they were Sebastian?
We are still investigating.
And on the Cajun Navy, have you found how is that coordination happening? Have you found their work helpful? Or are you guys working in unison or a separate team?
The Cajun Navy is operating independently. They have not reached out to us.
Have you found their investigation or their work helpful, or has it been one of the distractions that have been mentioned?
One of the things that I really appreciate they've done is print flyers and keep Sebastian's face out there.
Chico, which part? Which part you want me to play again? I got you. Whichever part you want me to play again. I'm watching for your comment. I agree. Well, GB, I think it changed before that, truly. I do think, and I mean, I think there was a significant change. They had agreed to not have a GoFundMe, and then within day 3, he had a GoFundMe up. I think there's some underlying problems that existed way before Sebastian went missing. That's just my own personal beliefs. Kalina, thank you for becoming a new member. Welcome to the cabana. No foul play from the parents. Let me back that up. Let me just back it up a minute.
Identify the thing worse, Sebastian.
Oh, I think that I'm on a delay. I think it's back a little bit further.
Is that moving to Memphis interfering at all with your investigation? Is it changing possibly the avenues of communication?
No, sir.
Hold on. Let me go back further. Hold on. Chico asked for a specific spot.
We come up with theories almost daily and try and investigate and make sure that we're doing everything we can to find Sebastian.
Share any of those?
No, sir.
2 questions, if I may.
Oh, I got to go back further. Sorry. Here.
Back to air credit.
The first question.
So, yes, ma'am.
I was a few minutes behind, so sorry if I missed this, but has there been any indication at this point of foul play or anything of that nature?
There is no evidence to support foul play is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian.
But at this point, you don't rule it out.
We're not ruling anything out.
So 5 weeks, and you guys covered so much ground, searching, going back, researching, checked out every case of a possible sighting, nothing confirmed, not a trace of Sebastian anywhere, nothing found, no footprints, no video, nothing.
Nothing that is taking us to locate Sebastian.
And are there any working theories?
We come up with theories almost daily and try and investigate and make sure that we're doing everything we can to find Sebastian.
In other words, everything is still on the table. And this is the last update really that we got from law enforcement. We've gotten some through Nick Barris, but it's still all been the same, that the parents' stories have been vetted. They've been cooperative. Nobody's named a suspect and everything is on the table. They don't know what happened to Sebastian. It's an open investigation, not a criminal investigation. They've talked about what it would take to move it to a criminal investigation.
Share any of those?
No, sir.
2 questions, if I may. Have you ruled out Sebastian's mom's and stepdad's involvement in this case? And as a follow-up, have you cleared their alibi?
I think the TBI.
Autumn, I said that the other day too. I was like, I know, Craddock, you've been getting so much shit. So let me just remind you, you're a handsome man, okay?
I said it best. They've been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement since day one of this investigation. There is no evidence to support foul play on the part of Sebastian's parents.
Is that moving to Memphis?
Electro, I thank you for just commenting. I missed thanking you above for the super sticker. Thank you for that. But that's what I've heard. I've heard that that was video footage from the Riley Strain search. I don't have a way of confirming that myself, but I've heard that rumored before.
Interfering at all with your investigation? Is it changing possibly the avenues of communication?
No, sir.
You mentioned in your last about recent evidence.
Bye, Mountain Wanderer. Have a wonderful day. Josh, you can have him.
We heard some rumors that you see castle validity, that there were glasses found within the past few days. Can you confirm that?
There were some glasses found in the past few days.
Or have you been able to identify the thing worse, Sebastian?
We are still investigating.
And on the Cajun Navy, have you found how is that coordination happening? Have you found their work helpful? Are you guys working in unison or a separate team?
The Cajun Navy is operating independently. They have not reached out to us.
Have you found their investigation or their work helpful, or has it been one of the distractions that have been mentioned?
One of the things that I really appreciate they've done is print flyers and keep Sebastian's face out there. It's my hope that one day somebody sees something and calls in and this case breaks wide open and we find Sebastian.
They've claimed they've received threats. To your knowledge, have they filed any police reports or reports to the sheriff's department documenting any of these alleged threats?
No, sir.
Did you guys hear that? There was no reports filed with Sumner County about alleged threats, but it is referenced in this filing. Okay. We're going off the filing. Dent, I think, yeah, Demon answered it exactly how I would have said it too. I think it's a combination of, I mean, we've had creators flat out say that they have done something to him, such as Bullhorn Betty. Emotions, their own trauma. I think it's a combination of all things. But rumors amplified by creators does cause a lot of it.
Are we able to learn anything about what those threats are?
They would have to call the police and report them.
Where does the search go from here? It's been 5 weeks, there's been no signs. Do you believe he's still alive? And what are you guys going to continue working on?
My hope and prayer is that Sebastian is still alive. Yes. We're going to continue to work on this investigation and follow up every tip and lead that comes in. Some of this may revert back to us going over some things that we've already done for the 6th, 7th, or 8th time. A fresh set of eyes never hurt anything. We're going to continue to work to find Sebastian.
Has the story been changing at all? Have you been talking with people, interviewing them for a second time possibly?
There is no evidence to support foul play.
Oh, there it is again. The question that was asked is, have the stories been changing? Have you gone back and re-interviewed a second time? His answer, there is no indication of foul play.
Are there any active current leads that you guys are pursuing?
We have tips called in daily.
Any of those tips seem legitimate enough to expand law enforcement resources?
Regardless of their legitimacy, we're going to follow up on them.
Brantley, 100% agreed.
See any other agencies pulled in to help in the search efforts for this case?
I'm certain there will be.
You met with the biological father and mother this past week. Is that at their request, your request? Is that just re-interviewing them again?
That was at the request of law enforcement. It's not uncommon to talk to the family in investigations like this. I've got time for one more question.
Just overall, how has this investigation impacted the morale at your department, especially with all the scrutiny coming online?
Let me put it to you like this. If my kid was missing, this is the team I'd want on it. The men and women of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, the FBI partners, the other local agencies, the Secret Service, everyone who's had a hand in this case is doing everything they can to find Sebastian. Morale's high. We are here and we are dedicated. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you for keeping Sebastian in the public. Please continue to publicize this photo. Thank you all.
Okay, so let's go back now. That was, yeah, Kelly, if you need any of this stuff, I've got it all laid out. Okay, so just to reference why we played that one more time, and then we're going to carry on. On April 2nd, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation spokesperson Susan Nyland cautioned the public during a press conference that misinformation could damage the investigation into Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. A true and correct copy, okay? Going on. We're on page 5, number 25. On April 16th, 2024, 50 days after Sebastian's disappearance, Mr. Rogers initiated a petition on change.org calling for a criminal investigation by the FBI. A true and correct copy of the change.org page, which as of today has garnered 19,472 signatures, is attached. All right, let's go over here. Here we go. And here's that. So we can go through this. So this is exactly what's referenced. This will be Exhibit 7 that they've listed in this filing. So you can see that it's changed 2 signatures since this filing. Why this petition matters: we want the FBI to take over the investigation of the case of the missing Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers from Sumner County Sheriff Office. It has been 50 days since Sebastian has gone missing. No scent trail from the dogs, no video footage of Sebastian leaving his mother's house, yet no criminal investigation at all by the TBI or Sumner County Sheriff. Okay? So that is what is referenced. Moving forward, it quotes this in there. Number 26, it says, on or about April 17th, Mr. Rogers hired 2 licensed investigators, Chloe Schaefer and Heather Cohen, to assist with the search. Unbeknownst to him at the time, at least one of them had connections to the enterprise. A true and correct copy of the news report is attached here to Exhibit 8 and incorporated by reference herein. So I tried to find a news article about that, but I found this one. I don't know if this is the exact one. Again, we can't see what their exhibits are. So I was trying to find similar things that talk about these things. So I want you to pay attention to this, though, before we carry on. So again, this is in reference to number 26. 2 months after Tennessee teen Sebastian Rogers vanished without a trace from his home, the private investigator hired by his father believes his disappearance is the result of a domino effect of events. Sebastian was last seen on the night of February 25th in the Hendersonville home of his mom, Katie Proudfoot, and his stepdad, Chris Proudfoot. Sorry, my cigarette keeps going out. Seth Rogers, the missing 15-year-old's, you guys can see it. Okay, I have to double check. Seth Rogers, the missing 15-year-old's biologic father, hired a private investigator to look into his son's disappearance, saying he still doesn't know where his son is or what happened to him. There's been really no leads that have been shared with me by law enforcement, he told Elizabeth Vargas Reports on Thursday. Heather Cohen, the private investigator for Sebastian's father, brought on to work the case, said there was a lot of turmoil surrounding Sebastian and called attention to December and January, saying there are key months for investigators to study. We know that Chris Proudfoot was in the middle of a custody battle with his ex-wife. We know that the daughter did visit over Christmas break. We know that Sebastian was with Seth during that time, she said. That call was likely determined to be unfounded because the case was closed and that file is restricted at this time, she said. Oh, sorry, I missed a part. Cohen also said she knows there was a Tennessee Department of Children's Services referral to the Proudfoot home. Okay, I want you to pay close attention to this part. Cohen also said she knows there was a Tennessee Department of Children's Services referral to the Proudfoot home. Now, please remember, these were PIs hired by Seth working on his behalf at this point in time. That call was likely determined to be unfounded because the case was closed and that file is restricted at this time, she said. I know Seth has tried to find out more about that call and he has been unsuccessful in doing so. Cohen also referenced some talk about Chris leaving Katie, alluding to what she called trouble in paradise. I feel that probably had something to do with Sebastian. Cohen said, to me, these are all things that need to be considered. Cohen questioned how the teen would have reacted to tension in the home. If he overheard a conversation between Chris and Katie where Chris is saying he can't deal with it anymore, he's out, whatever you know. That could have been an occasion for Sebastian to just leave. Seth Rogers said he has mixed feelings about whether Sebastian was safe in his mother's home. I've heard some things, he said. This comes as Sebastian's father told News Nation that neither Katie nor Chris Proudfoot have spoken with him about the investigation. I haven't spoken to them for 2 weeks, he said. They're not talking to me. What happened to Sebastian Rogers? The Tennessee teen was last seen the night and heard the night of February 25th in the Sumner County home of Chris and Katie Proudfoot in Hendersonville. Sebastian is autistic, and his mother said she heard a thud from his room around 10 p.m., about an hour after he went to bed. She added that she called out for the teen to keep it down, who responded, and she told him to go to sleep. That was the last time she heard from the teen, she said. Sebastian was reported missing the following day, February 26th, and an Amber Alert was issued. Chris Proudfoot was in Memphis working on a construction site the night of Sebastian's disappearance. Don't ask me why it says night. He said he returned home February 26th after being notified that his son was missing. Seth Rogers, Sebastian's biological father, told Elizabeth Vargas Reports the circumstances surrounding his son's disappearance do not make a lot of sense. He said the teen's shoes were still at the front door. His Nintendo Switch was where the teen left it, and his phone was still in the kitchen. I still can't figure it out, he said. Katie Proudfoot said she believes someone has Sebastian. I feel like if he had been close to the house or had walked off, that we would have found him by now, with as many people as have been searching, she said. Authorities have received more than 300 tips but no answers, and his family believes that he could be anywhere at this point. So far, there is no evidence of foul play connected to the disappearance of Sebastian's disappearance, excuse me. Sumner County Sheriff's Deputy Eric Craddock said, though he added that authorities are not ruling anything out. Did Sebastian's parents leave home? Craddock said Sebastian's mother and stepfather have been cooperative as the investigation continues, though the pair has faced questions over their decision to leave their home shortly after their son's disappearance. In an interview with Crime Stories with Nancy Grace podcast, Katie and Chris Proudfoot were asked to confirm reports that they had packed up an RV and left their home in Hendersonville. I'm going back to work, Chris Proudfoot said of his decision to leave. Katie Proudfoot said she had left to accompany my husband going back to work, adding that she planned to return home but didn't specify when. Additionally, Katie Proudfoot added that she is concerned about being away while the search continues because my son could be anywhere and we're looking everywhere and anywhere. The information from Craddock comes as Sebastian Fathers tells News Nation that neither Katie nor Chris have spoken with him about the investigation. Who is searching for Sebastian Rogers? Authorities have scoured miles of land while searching for the missing teen in the days and weeks after he went missing. However, repeated search efforts have not turned up any new leads. Sebastian's grandparents have traveled from Texas on 2 occasions to help look for the grandchild. Sebastian's grandmother, Robin Rogers, broke out in tears at a prayer vigil recalling the teen. He loved to talk about plants with me, she said. He loved to talk about animals with me. He loved to go fishing. The search for Sebastian took investigators as far north as a landfill in southern Kentucky, where the trash in Sebastian's Hendersonville neighborhood reportedly goes after being picked up. Nothing was found during that search. Volunteers with the United Cajun Navy who helped search for the University of Missouri student Riley Strain have redirected some of their crews to help find Sebastian. Sebastian's father reached out to us and asked us for help. You're making a lot of noise. I'm just joking. I'm joking. Kyle's out here giving me the look. Sebastian's father reached out to us and asked for help, and we're going to try and help up there as much as we can, said David Flagg, incident commander with the search organization. United Cajun Navy volunteers couldn't elaborate on exactly where they were sending search crews. However, members told News Nation affiliate WKRN they had drones and canines assisting. Sumner County Sheriff Sonny Weatherford told WKRN he briefly met with private investigators who reportedly want to research some of the areas around Sebastian's home. EquiSearch Midwest has also offered assistance on the ground and via drone searches. Some strangers have become allies to Sebastian's family. Karen and her son Jaden took a special interest in the case from the beginning and decided to assist in the search. By the 4th day, I really started to get involved. I went out searching on the 4th and 5th day, and ever since then, I've been pretty vigilant about helping however I can, Karen said. I have children of my own, and it's hard not to see their faces when you look at his, and I think it's hard for every mom and dad here. Okay. All right, so there's that. Tragedy pimps exposed. Good question. I'm not sure. Not sure at all. Hey, truth matters. I genuinely don't know. To bypass though would be interesting to say the word. Patty, thank you so much. I just got that. Thank you so much. Good question though. I don't know if they can bypass. I don't know if they're looking for it to be. Wouldn't you file federally first though and just bypass state if it can be federal? Wouldn't this be kind of counterproductive potentially? I'm not sure on that. Good question. Okay. We're going to go on to number 28. Around that time, Mr. Rogers began a relationship with Michaela Cleveland, aka Michaela Aladar, whatever her name is, who, based on information and belief, was sent to Mr. Rogers with the ulterior motive of using sex as a manipulation tool, similar to tactics employed by intelligence agents, but without any legal authority. Yeah, I don't either, TPE. I really don't. That's a good question, though. I would think that if they had enough to make it federal, it would go federal first, so they would file in federal court. I don't know if it has to be approved. Very good question. This is interesting to me, though. Yeah, that's Megan. Very good question. Okay, I'm going to reread that. They believe that Michaela, who, based on information and belief, was sent to Mr. Rogers. They're claiming that she was sent to Mr. Rogers with the ulterior motive of using sex as a manipulation tool, similar to tactics employed by intelligence agents, but without any legal authority. So they're going to have to prove that they were having sex and who sent her. I mean, that's kind of a jump right there. That to me is weird. Thank you, Wendy. During the course of the relationship, she covertly emailed herself confidential files related to Sebastian Rogers. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Seth Rogers, father of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, is attached as Exhibit 10 and incorporated Exhibit 10. My question on that is, who sent her? How are they going to be able to prove that they were having sex? And also, to me, it's going to be hard to prove these documents that they're fumbling back and forth with. I mean, it's kind of a he said, she said, and it doesn't, in this filing, Michaela's not listed as a defendant, so why that's mentioned, I'm not sure. Okay, on May 1st, 2024, Mr. Rogers retained Tony Mathis on a pro bono basis to assist with media requests, allowing him the space to mourn and continue searching for his son, Sebastian Rogers, with peace of mind. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Tony is attached. On May 20th, as the search for missing teen Sebastian Rogers approached the 3-month mark, his father, Mr. Rogers, called for renewed efforts and urged the FBI to take over the investigation, seeking a fresh perspective on his son's case. A true and correct copy of the article titled Sebastian Rogers' Father Calls on the FBI to take over the investigation is attached as Exhibit 12. Hold on. Let me get rid of these. Oh, and there's one other. So in this time frame too that they're mentioning in these court documents, Heather also went on Surviving the Survivors podcast too, just to take note. Let me go down here. I've got that one next. Here it is. It's pulling up. Let me present this. Okay, here's this article that they reference. Sumner County, WKRN, as the search for missing teen Sebastian Rogers approaches the 3-month mark, his father, Seth, is calling for a fresh set of eyes on his son's case. During a vigil for Sebastian held Sunday, May 19th, Seth shared several of his concerns with News 2. Although the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the TBI, and the FBI are assisting in the case, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office is the lead investigating agency. On Sunday, Seth said he would like to see the case turned over to the FBI as the lead agency. In order for the FBI to take over the case, they would need to be requested by either the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the District Attorney's Office. I don't sense the state of urgency from them. It's not their kid, it's mine. You know, this is a child of Sumner County. Seth said, I tell people when you see something, say something. And then they turn around and they tell me that they see something and they never get a response. They call the sheriff's department, and a lady called me. She got my number and she was like, I've waited 4 hours and nobody showed up. News 2 reached out to Sumner County Sheriff's Office with several of Seth's concerns. In response to asking if the Sumner County Sheriff's Office would turn over the case to the FBI, they offered the following statements. We share your urgency and concern about this investigation. Sumner County Sheriff's Office, in collaboration with our team of investigators, has been diligently working on this case since day one. We are following all leads and gathering evidence. While we cannot disclose specific details of the ongoing investigation, please be assured that we are leaving no stone unturned to resolve this case. We have been working closely with various law enforcement partners, including the FBI, since the start of this case. In addition, Seth said he had several articles of clothing brought to him after ground searches that seemed to be around Sebastian's size. Seth said more than a month after reporting it to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, they had not followed up. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office said they did look into a pair of sweatpants that Seth had brought to their attention, but they were not linked to Sebastian. Seth also voiced frustrations after a barbecue lady, actually, it's on J for Justice's channel, when she was restreaming their TikTok interaction. Barbecue lady stated that those were Sebastian's pants. So, I mean, but that was her and Clue that were talking about that. You can see it on J for Justice. I've also clipped that and put it in other live streams. But here you see that they were saying that has nothing. They were not linked to Sebastian. Seth also voiced frustrations after driving to North Carolina to follow up on a tip about a possible sighting of Sebastian. Once he got there, Seth said he was not able to review surveillance footage and was told he would have to go through his local sheriff's office. I just wanted to see the body language and the way this child was walking to see if it was possibly my son. The lady, her and her son, I would like to say thank you because that gave me a little bit of hope, Seth said. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office said they reviewed the footage, which proved not to be Sebastian. We understand the frustration in such situations. When dealing with interjurisdictional cases, there are protocols that need to be followed to ensure proper chain of custody and integrity of the investigation. The surveillance footage is part of an ongoing investigation and was reviewed by investigators. We confirmed the sighting in North Carolina was not Sebastian, Eric Craddock said in an email. News 2 asked District Attorney Ray Whitley's office if he wished to comment on Seth's concern into the investigation. We were told he didn't wish to comment due to the ongoing nature of the investigation. News 2 circled back, asking if he would consider requesting the FBI to take lead on the investigation. News 2 was told, as stated, this is an active investigation. He cannot comment anything further at this time. Despite Seth's concerns about the investigation, he was still encouraged by the turnout at Sunday's vigil. More than 100 motorcycles and Jeeps drove across Hendersonville to help keep Sebastian's search top of mind. It gives me hope that my son's case isn't going to become a cold case. And the only reason it'll become a cold case is if the sheriff's department doesn't drop their ego and ask for a new set of eyes, Seth said. In response to Seth's concerns about lack of communication from Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Craddock shared the following. We have and will continue to release updates to Seth and Katie when they are relevant to the case. Due to the nature of the ongoing investigation, some aspects will not be releasable until the case is concluded. Anyone with information about Sebastian is asked to call Sumner County Sheriff's 615-452-2616 or the TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, 15, was reported missing on Monday, February 26th from the beach area in Hendersonville. Sebastian is 5 feet, 5 inches tall, 120 pounds with dirty blonde hair. He was last seen on February 26th near Stafford Court wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, said the TBI. The TBI originally issued an endangered child alert for Sebastian on the morning of February 26th as multiple agencies took to the area to look for him. I'm going to lose my voice. Based on additional investigative information developed during the search, the TBI issued an Amber Alert for the Sebastian on February 27th. An Amber Alert is issued when there is reasonable belief by law enforcement that an abduction has occurred and the child is in imminent danger of serious bodily injury or death, per the Department of Justice. Multiple agencies, including the TBI, Tennessee Highway Patrol, Nashville Fire Department, City of Hendersonville's first responders, Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and Shackle Island Volunteer Fire have assisted in the search for Sebastian. Okay, there's that. Yeah, that's always been an interesting thing, too, about the last sighting. All right, now we are on to, let me find the next article. Can some of these have buttons to play? Oh, yes, this one does. Oh, yay. This one's got a button to play. I don't have to read it. Some of them do, and I've been reading them because I'm blonde. Okay, so page 7 of the filing, number 31 says on May 27, 2024, Mr. Rogers planned 3 additional searches to further the effort to locate his son. A true and correct copy of the news report is attached here as Exhibit 13. Okay, let's let this go. I'll make this big in just a moment.
And posters have been
Here you go.
For 3 months, flyers and posters have been plastered around Sumner County to find 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Welcome to News 2 at 5. I'm Haley Wilkes. Bob Mueller has the day off. He was reported missing from his family's home on February 26th. And since then, there have been search parties, prayer vigils, and an open investigation. Sebastian's biological father is talking with News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry about how he's approaching every day with positivity. Caitlin.
Seth Rogers, Sebastian's biological father, says every day is a day Sebastian could turn up.
He tells me he's kept Sebastian enrolled at Beach High School since February and will be re-enrolling him again in the fall as he hopes to have his son back by then. Take a look at this video Seth shared with us.
Okay, I want to play that again. Again, for anybody coming in, we are walking through the filing that was just filed in Pennsylvania. We are walking through the timeline in the filing with the exhibits that they have listed, which mostly are media sources and live streams. I'm not doing the live streams. I'm just doing mostly the media sources for the timeline purposes. So you guys are reminded of what is said in these as we're going through this filing. Hopefully this makes sense to anybody. If you have questions, please ask. I'm losing my voice. Thankfully for everybody, I'm going to lose it.
Since February and will be re-enrolling him again in the fall as he hopes to have his son back by then. Take a look at this video Seth shared with us. In this video, you can see a young Sebastian Rogers playing at a park, something Seth says they would do often on a day like today. As families all over the country spend time together at the park or on the lake this Memorial Day, Seth is continuing to search for his son by mapping out possible search routes. He says this week he will search the area for his son with a close group of people. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office has continued to investigate, saying last Monday that, quote, "We have been working closely with various law enforcement partners, including the FBI, since the start of this case." Seth tells me as the search continues for now 91 days, he will not allow this to become a cold case.
When people stop looking, when people lose faith, it becomes a cold case. And I'm not going to lose faith. I think everybody is helping keep the faith, keep the prayer strong. God's protecting him right now, and he'll bring him home. We just have to look in the right places.
As investigations and searches continue, community members have made sure to keep Sebastian's name in the public eye through prayer vigils and a motorcycle ride in his honor. Seth says if you want to help, you can do so by handing out flyers and keeping Sebastian's name visible. If you have any information regarding Sebastian's whereabouts, you can call the TBI or the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Those numbers are listed on our website at WKRN.com.
Okay, so there's that one. All right, now we're on to number 32, an emotional interview on June 19th, 2024 with News Nation, Ashley Banfield. Mr. Rogers stated, "There has been no contact between me and the Proudfoots. It's like I'm the only one that misses my son. A true and correct copy of this interview is hereby attached as Exhibit 14. All right, we're going back over here. Here we are. I'm going to play this interview that is referenced. Again, this is Exhibit 14.
Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, and his spokesperson, Tony Mathis. Thank you to the both of you. And Seth, I'm really so sorry that, here we are having this conversation with News Nation again about your son, Sebastian, and it's been all these months. Do you have any updates? Have you heard anything, any leads, anything at all from the police?
No, ma'am, I haven't. Every lead that I do come across, I have my private investigators searching into it.
And have they come up with anything? Have they been helpful?
Just so you guys know, all these links that I'm going back and forth to and these exhibits and what I'm showing here, I just have them saved in my notes section on my phone, but I can copy and paste that into probably even my community tab if you guys would like access to any of these in the order that we're going through them. So if you guys would like that, just let me know. If not, I'm sure I can paste them into my community tab for you guys though. I don't think that would be a problem. Just let me know.
Well, we've had pictures and stuff come in. My private investigators track it down. And then we find out that it's just another rabbit hole. Sumner County, I give them all the tips that I get. Just not really.
And so when you give them the tips that you come up with your private investigators, are they thankful? Do they indicate to you that this is helpful? Do you have a good relationship with the police? Do you feel like they're on your side, that they're working hard?
That's what they're conveying to me. But
I
at the
can't
same point
imagine
in
how
time,
hard this must be.
I'm not seeing my son's not here. This is my first Father's Day. And what made me a father is not here.
I'm so sorry. I'm just so sorry. If there's, anything we can do, we'll keep the story, in the news. What's so bizarre is that Katie and Chris packed up and left that home. Are you in contact with them at all? I know originally they weren't talking to you at all. They weren't sharing information, which also seemed bizarre to me. Even if a split up is acrimonious, you still have this shared goal, right? To find your boy. Has it gotten any better between you and Katie in terms of sharing info?
It doesn't feel like a shared goal. It sure doesn't feel like a shared goal.
Wow.
It feels like it's only my goal and all of Sebastian's army. It's their goal. It's my goal to find Sebastian.
Again, for anybody coming in, these are the exhibits that are listed in this filing, or close to, like, the date time. If there's kind of a missing date or an exact one, I found stuff in that same arena that they could be alluding to. We don't have access to the exhibits. They're not hyperlinked in the documents. There's just 83 pages. And then, of course, the order that they want the judge to sign of the injunction. But that's what we're looking through. And I will copy and paste all of these into my community tab as soon as we are done in the order that they are. Feel free to use anything you want. These are all public stuff. And I just went through as I was reading the documents and went and grabbed the links that I figured were probably what they were discussing or close to the time and date.
But as for content,
the reason I am doing this is because I was trying to figure out mentally in my own head, and I'm sure some of you are coming to those same conclusions, how these news interviews, first of all, they're not fact basis, right? This is hearsay. So again, we can take them at their words. We can, believe what they're saying, but it's still not proving. I mean, it contradicts, like, law enforcement in the April 2nd says that there were no reports of threats to searchers reported. It states that there's no foul play at this point in time. Everything's on the table. Like, it contradicts a lot of the things and makes me question further, like, why are we using these exhibits to paint narratives against two creators? Revival, I'll talk to you in a little bit. Thank you for being here and all you do. Texas, thank you. That's the questions I kept having, though, is like, how are these exhibits leading us to this filing?
Between me and the Proudfoots, there has been no contact.
Still nothing.
It's like I'm the only one that misses my son.
Let me ask you, Tony, if you can jump in here. I know that you and Seth asked.
Lurker, I will expand on that a little bit. I just saw your comment. There was division before Sebastian went missing. If we're being factual about it, they have talked about how the communication over Sebastian was through Chris and Seth. That was talked about in the exclusive interview with BHB on BHB's channel on May 30th. Like, there was already things in place to mitigate contention, in my opinion, between Seth and Katie because of their divorce. I think there was already, and I think it just amplified, which unfortunately high stress is going to do that, but it really, and then people encouraging that divide further made a huge shitstorm, in my opinion.
For the FBI to engage, take over become a part of the case. Where has that gone, if anywhere?
Well, as you well know, Ashley, it's only going to go somewhere if the Sumner County asks for them to take the case over. And kind of where we're at and where I've been all along is,
Well, Lynn, I would say he's not telling YouTubers they can't do their job, right? A lot of the fear mongering, the people who are talking about this are trying to allude to that. What they are asking for is defamation and threats to stop. Ultimately, that's what they're requesting. But they're going to have to prove that defamation has occurred first and foremost, and that threats from these two defendants, because there's only two defendants listed, occurred directly from them. Yes, they have clips, YouTube videos, things of that nature, but they're trying to say that it won't impact what they do as long as it's not illegal, but they're going to have to prove that the burden of proof is that they're going to have to prove that they were committing these illegal acts, in my opinion.
I just want them to answer one simple question for Seth, and I feel like that he deserves an answer to.
Well, Granny, what they're doing this is, again, my opinion. I'm not illegal. You know that everybody knows that. I'm just an asshole with a lot of opinions. But I think why they included the BJ stuff, again, this is personal opinion, is because you and her have had a back and forth. So they're using that to bolster claims to say this is a continued pattern of behavior. This is a coordinated effort. Meanwhile, they're also saying in this filing that these things started happening in February, but then the next line says that in March, these defendants were covering it accurately and positively. And then it's just back and forth here, but I think they're using her to bolster the claims against you when her situation and you goes back way before Sebastian ever went missing and has nothing to do. And you've got just as many things, I'm sure, clipped and available that she said about you as she does. You know, it's just so, to me, that is probably one of the most outlandish pieces of this, is her being included. I mean, her and VHB, because they truly have nothing to do with the disappearance of Sebastian whatsoever.
To this question, are they closer today than they were February 26th? And
But this is where I would go back to principal and personal jurisdiction. If this is happening, why isn't she proving defamation in North Carolina? I can't wait to get to her statements, truly.
if the answer to that is no, or we can't get an answer, then I think it's only logical that the case be elevated.
Yeah, it seems, I mean, what are we? I think 114 days. I understand that investigators can't always share everything. But do you feel, Tony, that at least they have been, I don't know, optimistic or helpful or hopeful, or at least been keeping?
Monica, thank you so much for the support. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I enjoy walking this stuff through with you guys because I like to be able to have these conversations with you guys, because sometimes when I'm reading through this, I was just like, but how does this news article have anything to do with these two defendants?
Seth up to speed on what they're doing.
I think that we feel like that the communication could always be better. And, you know, let's put you or I as a parent in Seth's shoes. If they can't give you an answer to the question, are you any further along today than you were 114 days ago? I mean, as a parent, are you not terrified to hear that?
I can't imagine it. Seth, if Sebastian can hear you, if he's out there, what's your message for him?
Same as it's always been. I need you to get away from whoever you're near. Get to a phone. My phone is still on, son.
I need you to get away from whoever you're near. This implies to me that he does think he walked out of the home and is with somebody. I mean, that I listen to these and it raises more questions so often than not for me. Because if that's the case, why we wouldn't want team members such as BHB out here inciting the public to think that something nefarious happened to him and stopping people from being vigilant and looking for Sebastian. Like it really bugs me because it's so back-ended.
The same phone number, everything. I need you to call me. I need you to call 911. I need you to tell who you are. Then you need to tell them that you are wanted. I need you home. I need to know you're safe. I need you, buddy. You've always been my buddy, and you will always be my brother.
So another question, Denise, thank you for being here with us. One other question I had, and I'm going to go back a little bit, is in the beginning of this, we heard them say that, you know, they're interfering with an investigation and all these things. But then we've also heard, you know, that searchers were being threatened and people were being interfered with. And we heard Sumner County in that April 2nd news clip say that they hadn't received reports. So instead of, because I'm asking this question because this is where my brain just stumbles. So are they using these news articles as exhibits because they don't have proper statements of fact, like law enforcement reports to prove that these things happened? Because we're hearing directly the opposite. We're hearing that there wasn't reports. So instead they're just filling it with fluff. Is that what we're doing? We're just putting things in here to fluff the filing up? It just seems so redundant. If you like, it's not proving, like, these exhibits and statements of Michaela has nothing to do with Granny or barbecue. There's nothing there that they're linking to Granny and barbecue. There's nothing in these exhibits so far that links anything to Granny and barbecue. Quite the opposite. Megan, me too. I'm struggling. Hey, Wispy.
Stay strong, Seth. We got your back here. We're going to keep the story on the air. Somebody knows something, and there's going to be a lead that turns up. In the meantime, we do want people to know, Seth Rogers and Tony Mathis, thank you for this. We do want people to know that if you have any information on the whereabouts of Sebastian Rogers, please call the Sumner County Sheriff at 615-451-3838. Again, take a picture of your screen. I always say it's 615-451-3838. Thank you for watching.
And it took, my other question is, it took 75 people to gather this stuff. $75. I did this in 30 minutes in bed last night. You guys aren't very good at time management skills, friends. They're not my friends. I don't like them people, but I'm just saying, like, okay, let's carry on. Okay, so that was in reference to an emotion. This is 32 on number 7. That was exhibit 14. 33. Aussie Trisha, thank you so much. 33 says, on July 11th, WKRN Nashville reported on a search being conducted by Mr. Rogers, during which he stated that he is not sharing a lot about the search due to worry over continued harassment. A true and correct copy of this report is attached to Exhibit 15. Okay, let's go over here. Oh, wrong one, sorry. I hit the wrong button. Give me 1 second. Okay, so we're going to go here. Oh, give me a second. It lost connection. Hold on, you guys. It lost connection. So let me reload that again. Let me exit out of here. Hold on. Okay, let me pull this up again. It lost its audio. I don't know why that's been doing that occasionally lately. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me get this prepped. Okay. Thank you for bearing with me. Y'all know me and these little tabs over here. Okay, we're going to get through the ad. Tell me if you can hear this when it comes back on, please. It doesn't have audio yet.
Carbon impact.
Can you hear that ad?
And builders rise to meet sustainability goals. Nucor, made for good.
Yes? Okay. Good deal. We got it. We got it, people. Okay. So this is going to be Exhibit 15 in the filing.
Father refuses to give up on his missing son. 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers disappeared nearly 5 months ago, and his father, Seth, is still searching. Good evening and welcome to News 2 at 6. I'm Bob Mueller.
And I'm Haley Wilkes. Sebastian's father told News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry they're operating this like a recovery effort, even though he believes Sebastian is still alive.
Memorial Park was one of the first places Seth Rogers tells me he searched for his son, Sebastian. He says this place is Sebastian's favorite.
Almost 2 months ago, this bridge was lit up in Sebastian's favorite color, green, in hopes of his safe return home. At that time, he had been missing for 2 months. Today, the search continues, almost 5 months later.
People think that we're not searching anymore. Well, they can think whatever they want. Our searches are private.
Seth tells me,
note to self, there is not going to be a quiz. There won't be a voice. There probably won't be a brain cell left in me. There will not be a grading curve. None of it. You will get a tardy note, a permission to be excused for the next week after we get through this. Thank you all for sitting through this with me. I really struggled reading this filing to understand what all this fluff was about and all of the irrelevant details that were added in here. I really did. And again, I go back to, I think that the purpose is to fill it with fluff and confusion and publicly for people to go over these and, you know, think, oh my God, look at all these exhibits, because there's people like there's 800 and some pages, like they're running with, there's 52 defendants. No, there's 2 listed. Like, I don't know. Could there be more coming? Absolutely. But we're dealing with what we have right now. And these have no relevancy to the claims for this injunction because neither one of the defendants have a single thing to do with any of these exhibits thus far, or the statements made in association with these exhibits. That is my opinion on what we're reading and seeing.
after a herniated disc surgery, it is back to boots on the ground. He says today, over 40 searchers, vetted by his private investigator, will be eliminating locations Sebastian could be in Middle Tennessee.
Now I don't really have much stopping me from getting out there and doing what I need to do.
And this is the one that a person that is also named as a plaintiff, aka Brittany J, went live on her live stream and claimed that this was a photo op. Anybody remember that? If you don't remember that, it's clipped on my page below. Seth's own team said that this was a photo op for Seth.
The refocus, we're trying to zero in on more specific information that we are gathering.
Seth tells me his search parties have become invite only due to chaos at previous searches.
They're private because we learned last time. You know, we had people following my searchers around that were just handing out flyers.
I have more claims of people following the searchers around.
And it doesn't bode well for people who are trying to help to be put into hostile situations.
So again, I'm gonna conclude that they don't have police reports to back up the claims that they were being followed around. So they're using his words on a media source, which just are that, words. It doesn't mean it's true. Am I wrong here? Like, am I off in my thinking? Please tell me if I am, because I'm not understanding how these become statements of fact or exhibits that prove these things.
But he says the goal today is not to find Sebastian.
The search that we're doing today is a recovery effort. And I'm praying that we don't find him.
Seth says he believes his son is alive, but he added some people still don't know Sebastian is missing.
We have to continue to hand out flyers until everybody knows.
Seth and Tony tell me they have one unanswered question for the Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
We think it's a valid question. We think it's a fair question. And that question is, are you any closer today to finding Sebastian Rogers than you were February 26th?
And for Seth, the answer to that question is no.
My son's not here, so we're nowhere closer.
If you have seen Sebastian or have information about his whereabouts, call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the TBI. Those numbers are listed on our website, WKRN.com.
Okay. So, yeah, right, Rain Dancer? Thank you guys all for answering that. I just feel like sometimes I just look at the stuff and I spin circles. Okay, number 34. On or around August 7th, Katie and Chris Proudfoot pursued legal action by filing a protective order against plaintiff Griffin. A true and correct copy of this filing is attached in Exhibit 16 and incorporated herein. We all know what happened there. But what does that have to do with Granny and barbecue? Anybody? I don't understand. I'm so lost. I thought exhibits were meant to like prove statements of fact, right? To their evidence of these things. That's what I thought. And I'm not a legal expert here, but to me, it would be important to have like facts, not just fluff. On August 21st at night was engaged by a private client of the plaintiff with an address in Brentwood, Tennessee, to assist in the search for Sebastian Rogers. Okay. Still, we're not getting to where Granny and barbecue have anything to do with this. Number 36. On August 26, 2024, the FBI announced a $50,000 reward for information on Sebastian Rogers. A true and correct copy of the FBI missing persons poster for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, which showcases a $50,000 reward and indicates he is classified as a runaway, suggesting he is alive and not deceased, is attached in Exhibit 17 and incorporated by reference herein. I'm not understanding, but let's go here. Here is a news article that speaks on this. Oh, I can play this one too.
The power's out. You're freezing.
Sorry, it's got an ad. I can't skip ads on this one. They said that they included the FBI flyer and report. Katie, thank you for being a member. Thank you all for the support. If I missed you earlier in thanking you, please know I will look at them when I'm over. I appreciate all of the support, all of you being members, the gifted memberships, the super chats, everything. Thank you all. Okay, let me get the volume on here. Okay, so this is about the FBI offering the reward.
Offering reward money in the case of Sebastian Rogers. Today marks 6 months since the 15-year-old went missing. Our Michael Ward reports from a rally for Sebastian in Sumner County.
Holding signs and wearing shirts for Sebastian, more than a dozen people gathered here at the sheriff's office hoping to be a voice for the missing teen who disappeared 6 months ago. New hope tonight in the search for Hendersonville teenager Sebastian Rogers as federal investigators post a $50,000 reward for his safe return or an arrest.
To hear this is like huge. It's big.
Courtney Kinney drove down from Ohio for a weekend vigil and rally for Sebastian with people who label themselves as Sebastian's Army. 6 months since the 15-year-old with autism disappeared, police have few clues.
Just knowing that he's out there, nobody knows, and there's absolutely nothing that leads us anywhere.
If BJ actually stated that people are going to go to jail for covering her public platform stuff, I hope she didn't say that. That would be absolutely ridiculous if she did say that. She knows better than that. She supposedly covers true crime. She knows better than to even state something as silly as that. Like, that's just, you can tell I'm draining my brain cells even thinking about this.
I just think it's very important to keep him out there.
Sebastian was last seen February 26th at his Hendersonville home wearing all black. Investigators have maintained there's no.
I didn't hear it myself. Somebody in the chat is saying that. If you have a timestamp, I'll go find it. I would hope she's not saying stuff like that.
Evidence pointing to foul play or ruling it out.
You can't just disappear. A kid doesn't vanish. There's something, there's someone, so we'll find it.
Now that investigators for the first time are offering a reward, Courtney and other advocates for Sebastian are hopeful it leads to him, as his disappearance 6 months later remains a mystery.
With everybody struggling right now and the economy being so bad, I feel like if somebody knows something, 50 grand is a lot to push somebody into saying something.
As for that new $50,000 reward, that is being offered by the FBI in partnership with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Michael Warwick, WSMV4.
I mean, I didn't hear anything in there about barbecuing Granny. You were in there, Kenna? Was it the second or the first one, Kenna? I'll go pull it. Was it the first one where her and Spanky were talking about this, or was it in the second stream? I'll go see if I can transcript it. I don't want to give her any rope to say, I didn't say that. I'll go look and see. We're going to go look. I'll go see if I can find it. I can't believe she would say that, though. I wouldn't think she would say that, but people are saying in the chat. But again, I need to hear it myself. Nothing against you guys. You just know I'm ridiculous with that. Let me look. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Let me go over here. Why do people say this stuff? That can't be. Did she say jail? Must not be that one. Let's look. Hold on. Segue. There's no way. I mean, oh, I hope not. Hold on. Oh, fuck. All right. Here you go. Let's listen. All right, fine.
Before you read that filing is not wise.
All right, let's see.
If they're posting under this one, this is awful.
Oh, I almost put myself to sleep.
All right, are they gone? Maybe one of my mods got them. One of my mods might have got them.
Speeding her up.
Wait a minute. Did you get them? Did you document them before you deleted them? Okay, Megan. All right. Just make sure any mod, if you go and you delete anything, make sure you document it first.
Oh my God.
Okay. Yep. The mods got rid of the comments, but we got it. Britt, a good trick is to move your desk facing the middle of the room with your back against the wall. That way kiddos can't go into the frame. Yep. That's what I'm going to do. Thank you, Crime Cafe. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm just going to say this right now. Everybody needs to read that filing. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now. That's one of the things that's being that is being warned about. Okay, this needs. I don't know why they said that people were going to do this. Jumping to attacking and threatening before you read that filing is not wise. Because if anybody attacks or comes after any of us who are in that filing, oh God, I can't even talk. Coming after us in retaliation could land you in jail.
No. Somebody take the fucking wheel. Every fucking brain cell I just had just left my body. I like physically felt everything just drain right there. Like, Nick, this is the best you had. This is the best you had to bolster your arguments, was this one that tried to bait people by saying you were in jail last week. Like, this is the best you guys had. This is your asset. This is one of your undercover assets here. Holy fuck. Carry on.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that people are doing, and I'm not even kidding. The minute that you do attack, exactly.
The minute that you attack what? Play your own words is not an attack, Brittany. It's commentary. Let's be very clear on what you're attempting to intimidate people with here. God, you don't even know what you signed yourself up for here, do you? And the people around you, again, what is wrong with you that you encourage this? What is wrong with you? If you cared about her, do you understand what you walked her into? Oh, never mind. Carry on. So deep.
These people are idiots. They're absolute idiots. I would not. Hey, Tar Heel, which we knew this was going to happen. We knew this was going to happen. Just make sure whatever you do, once again, mods, make sure you document. Hey, Connie S, it's nice to see you.
I guarantee one of the next claims is going to be that I'm bashing them for cash. I'm bashing for cash. Yep.
The paper's public. Yes, Tar Heel, they're public. The filing is public. Don't talk about any of it. They are doing a good job themselves as we speak. Yeah.
Chico, right? I need.
Isn't kind of what? Why would people hate on her? Nope, no hate on her. That's a joke. It's just how people are, Good Witch. I like your picture. All right, let me see. I know, Jiggy. I know it. That's ridiculous. Hey, Sweet Tea and Sunflowers. How?
Okay, let's see if she said it more than once. Let me go over here. Hold on. Let me look, because it looks like jail's mentioned 5 times in this live stream, and I'm over here wanting to climb under my chair already. Oh, fuck. Oh, yep. Okay. Here we go. Here's another one. Oh my God. Maybe this isn't in reference to this. Maybe it's about something else. Let's just see.
Heart, show and support, my love. Listen while I sleep. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support. That means the world to me. I could get 1 to 20 years in prison. Thus, this is serious. I read I. Why did I say I? They could get 1 to 20 years. Here's the thing. I don't even want anybody to go to jail. I don't want any of that.
No,
I don't want.
No, wait, what? No, you guys, this is not are you parodying? Is this a parody?
Licensed.
I got to back this up and listen to this.
Attorney.
Wait, no, but he's questioning. What?
My goodness. Honey, she said, this was what she said, you guys. She said, honey, she managed to defame you in so many ways.
Oh my God.
Just in that one stream. She said she called you a homophobe, transphobe, animal abuser, and she accused you of abusing your children. Things that
I should say thank you, but oh, I'm just joking. Thank you for pointing this out. Oh,
get you, that absolutely put you and your family's lives at risk. And she said her anger and hatred concerns me greatly. And you absolutely have a case. That come from a practicing licensed attorney.
Brittany, have you ever filed a police report on these threats and all of this concern and worry? Like, have you filed for a restraining order with all this concern and worry? I'm just asking for a friend.
So Oh, well, that was before she said that I was on that flickery. But anyway, Tugs on the Heartstrings said, can you read Teresa M's post? Thank you for the super chat, Tugs on Heartstrings. Let me find it. Don't play with the Rico law. Oh yeah. All right. Yeah, Tugs on Heart.
I've never seen so many people throw around the Rico stuff since the P. Diddy stuff came out. It's impressive.
She's violent. She needs to be stopped. I just want to be able to come hang out with you guys and talk about things that I enjoy. That you cases, true crime cases, and to be able to be around you guys.
Holy shit.
Hang on one second, guys.
This just hurts my head.
Good Lord. Thank you, Yvette. I love you. Thank you for that, for doing that. Oh, Alexis. Thank you. That means so much to me. You're so pretty. Alexis Blackheart, showing support, my love. Listen while I sleep. Thank you.
By the way, just a word to the wise, whoever, if Yvette's still on nonsense duty to record everything for your filings or whatever you need to, I don't take my stuff down. So you don't have to, you can download it after. You don't need to sit here for 5 hours and screen record, just so everybody's saved of that. As soon as I end, you can download it and save it. You should have a whole terabyte, at least, maybe 5 by the time I'm done. There you go. I'm saving you guys 75 people gathering stuff. I keep it all. There's a playlist. Just download the entire thing. There you go.
Thank you so much for your support. That means the world to me. I could get 1 to 20 years in prison. Thus, this is serious. I read I. Why did I say I? They could get 1 to 20 years. Here's the thing. I don't even want anybody to go to jail. I don't want any of that. I don't want anybody to go to jail. I don't want to take anybody's money. I don't want to disrupt anybody's life. All I want is for her to do what she does and let me do what I do. I don't have a desire within me to hurt anybody. I really don't. I really don't. And I'm
using a missing child's case that has nothing to do. Oh, this is not going to age well.
mean that. I just want to be able to do what I want to do with my case. Yes, peace, period. Just let me have peace. Leave me and my kids alone. Stop doing things to where I have to worry about my children's happiness and well-being affected. Okay? Nobody.
Hold. No. No. You don't get to do that. You were doing that before Sebastian went missing. You were using that and weaponizing that on people before. There is no reason why your children should be affected in what you do publicly as a job and call it your job. Your children have nothing to do with this. Stop. You review and talk shit and paint narratives about the parents of a missing child. Oh.
They should have to go through that at all, ever. Why? Because you hate me? Hate me silently. How about that? And that's all I'm going to say. Yeah, and leave Justin alone too. I like Justin too, Susan.
Are you? And leave him alone too. Or I'm going to steal your hot pocket. Mom said, you better leave me alone. Just let me do my thing and exploit these families all I want. Oh my God. I'm almost too stunned to speak that this was filed and this is wow.
Brittany, I just wanted to tell you I'm very proud of you for sticking up for yourself, your family, and hopefully the teachers creators that you can't be doing this shit. Love you. I love you too, Marlena. Oh, thank you. Skip to the loo. I love you. But Brittany, if it wasn't you, it would be somebody else, and she needs to be stopped. That's why it's not just you. She does this too. No, there's a long line of people.
Okay. All right. I need to remind everybody right fucking here. This is a civil case, not a criminal case. Is there a criminal investigation? None of us know. But right now, this is solely a civil case filed in state court requesting an injunction. And we're jumping to 20 years in jail. Jesus, take the fucking whole bus.
Speaking of which, let me go ahead and do my intro so we can talk about a lot of stuff. Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Oh, hell no. I ain't listening to that. Is there more? Hold on. Let me look. Oh, why? And she thinks nobody's going to review her with saying stuff like this. Are you joking right now? Telling people it's going to land them in jail? Let's see what this part is. This is the, oh, this might
following this is I've been staying up way too late following this every morning. I'm up until well after 1 o'clock in the afternoon listening to this, following the court case and stuff. And one thing that I've learned about myself is I will never be able to do jury duty for something like this.
I know.
Because I would be the next one in jail. Like,
yeah,
this woman has invoked a violence in me that I didn't know I had.
Same.
Oh, okay, never mind. All right. That's enough of that. Holy shit. Kenna, you were right. Kenna was right. Kenna was right. I'm stunned right now. Last night's stream, for anybody that's looking for it, it's the second stream from last night. About the 12 minute mark is where you're going to want to start if you want to clip that. Green-eyed PI, scare tactics. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's get back into this. Yeah, this is absolutely just, I'm losing the words to thank you guys. Okay, we are on number 37, page 8. Oh my gosh, you guys, we're going to have to do a part 2. I'm not going to be able to do this all. My brain hurts. 37, a true and correct copy of the original post from Nick the Hat on X dated September 2nd, 2024, announcing the agency's intent to cover the case of Sebastian Wainwright Rogers is attached here to Exhibit 18 and incorporated by reference herein. If you want to see Nick the Hats, please feel free to. Note to self, if I'm fatigued, you are probably exhausted. Thank you so much for taking the time to explain all this legal mumbo jumbo. Well, thank you all for sitting here with me and walking it through, because I think all of us are as dumbfounded as the rest watching this. Thank you for the support. Seriously. Jenna, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. Okay. Thank you again, you guys, for all the support. Let's get through a few more pages at least. And then, yeah, my brain hurts. And we've been on here for 5 hours. But we still got more. So I'm going to do this whole thing. On September 3rd, 2024, at approximately 11:17, Mr. Hat emailed Special Agent Bobby Simmons of the TBI to begin coordination efforts involving Dog the Bounty Hunter at night and Mr. Rogers' interest in assisting with the search for Sebastian Rogers. A true and correct copy of this correspondence is attached. Number 39, that same day at night entered into a letter of engagement with Mr. Rogers, the father of Sebastian Wainwright Rogers. A true and correct copy of this engagement letter is attached. At night intended to represent the entire family by reaching out to Katie and Chris Proudfoot, as well as Mr. Rogers. However, Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot declined the services offered by At Night. Page 9. On September 4th, did I miss a page? No, we're good. On September 4th, 2024, plaintiffs bolstered the FBI reward with an additional $50,000, raising the total to $100,000. A true and correct copy of the press release from At Night and One Word Corp is attached here to Exhibit 21. Again, I'm not, these ones I'm not pulling because, again, they have nothing to do with Granny and barbecue. These exhibits, their intent, all of that has nothing to do with Granny and barbecue. 42. At 3:31 p.m. that same day, plaintiff Dog the Bounty Hunter Chapman announced the increased reward on his social media platforms, capturing nationwide attention. A true and correct copy of this article from TMZ announcing Dog's involvement is attached. And yes, They did. They attached a TMZ article. I have it right here. Dog the Bounty Hunter helped me find Sebastian Rogers on the hunt for missing teen. They attached this as, yeah, they attached this. This is Exhibit 22. The search for a missing 15-year-old boy with autism is going Hollywood. Dog the Bounty Hunter is officially joining the hunt for Sebastian Rogers. The famed TV personality just announced he's getting involved in the case of Sebastian's mysterious disappearance. Dog says he wants to do his part and bring the boy home and lock up those who may be responsible here. Dog is asking folks to contact his tip line with any information on Sebastian's whereabouts or any potential leads. He is hyping up the 100,000 in rewards tied to the case. Sebastian, an autistic teen from Tennessee, has been missing since February 26 when his parents claim he left the family home in Hendersonville in the middle of the night and never came back. There's the missing flyer. Search efforts among multiple law enforcement agencies have so far came up empty, and even the FBI has been unable to track down the teen, who is said to have a fascination with the water. Sebastian's described as standing 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing 120 pounds, with blonde hair, blonde, brown hair, and brown or hazel eyes. Dog's tracked down a ton of folks over the years, including on his reality TV show, and has joined the Brian Laundrie manhunt a couple years ago. So it'll be interesting if he's the key here. Sounds like Dog is jumping right into this case, saying the hunt is on. Let's go. Oops. That's an exhibit in this court document. That's an exhibit. Yeah, okay. On or about September 5th, plaintiff Dog the Bounty Hunter joined plaintiffs Mr. Rogers and Tony Mathis appeared on News Nation with Ashley Banfield, declaring their belief that Sebastian was alive and would be found. A true and correct copy of the News Nation article is attached here. Okay, let's go here. These people hurt my head. That's it. That's all. Oh, my head hurts, babe.
Yeah.
And we're only on page 9
I'm keeping an eye out for more Tammys.
of 83.
Oh, God.
It pains me to say this, and it's going to pain you to hear it, but there really are boogeymen out there.
So this is going to be Exhibit 23 in the filing, page 9.
Really are. There are evil people who snatch kids away from the one place on earth that they should be completely safe. Their own beds. Just ask the parents of Elizabeth Smart. Just ask the parents of Jessica Lunsford or Polly Klaas or Madeline McCann. Those are kids who were tucked in tight 1 minute, gone the next. And sometimes these kids make it home again. Think about Elizabeth Smart. Oftentimes, sadly, they do not.
Oh, no, Snazzy. Oh, no. I don't even want to know what happened over there. Oh, thank you for the support. I hope that you cover the shit show that happened on Deeds today with Maniac on panel. Another person that doesn't know when to back away from PC and interfered. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. I'll have to go see what happened.
Always, though, the people who love them keep hoping. And when the headlines fade, the rest of the world moves on. But tonight, we are all hoping for the safe return of Sebastian Rogers. And if you have forgotten Sebastian, and I hope you have not,
Snazzy.
we are past the 6-month mark from the night that he went to bed back in February, but was gone by morning. And when I say gone, I mean gone. No notes, no leads. Sebastian's clothes, even his shoes, were still there. He's 15.
Can I just give a huge shout out and a thank you to my mods on top of all the people in here, but my mods have been rocking with me all day. I mean, my mods are just kick ass, but thank you all. You guys know I don't expect you to be here ever. You come and go, but I appreciate all of the help. You guys are amazing. Thank you all.
He's from the Nashville area, and Sebastian has autism, which does not make the search or the investigation any easier. The Tennessee police and the FBI have been on the case from the start, but so far, nothing. The feds even put up a $50,000 reward for information leading to Sebastian Rogers' return. And now that reward has doubled to $100,000, thanks to America's most famous bounty hunter. I want to welcome back to the program Sebastian Rogers' father, Seth Rogers. And also with us is Tony Mathis. He speaks for the Rogers family during this emergency. And the man who now is on the Sebastian Rogers case, Dog the Bounty Hunter. Welcome to all three of you. Seth, I'll come to you first. We spoke, I think, 10 weeks ago or so, and I just wanted to touch base with you. Have you had any updates, any news, anything at all that that feels promising?
We've had some, and we've had some tips. Not passed them over to Sumner County and my private investigator that's working on it. But as for news from Sumner County, no, I don't even know if they follow up with any of the tips we give them anymore.
Can you share those tips publicly, or do you have to keep them under the vest, understandably?
I'm keeping them under the vest because if they are Sebastian, I don't want somebody that doesn't have his best interests following up on our lead. Some people are doing leads and they don't even want to be involved in this case. And I can understand why. I mean, we've got people that are out here in the social media world that, you know, throw daggers at everybody that's helping me find Sebastian. And we've even had them go to jail now.
I see you.
Dog, jump in here. You know this blueprint, right? You know when a parent...
Yeah, just so everybody is clear, if you're just hopping in, thank you all for coming over, but I'm not sure where you're all coming from. But thank you for being here. But this is going to be Exhibit 23, page 9, number 43. We're going through the exhibits that I could find, like publicly available, that have been listed in this, and walking through a timeline. That's we've been all over the place today. There's a lot of information in here, a lot of back and forth. If you have questions, let me know. We're just walking through with some of the exhibits that are listed and what we're trying to figure out is how do these exhibits have anything to do with Granny and barbecue? And again, these are media interviews. These are, in my opinion, hearsay. It's not proving what I don't know. I'm confused as hell. That's why we're doing it.
Is trying everything. They're hiring their own people outside of the police. They're collecting tips. They're passing them on. They're processing. Where do you take this case now that you're on board? How do you do things differently? And since it's been 6 months plus, how do you even begin?
Well, we began at the very beginning. And because I'm not a real law enforcement officer, I can do a lot of things that law enforcement cannot do. And I don't break the law, but I will bend it till it's fracturing point. So it's very sad because in the very beginning, I thought Sean may be involved in some kind of disappearance, or I thought the little boy was deceased. Days now into it.
You guys, make it stop. Let's listen to that again, just because we can. Again, this is Exhibit 23. They put this in here. Why?
In some kind of disappearance.
Hold on, I didn't go back far enough. What the fuck? Bro, dog. Oh, somebody else. Awesome, Trisha, headache pills. Seriously, though, thank you for breaking this down. A mental break is always good for some. I might have a mental break by the time we're over this. Thank you for the support. But this is seriously wild. Just absolutely wild. Okay, let's listen again. Exhibit 23.
Don't break the law, but I will bend it till it's fracturing point. So it's very sad because in the very beginning, I thought Sean may be involved in some kind of disappearance, or I thought the little...
Sean, Dog says publicly that Sean might be involved Again, how is this having anything to do with Granny or barbecue? Exhibit 23, my friends.
Boy was deceased. Days now into it, I have talked to Sean. I know that he was working. This is his only child. I have 12. I've been through this before one of my daughters were killed, but this is amazing. I know that he had nothing to do with this. This guy can barely even talk without crying. I'm looking at him tonight and we're both, crybabies. I'm looking at him right there on your show and I'm like, I just want to start crying. Listen, I'm going to hunt these people down. I think the boy is still alive. I'm telling you right now, Ashley, I think this little boy was stashed somewhere because custody was just going to get very soon, very, very soon. Mr. Rogers was going to get custody of his son. And I think there's...
Honestly, if a judge had to read this out and go through these publicly in a courtroom, I would love to be there just to see the look on the judge's face.
Aren't you a felon, dog? He knows about it.
You know about that life? I mean, the judge, the court reporter, the bailiff, all of their faces. I would love. What is Exhibit 23? Dog the bounty hunter calling the parent of the missing child incorrectly by the name of Sean. Talking about how he's going to bend the laws. Okay. This is where we are.
So much jealousy. You know the old saying, if you can't have him, if I can't have him, nobody will have him. I think that's exactly what we're seeing here, is a domestic squabble over a child.
Thanks for watching.
And we watched an interview the other day from when he was on with T-Rev where he talks about that there was no change in custody. Okay. All right. Let's carry on. Now we've got on September 10th, 2024 at night emailed the United States Department of Justice IOD SOIB Missing Child Unit to inquire about Form USM 641, which activates the assistance of the United States Marshal Service. A true and correct copy of this correspondence is attached as Exhibit 24. I think I included that. Yeah, I did. Again, I can't see their exhibit and the correspondence, but this is what this is here that they requested. It's a request for the United States Marshal Service to get involved. I mean, the FBI, the TBI, Sumner County, the Secret Service is involved, so I'm not really sure where that leads us. That's Exhibit 24. Within the hour, Katie ACC AME, Resource Director for the United States Marshal Service in Washington, D.C., provided the form to At Night, which was later sent to Agent Simmons at the TBI. I mean, you could have accessed it yourself. Okay. On September 10th, Plaintiff Griffin appeared in court for allegedly violating a protective order issued by the Proudfoot, citing Chris Proudfoot and accusing her of being a nuisance to their privacy. A true and correct copy of that relevant documentation is attached. Exhibit 25. Okay, that's, again, nothing to do with Granny or barbecue. 47. These, I'm really confused. On September 16th, 2024, defendant Barbecue received a cease and desist letter addressing her defamatory conduct, which included numerous violations of federal law and related criminal behavior. A true and correct copy of this letter is attached. Exhibit 26 and incorporated by reference herein. Okay. So she got a cease and desist. And okay. And this is where my brain taps out. On September 17th, 2024, Judy the lawyer on TikTok, responded to the cease and desist demand on behalf of defendant Barbecue, stating at no time has her conduct extended to active interference in any legal or investigatory process. The demand that she ceases protected speech under guise of obstruction allegations is unfounded and without legal merit. A true and correct copy of this response is attached as Exhibit 27. This is TikTok stuff. Attorney Coleman further assists that Miss Defendant Barbecue is actively conducting her own search efforts with a dedicated team, fully supported by the Proudfoot family. Exhibit 27. This admission only strengthens the allegations made against the defendants in this case, as coordination with the Proudfoots is central to advancing their unlawful enterprise, with social media serving as their primary tool. That has nothing to do with Granny. I don't know how she's lumped into that. Okay. That same day, the undersigned served a cease and desist demand to Cluminati. So they're saying that on September 17th, a cease and desist was sent to Cluminati as she continued to propagate hateful rhetoric. A true and correct copy of the cease and desist sent to Cluminati is here attached, Exhibit 28. Clue said that I've heard that she said there was no cease and desist, or that one wasn't. She claims that didn't happen. She did get one previously from Seth. Don't know. I can't click on this exhibit here to tell you. I don't know what's attached here as Exhibit 28. I know she got one previously from Seth. She talked about that. But they're saying that on September 17th, she was sent another cease and desist. There's that. We'll have to wait until we can click on these exhibits and see what's actually provided. Gypsy, it could be. No clue. On the same day, Defendant Barbecue used the cease and desist letter shown in Exhibit 26 to her advantage by leveraging it to solicit GoFundMe donations under the false pretense of being silenced for covering the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. She did. A true and correct copy of the GoFundMe page created by Barbecue Lady on September 17th, 2024 is attached as Exhibit 29. Okay, that did happen. That evening, the undersigned replied to Attorney Coleman's letter, reiterating the demand that her client cease and desist from the reckless behavior. A true and correct copy of the email to Attorney Coleman from the undersigned is attached as Exhibit 30. Shortly before 8 p.m. on September 17th, 2024, Attorney Coleman emailed the undersigned writing, I have never made a post or a video of any kind on the Sebastian Rogers case. So I'm wondering if you are actually watched any of the posts on the account linked in your email. I've never removed a post about it either. I have not commented at all, as I am a moderator for a different creator and agreed not to address the case at all since Mr. Mathis's involvement. I have kept my word on that. A true and correct copy of this email is attached as Exhibit 31. This is in regards to TikTok people. However, this statement is demonstrably false. Attorney Coleman has advised Defendant Barbecue about raising funds as evidenced in the following exchange. Electro, thank you for the support. Defendant Barbecue, or that might want to, donate to it. Attorney Coleman, yeah, there's lurkers like me, we are going to be driven over to your GoFundMe campaign. So it's like, this is brilliant. Thank you. This only helps. And to regularly participates in panels and discussions on the very channels being brought before this court. A true and correct copy of these interactions is attached here too as Exhibit 32. Number 55, between September 17th and September 20th, Attorney Coleman assisted Defendant Barbecue in locating legal counsel to defend against this matter. She also continued to email the undersigned, empathetically distancing herself from any direct involvement in harmful activities, including harassment, incitement of interference, and inappropriate remarks. Mimi, I don't even know who that one is. I don't know who that is. Stephanie, I do. Far away, far, far away. Number 56, she claims she did not participate in specific live streams, denies making public comments about the Sebastian Rogers case, and demands that defamatory statements about her cease. Attorney Coleman, what does this have to do with Granny, though? Attorney Coleman routinely participates in the enterprise. There we go. In the enterprise by representing various members, ensuring that victims are discouraged from seeking legal recourse through the courts. A true and correct copy of a photo showing Coleman on panel with Barbecue along with enterprise members, Jane Doe's through 1 through 5. So whoever was on panel with Barbecue and this attorney are Jane Doe's 1 through 5, is attached here to Exhibit 33 and incorporated by reference herein. The individuals featured are Brat Norton, CI, Katie, Jill, Body Movin', and Character Analysis. Are we seriously using TikTok names in legal documents? Okay. All active on TikTok. During this specific live session, Attorney Coleman participated in a panel that was doxing a victim, referred to here as Oceans, to prevent further exposure of her identity. During the live, it was stated that someone supplied them with info on Chase and Tony. She was on a panel. On September 18th, instead of accurately representing the nature of this legal communication, Barbecue engaged in a GoFundMe campaign to raise $25,000, sure did, falsely claiming the funds were required for federal attorney's retainer to defend against litigation. Defendant Barbecue publicly stated, yeah, I do have a GoFundMe for $25,000. I'm retaining a federal attorney, and the retainer is $25,000. A true and correct copy of the 2-hour, 17-minute audio version of Barbecue discussing this on a live stream is attached. Despite these assertions, no lawsuit has been filed against defendant Barbecue as of the date of her statements. Her false characterization of the cease and desist letter as litigation was a deliberate attempt to deceive her audience into donating money under the pretense of impeding legal action. When pressed by her audience about the nature of her legal troubles, defendant Barbecue repeatedly implied that she could not disclose details due to ongoing litigation. I can't discuss any of the details. I'm trying to think of my verbiage because I know everybody's watching and like to twist my words. These statements were made to create an aura of secrecy and urgency, misleading potential donors into believing that defendant Barbecue was involved in an active, significant legal proceedings, when in reality, she had merely received a cease and desist letter, a non-litigation communication demanding that she stop defamatory conduct. Defendant Barbecue attempted to distance herself from the GoFundMe by claiming somebody made the GoFundMe on my behalf and wrote the whole thing, and it was witnessed with an attorney. However, despite her admission, defendant Barbecue publicly promoted and benefited from the fundraiser, rendering her responsible for its fraudulent content. Defendant Barbecue's misrepresentation of a cease and desist letter as active litigation constitutes both fraud and unjust enrichment, as she solicited and received funds under false pretenses. The same morning, the undersigned received several concerning reports, including one stating that influencers on YouTube were claiming that my law firm was corrupt. This was being broadcast during a live stream with creators on panel openly making these accusations. One of the creators even called my office. The channels identified were Cluminati, Granny's Watching, and Queen Bee. A true and correct copy of the email from the call service is attached here too. Furthermore, I did not consent to having calls to my office broadcast on social media, which demonstrates the extent to which these creators are willing to go. Additionally, I experienced a particularly troubling incident when Granny's Watching stated during a live stream that she was driving to Media, Pennsylvania with the intent to visit my office. This was perceived as a threatening action. However, following a brief phone call with Granny and the undersigned, she subsequently decided to return home. On September 19th, 2024, Dog the Bounty Hunter, accompanied by co-counsel, the Honorable Bruce Castor, Esquire, appeared live on Court TV during the morning show to discuss the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. During the interview, Mr. Castor made it clear. We're just going to watch it. Hold on. Hold on. Let me find it. Oh, it's in this one. Hold on. I got to remember where I'm going at this point. My brain's scrambled. That's in this one. That's in this playlist. Nope, that's not it. Well, stop it. Pause. Intermission. Oh, I went the wrong way.
Sebastian Rogers. In just a moment, we're going to be talking to Dog the Bounty Hunter, who is helping in Sebastian's search. He's helping Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, look for his missing son.
So this is going to be in reference to exhibit what did I say? Exhibit 36.
And a little later in the show, I'm going to be speaking with Seth Rogers, who has not given up on finding his son.
He needs to call 911. And if somebody has him, you need to give him back. He's my son. And he doesn't belong to nobody. But damn it, he's mine.
Now, the teen with autism has been missing since February from the Hendersonville, Tennessee home.
This is a longer interview, but we're going to watch it all just in full transparency purposes so we can see if any of this has anything to do with Granny or barbecue or the filing, because again, this is being referenced as Exhibit 36 in the filing. Thank you all for being here and losing brain cells at significant amounts today. I need to regenerate.
That he shared with his mother and with his stepfather. I want to welcome in now our very special guest, Dwayne Chapman, aka Dog the Bounty Hunter, and he's also accompanied by his attorney, Bruce Castor. Good morning to you both. Dog, I want to begin with you, please. When you think about all of the things that could have happened with Sebastian, I want to ask you, based on all of the facts and information that you know, what is your theory, the theory of the case that you have, and what is helping you in aiding in your pursuit of him?
Well, two questions. The theory is, my theory, the only theory that I have is he's missing. Whether he's still alive or not, that's not, I thought in the beginning that he might be alive, and the more tips we have, the more people, the more things we're figuring out, he might not be alive. So, it's not my theory of how I find people. Sometimes it's completely different than what I think. And the way we find him and help is someone, we know there's two people that were involved in his disappearance.
Again, this is Exhibit 36 in this filing.
But someone else has to know. And $100,000 reward that's been put up is, $1/10,000,000. That's a lot of money. So we're waiting on we have 833 Tell Dog. My partner, Nick the Hat, has got his number out there. We're waiting for someone to call in on the tip line and give us a real live tip.
Doug, would you give us an update, please, on any good information that's come in so far? Has anything you've received in the way of tips been at all viable?
Well, my lawyer's giving me stink eye. I better watch my mouth because, allegedly, that's the word. Allegedly.
Sure.
Allegedly, it was people need to read the facts. How'd the boy get out the back? How come no one did anything? Why was the stepfather threatening people that were out looking for the boy? Volunteers were out there and he was threatening them. Is there a family tie between either side of the family, between sexual perversion really bad? I mean, there's a lot of things.
What does this have to do with anything? This is from September 19th, Samantha. This is, they reference this in the filing. This would be parts of what Bruce Castor is about to say is referenced as Exhibit 36 in this.
Things that the public can look at before, it goes to a jury. And all roads lead to Rome.
Doug, tell us about the roads that you've been walking along in your search. Would you kind of bring us into your world? What have you been doing on the ground there? Tell us a little bit about how your searching process goes, if you would, please.
Well, we don't have a crystal ball. I'm follow the words of Jesus. So, I can't look and say, Jesus, where is he? So the only roads to Rome are people that call in and leave tips. Someone else knows what happened. Absolutely. In a 10-year career, I've captured, or a 48-year career.
And Kenta, thank you so much. I just wanted to see what their evidence was or the exhibits were, and this is where we land. And this is why I got a lot of questions.
I've captured more than 10,000 fugitives, and this is not my first rodeo looking for a lost child. We've been 100% successful in that.
It's not his first rodeo. I'm going to one or two, since I might as well just get myself in trouble because I'm going straight to jail for 20 years, I guess, because I'm talking about this, AKA attacking people's sensitivities. I don't even care at this. I am so confused. It's so unbelievably confusing at this point. Can you put me a 1 in the chat if you have, from any of the exhibits that we have looked at so far, do these directly link to barbecue or Granny's watching? A 1 in the chat if they do. A 2 in the chat if you're as confused as me. And how these exhibits bolster the claims against Granny and barbecue. And please feel free to put a 1. I'm going to need more clarification. Maybe you're a legal eagle, and I'm just a dumbass, which we all know, but. All of you guys got 2s for the most. I don't understand this. Don't understand it.
And the reason why is people need to call in and to tell us what's going on. We've got leads. A lot of leads are credible, and some leads are, Dog, when are you going to get a show? We love you, Dog. We love Francie. We love that. We love you too, but stay off the line.
Well, Texas Bluebonnet, in the filing, they referenced that they were basically at night was retained by some unnamed individual out of Brentwood, Tennessee. But the fees for this, I think they gathered, Betty claims that they had 75 people working to gather these exhibits. 75 people. So I'm assuming that the attorney, somebody helped write this up and do a timeline, and then they just wrote it up from there. But Betty claims there were 75 people working on this. Brittany said she's been researching and putting things together for weeks on end. yeah, I'm not sure who's paying for it or if anybody's paying for it. I mean, they basically paid a under $400 court filing, but as far as the attorneys, maybe the person in Brentwood, I don't know. I can't answer that. Don't know.
We need credible leads.
Absolutely. Well, you are beloved, Dog. I know you don't need me to tell you that. And
Thank you.
believe me, everybody has the world of confidence in you. When we found out that you were joining the search, I was asking my power panel on the show.
When in doubt, fluff it out. That's what I'm kind of feeling right now. When you don't have nothing, you just fill it with a bunch of fluff and nonsensical for chaos and confusion, and to bolster this fear mongering narrative that all of this, which has nothing to do with these two defendants. Yeah, I don't know how we're linking them together. I'm still waiting for that to happen. I'm still waiting for that light bulb to go off.
Who are you going to bet on finding Sebastian, Dog or the FBI? And everybody's saying you. Everybody wants to take that bet with you. And so tell us, does that put any pressure on you? Tell me, does it fuel your fire? What do you think when you hear so much confidence from the public in you and in the work that you do?
Well, that.
Go Bulldogs. I'll actually give you in the public filing. Let me tell you exactly where it's at. Sorry, give me 1 second. I had to pop out because I went to add. In the public filing, it'll be page. Page number 7. Paragraph 35, on August 21st, 2024 at night was engaged by a private client of the plaintiff with an address in Brentwood, Tennessee to assist in the search for Sebastian Rogers.
That incites me. I get all excited because I am the greatest bounty hunter in the world. No one can ever catch over 10,000 fugitives. No one. FBI works Monday through Friday. The marshals are the only ones come close, and they got to have 12. I'm sorry, marshals, but they're the more it just gets us excited, gets us crazy. And I have a team. My Francie helps me. Many people help me. Nick the Hat, my team, and then I have one of the greatest lawyers in the world for this particular subject. I mean, this guy is like, it's just incredible. So anywhere you go, you must have a good lawyer in this business. So please, let's pass this on to him.
Isn't that the truth? Well, and Bruce, I'm not just saying this. I said to Dog when we were doing his mic check right before the show, what a fine lawyer he has in you. So I know legally he's in great hands. Bruce, anything that you would like to add? I know you're here primarily to accompany Dog.
Anybody coming in, this is in reference to Exhibit 36. Exhibit 36. Where they quoted the attorney, Bruce Castor, who is on screen with Dog the Bounty Hunter. Bruce Castor is also listed as one of the attorneys in this filing.
With this appearance, is there anything that you think that's important to note with respect to the search and Dog's involvement in leading the charge to help Seth Rogers find Sebastian?
Well, as a more than 3-decade law enforcement official myself in Pennsylvania, a former district attorney and former attorney general, I know what the local authorities must be feeling and the frustration they must be feeling. And I know from my own experience that sometimes you need to rely on people like Dog, experts that are willing to give their time and energy to come and assist law enforcement in doing their job. And, I'm stunned when I learned about the facts of this case that, the young boy has left the home of his mother and his stepfather, and they don't seem to be particularly broken up about that.
He just stated that the young boy left the home.
I'm sure that is sticking in the minds of a lot of people and want to know what the answer to that is. I also was struck by the fact that the people doing the search, Dog, Nick the Hat, and some of the other people are facing death threats and other problems against their safety. And these are things that just can't happen. I mean, we need to encourage people when they put up money for reward to try to get people to call in. That's not any kind of impropriety. That's good citizenship. That's what we want to encourage. And people who do things to deter that are, in my judgment, not being good Americans. And we have very fine people, Dog and Nick and the whole crew are doing a tremendous job. And from where I sit.
Okay, but what were they doing? That's my question. And again, where's the proof that anybody was impeding an investigation? I mean, I think we've talked about this very openly. I think it's ridiculous for anybody to have a tip line or misdirect tips. I've had huge problems with that. So I do agree with that part of it. But where are people impeding Dog and Nick from searching or what they were doing? We were originally told that they had 24 assets on the ground by Nick and team. Like, I'm really confused by this. And again, wouldn't they be referencing reports to law enforcement about these threats or harassment or impeding investigations? Like, I'm really confused.
If it gets any worse, I'm going to recommend that they take legal action, because this is totally unreasonable. And law enforcement and the community working together will solve this crime.
Right. Oh, amen. Bruce, I am with you 100%. When you said death threats, right away, my jaw dropped. That is criminal to do that, as you know.
And I'm sure that if they were receiving any type of threats of the sort, that they turned those into law enforcement and filed police reports and can track where those came from or know the source of those threats. Correct. I mean,
No, I, like yourself, served in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania as a prosecutor, and anybody making those kind of threats should be held accountable legally. You are right. And the threats don't solve the problem, do they? All they do is take everybody a step back, the good people who were searching for this young boy.
But again, this is being referenced as Exhibit 36. There's a bunch of words with no proof of said death threats or that death threats came from Granny or barbecue. This is the problem here. This is in my opinion, a fishing expedition. Can they prove that either Granny or barbecue were behind any of these threats that they're saying that they got?
With respect to Sebastian, Doug, I want to ask you, realistically, how confident are you in being able to bring Sebastian home?
Well, again, in the very beginning, I thought he might still be with us. It seems like, Sebastian has to have medication for sleep and other things, okay? And we have checked everywhere if those prescriptions have been renewed. And so far, they have not. So, again, everything is up in the air. You hope, I lost a little girl, Barbara Katie, and I, hope that she wasn't gone, and she was. So I don't, it is, who knows? We all pray to God that he's, somewhere safe and we'll find him. But when someone gets on whatever it is, TV, internet, and everything, and says, I guarantee you, Dog will never find Sebastian.
AT, and we actually heard from Sumner County when we referenced the April 2nd that there had been no filings or police reports to Sumner County about threats to searchers at that point in time. So, so law enforcement even said in that press conference they had not received any reports of threats. We heard later that United Cajun Navy reported to Nashville, but that, again, wouldn't have anything to do with barbecue or Granny. I'm so lost. Granny has never even been to Tennessee to search whatsoever. Correct? Everybody in the chat should say, yeah.
So many series on A&E, CMT, WGN, my show. We never missed one guy. A couple have gotten away because they died. So never have we ever missed. And for someone to come on and say, dog, we'll never, ever find him. Yeah, why? You're guilty. Why? Because you did something to him. Why? You know, you, again, allegedly is soon to become, with the jury of their peers, a conviction. And so I'm maybe more after that than I am anything else. We've got to find out who was involved in Sebastian's disappearance.
Preach, Doug, preach. And we are so sorry for the loss of your beautiful daughter, Barbara Katie. That is a pain that
They were supposedly saying that Chris said that. Nick said that they had some sort of like proof that he told them that they would never find him. I don't remember the exact verbiage, but it was something that Nick was implying that was said to him and Dog by Chris Proudfoot. I've never seen proof of it either. But again, how would that have anything to do with Granny or barbecue?
I think is unimaginable unless you've gone through it. And you certainly understand that enormous pain that comes with burying a child. And so our hearts go out to you for that and continuing with your resilience in life and in your profession. And speaking of parenting, we're going to be welcoming in Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, in just a couple of moments. Dog is going to stay with us. Seth is going to be joining us. We're going to hit that break and be right back. And later in the show, we're going to take you to Mississippi, where the state's rebuttal case begins in the deadly daughter murder trial.
Particles of gunshot residue were.
All right, so I think that's, oh wait, no, here they come back on. Hold on.
Is continuing.
Closing arguments with Vinny Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on your TV.
He decided that he wanted to step into a mound of what he thought was dirt, and it was fire ants. And since then, it's always been, he doesn't like to get his feet in the dirt. He likes to have his socks and shoes on.
He's only one of a couple people that are Pennsylvania residents. That is my opinion.
Welcome back to Opening Statements. I'm Julie Grant. We're talking about what, if anything, can tip the scales of justice when it comes to finding missing teen Sebastian Rogers. Will somebody come forward with some new information? Will Dog the Bounty Hunter and his crew find some important clues? Still with me, Dwayne Chapman, a.k.a. Dog the Bounty Hunter. Want to welcome in also Seth Rogers' attorney, Tony Mathis, and we're working on getting Seth Rogers reconnected. Full disclosure, my friends, this is the world of live TV. We had Seth with us a moment ago and his signal dropped out, so we're going to be welcoming Seth in as soon as we can. Dog, let's kind of pick up where we left off in the last segment. You and your attorney, Bruce Castor, were sharing how with the tip line, there are also some death threats that are coming in. And so we wanted to kind of clarify that, please. Are they coming in on the tip line, or are these death threats coming in other forms?
You know, really, I don't know. I mean, that's one thing my whole career people have threatened to kill and destroy and this, and I'm a this and I'm a that. So I really don't pay any attention to that unless they're within 100 yards. And then,
Patricia, I think you're referencing something that was said that he was repeating, but I'm not exactly sure what you are referencing 100%, but I think there was a repeating of somebody else's statements, not his own, but it's been, if you're talking about what I think I can't be exact for sure with what you're speaking of, but I would encourage you to find the timestamp and what interview that was actually said and gather context of it.
my wife, Francie, she's a dead shot. So, you know, really, we don't care. Everywhere she goes, she packs a real gun everywhere. We're in Florida. We go to different states.
Maggie, so the TBI has a tip line. The FBI has a tip line. Sumner County has a tip line. But Seth's team also established a tip line. Dog the Bounty Hunter has a tip line. Barbecue did have an email for tips. There's been other people that have been taking tips on this case. Unfortunately, it became a huge cluster of bullshit. The only tips should be going directly to the TBI, the FBI, Sumner County. That's my opinion, and it will stay that way.
Pistol packing mama. So, and there's more than 9 shots in her gun. So we don't worry about that, because God, I'm on a mission from God. And if someone takes me out, then the next breath I have will be in the arms of Jesus. So come on with it,
You're unafraid. I love it. Unafraid and such a man of faith. That's really.
Patricia, I myself have went and looked for that exact statement, being able to source him as the "you'll never find him," and all that I found is other people saying that was stated, and nothing of substance behind Chris saying that you'll never find him. He'll never be found. Like, there's been talk about these statements, but yeah, it's a mess. There's been a lot of that, though.
Really admirable, Dog. Tony Mathis, let me talk to you, please. As we're working to get your client, Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, all ready to join us, what do you think is important for everyone to know at this point in the search for Sebastian, Tony?
Julie, first off, let me correct you. I am his spokesperson. I'm certainly not an attorney.
Oh, we got some wrong information. I'm sorry. Thank you for that correction.
Dog, I hope you're doing okay today, brother. So we,
yes, sir, brother. Yeehaw.
We think that what's important right now is we're finally starting to get an enormous amount of horsepower in this case. When Dog and Nick came in, they came in with a team of social media people, a team of investigators, a team of a legal team, and the case literally.
Pika, I might need some medical advice after this of where the fuck did all my brain cells go and all the oxygen in my body. How did it deplete so fast? Oh, wait, just watch this for 7 hours. It'll happen.
We went nationwide overnight. So we're kind of getting reorganized. We're getting refocused. We're trying to get the people that want to be involved in this case refocused, where we've got one goal and one mission. And the truth is, everybody involved in the search, we don't all have to like each other or get along, but as long as we've got a common goal, then I think with Dog leading the charge, we can win here.
Finding Sebastian, exactly, Tony. And we have Seth.
May I interrupt real quick?
Go ahead, Dog.
May I interrupt? So, brother, let's get down to the real nitty gritty and let's don't do the blame game. But who do you guys think was responsible for Sebastian's disappearance? Everybody was blaming it on his father in the beginning. Everybody thought he wasn't at work. He wasn't.
That's not factually true in the beginning. No, it's not. Yes, people did start questioning his whereabouts and his time cards and all that stuff. But no, that's not factually true. They were pointing the fingers at Chris and Katie in the beginning. Dog, timelines are hard. I get it. I get it, man. I get it.
A real sheriff, blah, and all that now has been proven. So what would you guys say without getting, sued? My lawyer will take care of you. I don't think that's a conflict of interest, but
and we have just a couple
do you think
seconds
is
left.
Responsible?
Just cautioning you. Yeah, quickly, Tony.
Okay.
We're not going to make a statement on that.
Okay. And I think we have Seth's audio, I'm being told. We don't have a video signal, but Seth, if you're there, we have a couple of seconds. Where is your head this morning, Seth?
Just trying to mull over all the intelligence that has come in to try to find out if any of it's going to lead me to my son.
Right. Are you hopeful this morning, Seth?
I'm hopeful every morning.
That's the way to be.
I'm hopeful every night.
Anything you want to say to everyone who's searching and wants to find Sebastian and bring him home?
I appreciate everybody that's goal-oriented in finding my son. Sebastian is the only goal. Finding him is the only thing that
That's
matters
right.
to me.
We are out of time. Thank you.
All right, my friends, that is Exhibit 36. Once again, thank you all for being here and joining me. I never asked this, but if you wouldn't mind, hit that thumbs up for me. I think more people need to know what is actually going on and what is this that we're looking at. It feels cringe as fuck to ask you guys to even hit the thumbs up, but I want people to understand more of what's happening here because I'm super confused. I'm not a legal expert by any means. I'm just an asshole with a YouTube channel that are watching other people be accused of things and then expert or exhibits being provided that have nothing to do with these people. And it's just confusing as shit to me. Oh, absolutely, Megan. Absolutely. Thank you guys all. This is important to me because I would hope somebody, if I was in those, I would hope somebody would push back with, okay, well, let's look at this. Let's break this all down and look at this. And how does this tie to this? Like, how do these people tie to this? Because we're watching the exhibits in real time. Yes, there's live streams that they're going to reference and stuff and timestamps. But again, those don't have anything to do with what they're claiming. They're claiming that they impeded the investigation. Granny and Brittany's back and forth has nothing to do with the disappearance of Sebastian or impeding the search for Sebastian. Nothing. There's nothing you can do that's going to twist that and make it true. Sorry, just not. Okay, carrying on. We're only on page 16. We're doing this. We're going to get there. Number 68, the same day defendant Granny's Watching hosted a 2-hour and 42-minute live stream dissecting the 17-minute interview with plaintiff Dog the Bounty Hunter and counsel Bruce Castor, during which she disregarded the law and its protocols. How? It doesn't say how. A true and correct copy of the live stream is attached here as Exhibit 37. So again, they're referencing a 2-hour and 42-minute live stream on September 19th. Is that right? September 19th, that they're saying she disregarded the law and its protocols. But they're not claiming how. While Mr. Castor and plaintiff Dog the Bounty Hunter were on national television advocating for the search for Sebastian, Nick the Hat was summoned to the Pennsylvania Department of Probation and Parole due to an alarming flood of false reports concerning his involvement in the case. These reports spiraled into outlandish allegations, suggesting that Mr. Hat had made repeated contact with Christopher and Katie Proudfoot, and even more bizarrely, that he had traveled to Tennessee with Dog the Bounty Hunter in an attempt to kidnap individuals and inject them with truth serum, all in supposed effort to extract confessions. This fantastical narrative, worthy of a conspiracy theory, prompted unwarranted actions by the authorities despite the absolute falsity of the claims. So I'm just going to give you a little breakdown here. There was a post that was made by At Night Media, One World Corp, that talked about truth serum and some other techniques that they use. They came out, I think it was Joseph Lesniak that came out and made a clarification later on said post. There was many people that talked about it, but they're going to have to prove who called and the flood of calls to the parole office. Okay. But that was all stuff that they put out here publicly. Nick also talked about and alluded to trying to make his audience think that he potentially might be going to search for Sebastian. Meanwhile, my understanding is he never left Pennsylvania, but people that aren't aware of that could have easily, in my opinion, been under that belief by watching live streams that he was posting and how he was alluding. Thank you. And Kenda, thank you so much. would definitely say it's definitely not the best because I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at. But I'm just, this is, we're using common sense here just to weed our way through this. Okay. And again, how does that have anything to do with Granny or barbecue? All they claimed was that in Granny's live stream that she disregarded the law and its protocols. How? Like, how? Number 71, as a result of these unfounded reports, Mr. Hatt was slapped with extraordinarily restrictive and irrational conditions by the parole board. That's nobody's fault. That would be nobody's fault if the parole board found cause to slap restrictions. They had to have evidence or concern of why, right? They're not just going to take people's words. They would have to have evidence that this was going on to change restrictions, correct? Oh, Chaz. Crazy. He's crazy. Yeah, that, I don't know. First, he was forbidden from working with any law enforcement agencies without explicit written permission from the parole board itself, with the order stating empathetically, there are no exceptions. But that has nothing to do with Granny or barbecue. How would that have anything to do with Granny or barbecue if the parole board is hitting him with restrictions? Do they now control the parole board? Granny, is there something you need to tell me? Are you like the Born Identity over here? Granny, unfortunately, yeah. But the good thing is we read that order and the order or what they were trying to do with the injunction, and it's not in play. They're trying to say you guys can't raise funds for legal expenses, yada, 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 without transparency. But I mean, that's not even signed or ordered or anything like that. So Explore Core, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana, y'all. This is wild. A true and correct copy of the order from the Pennsylvania Board or Parole Board barring Nick the Hat from working with law enforcement is attached here to Exhibit 38 and incorporated by reference. Again, how does that have anything to do? If the parole board is changing restrictions, that is up to the parole. I'm not really understanding that. I wish I could click these exhibits so we could look at all of them. 72, the absurdity of this restriction is self-evident. Despite Mr. Hatt's role in assisting with the search for a missing child, he was effectively barred from collaborating with the very entities tasked with finding that child, local law enforcement and federal agencies. Such a restriction, particularly in a high-stakes situation like this, not only handicaps efforts to locate Sebastian, but also raises serious questions about the motivations behind the enforcement of these orders. Hey, Miss Blue, why aren't you guys going after the parole board then? Because these defendants have no control over the restrictions given to Nick from the parole board. Adding to the insanity, a second order was issued barring Mr. Hatt from contacting Chris Proudfoot and his family in any form, directly or indirectly via social media, phone calls, texts, or even through third parties. The language of the order was as severe as the first. There are no exceptions. Okay? A true and correct copy of the order from the Pennsylvania Parole Board barring Nick the Hat from any contact with Chris Proudfoot and his family is attached as Exhibit 39. Shauna, thank you for being a member for a month. As noted by Plaintiff Hong, what makes this all more incredulous is the fact that there has been minimal contact between Mr. Hatt in the Proudfoots. No more than 3 calls in total. In an ironic twist, several of those calls had been initiated by Chris Proudfoot himself. Despite this, Mr. Hat now faces severe restrictions based on nothing more than a web of fabrications spun by individuals intent on diverting attention from the real search for Sebastian Rogers. The real search for Sebastian Rogers is being conducted by law enforcement, though. How does that? Nope, sorry, that doesn't land. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Hong, managing partner of At Night, is attached. Exhibit 40, which we can't do. It's got his full name, but I can't pronounce it. I'm not even going to try. 75. The combination of these conditions, the ban on working with law enforcement and the restriction on contacting the Proudfoots, is nothing short of bizarre and raises serious concerns about the influence of malicious parties feeding into the narrative. These restrictions, based on fictitious reports, have only served to obstruct the search for a missing child and undermine legitimate efforts to bring justice to Sebastian Rogers. If there's a problem with the restrictions that the parole board gave Nick, then why aren't they going after the parole board for unjust restrictions? The parole board has to have reason or cause for doing that. Again, how is that anything to do with the defendants?
You want a cup of tea or something? Like a throat lozenge?
I'm going to need one.
Shit.
I'm going. I got this. 6 hours going strong. We're going to do it. I'm going to regret it, but we're going to get it. On September, I am getting hungry, though. It might need a...
Want me to make you some food?
Yeah. No, that's more dangerous than anything else.
Probably.
I may need a lawsuit if you have to cook in the kitchen.
You won't be alive for a lawsuit.
I know. What happened to Becky Kyle cooked dinner? On September 20th, news networks reported that plaintiffs Dog the Bounty Hunter, At Night, and Tony Mathis has issued a cease and desist demands to certain content creators. Plaintiff Mathis, spokesperson for Mr. Rogers, emphasized the importance of At Night's involvement, stating, they bring a social media team, they bring an investigative team, they bring a legal team, and these are the things that we're all desperately needing. You need a social media team, an investigative team, and a legal team? Law enforcement's investigating this. Why did you desperately need this? I thought you were the social media cleanup crew. In addition to Dog's passion and the overall horsepower of his organization, oh my. They're saying Dog has horsepower. Did he eat beans last night and he got some gas? Put. The case has been amplified tenfold just in the last 2 weeks. A true and correct copy of the CBS 42 news article reporting this attached hereto and incorporated by reference herein. All right. I gotcha. Yay, I don't have to read this one either. Go me.
Since
For a positive outcome from this.
Since February, Seth Rogers has actively searched and advocated for his missing 15-year-old son, Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian went missing from his home in Hendersonville in February and has not been seen since. Earlier this month,
Just a reminder, this will be Exhibit 41.
Chapman, better known as Dog the Bounty Hunter, and his team joined in on the search for Sebastian.
They bring an investigative team and they bring a legal team. And all of those things are things that were desperately needed.
Dog is also offering a $100,000 reward to anyone with information.
This is not the first rodeo for me finding a missing child.
But Dog and Seth say they have faced online threats that go beyond opinions.
It's really bad. I mean, they have threatened, Seth's family.
What Lesniak is doing is
Roxy, it's an honor to spend this much time with you. I'm sorry that you've had to put up with me all day, but I appreciate you being here. You know, I always thought that they did Tony dirty by like morphing his head in thumbnails. Now I'm just seeing it's what he looks like.
Issuing cease and desists with a copy of the federal injunctions attached as a warning shot.
The law office
as a warning shot. They outlined what a federal injunction could look like and sent a cease and desist. My understanding was that that was just solely to Barbecue Lady. Granny, I don't know if you're still in here, but anybody in here? Granny never got a cease and desist, did she?
offices of Joseph Lesniak representing Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, and Dog the Bounty Hunter, as well as several other individuals, cites 11 reasons for the cease and desist letter.
Thank you, Granny. I didn't think you had.
Some of the examples include the encouragement of false allegations, flooding of false leads, undermining reward credibility, and interference with the search operation.
Misfit, Kyle said you get the comment of the day. You said he looks like a thumb.
Lesniak says going forward, he recommends social media users explicitly state that they are sharing their opinion.
But in the words of Brittany J., that's an attack. Go straight to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. You're going straight to jail for an attack. Because after these came out, saying somebody looks like a thumb is obviously sending us all to jail. Can we all at least go together? That would actually be kind of an interesting. I've been practicing for mugshots since 2022. I'm ready. I'm prepared. I got this moment.
And not fact.
We believe that this happened. My opinion is I allegedly, this is what I've heard. Those types of words then clue listeners into, okay, this is not fact. This is somebody's opinions.
Lesniak.
Why did he just look like Pee Wee Herman right there? I mean, no shade. No, none at all. I look like Mrs. Doubtfire, the Hulk.
He looks more like Sheldon.
I don't know. I think I am becoming delirious.
Tells me continued legal action will be dependent on the response of the recipients and what his clients ultimately decide.
The recipients. Recipients?
We are going to take every single one of these online troublemakers, bullies, or whatever that is, all the way to the woodshed.
What are we going to the woodshed for,
How
dog?
are we going to the woodshed, weirdo?
Why are we going to the woodshed, dog? Granny, please avoid any woodsheds potentially in Pennsylvania from here on out.
Oh, shit.
I mean, I don't think you probably spend much time at woodsheds, but
Looks like dog does.
why are we going to? I mean, it's almost winter. I guess wood burning stoves.
Legally.
Oh. Say it ain't so.
If you have any information, you're asked to call Dog's Tip Line, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, TBI, or your local FBI office. Those numbers are on our website at WKRN.com.
Okay, again, just a reminder, that was Exhibit 41. That same day, it was reported that plaintiffs at night and Dog the Bounty Hunter expressed their belief that they know who is responsible for the disappearance of Tennessee teen Sebastian Rogers and discussed their plans to assist in tracking down the 15-year-old with autism. Let me take this off the screen. A true and correct copy of this report is attached as Exhibit 42 and incorporated therein. Okay, anyways. However, that afternoon, co-counsel Bruce Castor notified the undersigned that Dylan McCandless, King, Coulter, and Graham LLP of Butler, Pennsylvania had entered their appearance on behalf of Barbecue Lady. Okay, so that's Exhibit 43. On the same day, Barbecue Lady's attorneys entered their appearance for Barbecue Lady. Attorney Judy Coleman sent an email that reveals a clear attempt to suppress further discussion about her involvement. Stuff with TikTok has nothing to do with, I don't even know. In the email, Coleman insists that the plaintiffs refrain from discussing her practice or her clients on social media, citing serious missteps in their representations. A true and correct copy of Attorney Coleman's email is attached as Exhibit 44 and incorporated by reference herein. This pattern has been evident in Barbecue Lady's previous conduct, and now Attorney Coleman's own correspondence aligns with these methods, contributing to the enterprise's overall strategy of intimidation and legal maneuvering, noting, now that I have entrusted this matter to Mr. King, I will no longer need to receive copies of any correspondence or emails. I am confident he is more than capable of handling you and your clients. However, I respectfully request that your clients refrain from engaging in discussions or making comments on social media about me, my practice, or the clients I represent. They have already made several serious missteps and represented me in a false light. Please caution them against discussing, responding to, or commenting on any aspect of my professional experience, education, law firm, or clients. I also strongly advise that you and your clients ensure that any future allegations are factually accurate, unlike the incorrect statements made in your previous emails. They should choose their words carefully and realize that if this continues, I will have no choice but to retain counsel as well. All right. 81. In broader context of this case, the enterprise's repeated attempts to use legal mechanisms to intimidate and silence plaintiffs, from cease and desist letters to direct legal threats, fit squarely within the framework of obstructive tactics aimed at impeding the investigation or intimidating individuals. The enterprise, yeah, okay. On September 30th, 2024, an individual identifying themselves as an FBI postal inspector wearing a badge attempted to question Michelle Klubine after she and her husband received constant threats and harassment online. A true and correct copy of a sworn declaration by Michelle Klubine, Aunt Burrito specifically referring to, is attached as Exhibit 45. On October 1st, 2024, Kenneth Klubine, aka Uncle Taco, called the Oklahoma City branch of the FBI to report the incident involving the individual posing as an FBI postal inspector. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Kenneth Klubine is attached as Exhibit 46. Why wouldn't they attach the report? Oh my gosh, Miss Blue. Thank you for the gift and memberships. Y'all, welcome to the cabana. If you got a gift and membership, please thank Miss Blue. There's 83 pages. We're getting through it though. Mimi of 8, thank you for the super sticker. You guys, thank you for the support. Okay. What? Why wouldn't they include a copy of the interaction between Uncle Taco and the FBI? Because that would make sense, of course, yeah. Okay, and for anybody that needs referencing, you can go watch CJ's from October 1st, 2024, where Uncle Taco comes on panel and claims that he was at work. This happened when he wasn't home. He had not contacted anybody at that point in time. He didn't know what was going on. He had no idea. They didn't know if they were real people or not. At the same time, CJ from CJ's Crime Concept was making posts saying that he was being intimidated or threatened, and that the search that they had set up had to be called off. They were even going to take dogs out there. This is not verbatim what was stated, but he made a community post saying that they had to halt their search efforts because of stuff going on online. And then all of this happened. Oh, and then we got the serpentine belt too. So it was the serpentine belt, then it was threats, then it was a white car, a white Pinto, a white station wagon that they couldn't see the plates of, but they were getting plate information on a white car. My gosh. Thinking about how this all sets up is just fucking wild. And then CJ, as he's going over his search footage, invites Uncle Taco up and this new story kicks off. At the same time, Joseph Lesniak had made posts on Twitter claiming that there was false reports being made to federal agencies or state agencies about something. We don't know what the hell any of that was about. That happened to AT. I think it was, in my opinion, this was all an intentional like build up over time. All right, here's something. Granny, you are in here. Okay, good. Yes, Granny. Yep. Okay, this is really interesting.
Before you start reading that,
I need everybody to pay attention. What?
mute.
Hold on, you guys. Just a second. Kenzie needs me. Diet Coke is fine.
If they have Mountain Dew, do you want that?
Yeah,
Sure.
I need some caffeine. I'd take a Mountain Dew. Thank you, sis. All right. It's a marathon. Don't forget to hydrate. I've been drinking a shit ton of water, but now I need some caffeine. Okay. October 2nd, 2024. Plaintiff at night issued a litigation hold via email to all contractors, personnel, representatives, social media moderators, public figures, clients, and other relevant parties associated with the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Robin, thank you so much for the support. I'm going to read that again. I need you to put me a 1 in the chat if you have heard anything about this, if anybody saw any request for a litigation hold, and a 2 in the chat if you've never seen it or heard about it. Maggie K, thank you for becoming a member. Again, page 20, number 84. On October 2nd, 24, plaintiff at night issued a litigation hold via email to all contractors, personnel, representatives, social media moderators, public figures, clients, and other relevant parties associated with the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. The email instructed all recipients to preserve any materials that could be considered relevant to the case. A true and correct copy of this litigation hold email is attached as Exhibit 47. Did anybody put a 1? I have, a litigation hold. Mods, contractors. Right, Megan? They're saying it was sent by email. Who did they send them to? I checked all of mine from At Night, One World Corporation, all of the names of anybody that would be involved. Nothing. I have nothing. I looked on Twitter to find and see if Joseph Lesniak had posted something about a litigation hold. Nothing. Nothing. Again, just a reminder, just so everybody, in case you missed it, 84, page 20, on October 2nd, plaintiff at night issued a litigation hold via email to all contractors, personnel, representative, social media moderators, public figures, clients, and other relevant parties associated with the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. The email instructed all recipients to preserve any materials that could be considered relevant to the case. A true and correct copy of this litigation hold email is attached as Exhibit 46 or 47, excuse me. On October 5th, 2024, at approximately 7:16 p.m., here it gets crazy. A white Chevy truck pulled into Hong's driveway, which is hidden from the road. A man exited the vehicle, leaving his door ajar, and began peering into the windows of the home. He knocked on the door, and after noticing the security cameras, quickly left. There's a sworn declaration from Hong. Then there's letter A. A true and correct copy of the video showing the truck arriving is attached as Exhibit 48. A true and correct copy of the video showing the man walking to the door is attached as Exhibit 49. A true and correct copy of the side angle video of the incident is attached as Exhibit 50. A true and correct copy of the still photo of the man is attached as Exhibit 51. You know what's not attached? A police report. Was DoorDash trying to drop something off? According to exhibits, that's it. There's nothing about police reports reported to anything. And yeah, okay. So what does that have to do with anything? So a litigation hold sent on October 2nd. Well, let's back it up. September 30th, somebody supposedly goes by Uncle Taco's home. He's not there. He's at work, claiming something to do with a postal something, yada, yada, yada. September 30th, he goes on CJ's. It was September 30th, not October 1st, sorry. Then there's a litigation hold sent out to, we don't know who, but they're claiming that all these people have influenced the search for Sebastian, but nobody knows of these. Okay. All right. This is where, I mean, you guys as followers are included in this enterprise, according to what it states. So I'd assume all of you got these litigation holds. I'm just guessing here, you know? And then on October 5th, a white Chevy truck shows up at Hong's. They've got video of this guy showing up, his truck, but there's no police report in the exhibits. Yeah, you have to be served first and foremost. Yeah, that's a big thing. But it's not shocking to me of how that went down. Tiffany Marie was just in BJ's the other day, amping her up and saying that she would help her in any way, shape, or form that she could. And then Tiffany and Molly are the ones to go live with this, plus the JLR connection to Nick the Hat. Like, I'm not shocked by any of this, that they were the ones that broke this without you even knowing about it. Okay, carrying on. No police report in this exhibits, though. Now we are on section 3, Seth Rogers. Okay, 21, page 21. Defendant Granny repeatedly twists Mr. Rogers' words, portraying him as insincere, manipulative, and unfit as a parent. This is not just a personal vendetta, but part of a larger coordinated attempt by the enterprise to discredit Mr. Rogers in the eyes of the public. The mocking and distorting of his words serve the dual purpose of undermining his credibility and inciting further harassment from Granny's audience. I'm going to let you guys come up with your thoughts on that one, because I know what you guys are all going to think. Undermining his credibility and inciting further harassment. Granny's audience supposedly is harassing Seth Rogers. All right. All right. Okay, then. There's, of course, no exhibit attached there. I did say white Chevy truck. Yep. Defendant Granny mocks Mr. Rogers for stating, "I just want a divorce so I can start again." turning this into an opportunity to paint him as someone dismissive of his responsibilities. She sarcastically thanks him for being so nice during the divorce, encouraging her audience to view him as deceitful. A true and correct copy of the sped up 2x audio recording is attached hereto as Exhibit 52. There's no date on that they're referencing, so I would have pulled that, but there wasn't any date. This distortion of Mr. Rogers' statements reflects the broader strategy of the enterprise, with defendants, Granny, and Barbecue coordinating efforts to undermine victims' credibility through mockery, manipulation, and defamation as tools of harassment. Yeah, Granny, and that one's not, I mean, I can't click on Exhibit 52 to recognize what timestamp or live stream or anything. They've got a couple like segments of where it's at, but not the exact live stream. So I couldn't even tell you like what you were reviewing, if it was what it was, which is important with these. The distortion of Mr. Rogers' statements reflects the broader strategy. Okay, I read that. Defendant Granny's persistent sarcasm goes beyond mere commentary. Oh, her sarcasm goes beyond commentary. It is a tactic used to diminish Mr. Rogers' character and portray him as untrustworthy. Instantly, I go back to thinking of when Tony was on TikTok and said that the relationship to law enforcement was harmed because law enforcement asked Seth to do certain things to build trust, and he refused to do said things. And I've played that clip over and over again. But so Tony is basically, I mean, in my opinion, that would be, he's saying that he refused to build trust. Wouldn't that be fall in the category of untrustworthy? Echoing the sarcastic attacks frequently employed by defendant Barbecue. Oh, Granny is echoing the sarcastic attacks frequently employed by defendant Barbecue and other members of the enterprise, where sarcasm is weaponized to belittle and the audience is encouraged to join in on the public degradation. Oh, he's such a good guy. Thank you for being so nice during the divorce. Mocks Mr. Rogers' efforts to present himself as responsible, twisting his words to imply hypocrisy. Exhibit 52. The use of sarcasm and ridicule aligns with the enterprise's broader strategy of public character assassination. Defendant Granny's mocking tone not only deserves or serves to discredit Rogers, but also to mobilize her followers to further participate in this coordinated defamation. I need to take a breath right there because we've got behavior experts and linguistic experts on sarcasm, mockery. Okay, all right. All right. The use of sarcasm, yeah, that whole statement right there about how it aligns with the enterprise. Defendant Granny actively engages her audience in the harassment by prompting real-time reactions and contributions of the defamation of Mr. Rogers, mirroring defendant Barbecue's tactic of encouraging public shaming and transforming private matters like custody and divorce into a public spectacle. Wasn't it Tiffany Marie that went through Seth's divorce papers? I could be wrong on that, but I thought Tiffany Marie went through the divorce papers of Seth Rogers. I think multiple people did, actually. I also think Seth has talked about, well, he did in his exclusive interview with Betty and multiple others. He also talked about his relationship with Katie when he was on with Coffindoffer. Defendant Granny invites her audience to engage in the narrative of Mr. Rogers' unfitness, creating an echo chamber of public judgment. Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen the divorce papers. Put a 2 if you did not. See Exhibit 52. The orchestration of audience participation in defamation exemplifies how the enterprise operates on a broader scale, with the defendant GW's engagement mirroring defendant barbecue's incitement of followers, making public humiliation central to the group's collective goal of silencing and discrediting their targets. You guys are funny, though, because you guys are answering that. That's a quote in this. That's actually number 93. Quote, I put a 1 in the chat if you've seen the divorce papers. Put a 2 if you did not. End quote. That's one of their exhibits. I know, Granny. Do you watch her on TikTok very often, even? Roxy, right? All right. All right. We're getting here. Defendant Granny continually mocks Mr. Rogers' emotional struggles, particularly his trauma from the divorce, aligning with the enterprise's broader tactics of dismissing mental health and personal issues, as seen in the targeting of plaintiff Bullhorn Betty and others, thereby reinforcing the strategy of belittling victims' emotional distress. Defendant Granny dismisses Rogers' claims of trauma, sarcastically suggesting, get a therapist. Quote, get a therapist because it's years later, sir, and you are still not healed. End quote. Making light of his emotional pain. The mockery of trauma across multiple victims demonstrates a continuous and related pattern of behavior by the enterprise, with defendants Granny's consistent dismissal of mental health aligning with defendant Barbecue's similar treatment of plaintiffs, highlighting the orchestrated nature of the enterprise's psychological harassment. Oh, did I miss divorce trauma? My eyes are going fucking crossed at this point. My God. Defendant Granny distorts the legal context of Mr. Rogers' custody and divorce issues by falsely implying that he was deemed borderline abusive by the courts, a deliberate misrepresentation that aligns with defendant Barbecue's similar tactics of distorting legal proceedings to mislead the public and discredit plaintiffs, illustrating how the enterprise manipulates legal narratives to harm their targets. Give me a moment. This isn't in there, but I'm gonna pull it. Uno momento. Talk about whatever you want in the chat for a moment. Bullhorn Betty. Let's go over here. Let's find this. Okay. Hold on, I gotta find this really quick. You'll understand why I'm pulling this up in a moment. I wonder why they didn't include this. I mean, I'm probably not shocked why this wasn't included, but sorry, I'm adding in my own exhibit here. Might as well, right? Did she take it down? Or am I just seeing sideways? Oh, got it. Okay, hold on. Let me pull the transcript really quick. Okay. Here you go. Let me make sure you guys can see this. Nope. Oh, I got to reload it. Give me a second. I got to reload. Okay. We're going to start at the 128-minute mark. Tell me if you can hear this. It's giving me that weird thing again.
So what I did with my grandchildren, I put them down at 8 o'clock because then they can rest their bodies, and they're usually off by 9:30.
You got audio on that? Everybody good to go? Okay, again, good. Thank you. Again, this is what was just said in this. This is page 24. Defendant Granny distorts the legal context of Mr. Rogers' custody and divorce issues by falsely implying that he was deemed borderline abusive by the courts, a deliberate misrepresentation that aligns with defendant barbecues similar tactics of distorting legal proceedings to mislead the public and discredit plaintiffs, illustrating how the enterprise manipulates legal narratives to harm their targets. All right, pay attention. This is Bullhorn Betty's live stream from May 30th. For anybody wanting to know, 128-minute mark, please listen closely.
After horse playing for an hour or so, and
But I was told that I was borderline abusive by a judge in California for having a set routine for my son. He was in school.
And that's what they tell you to do.
What did you just hear right there? Let's back that up one more time. Let's even go back a little bit further. So, well, we don't have to actually. Let's go right here. Did you hear the claim made on page 24? Okay, let's start this over. So I'm not pulling the wool over your eyes.
Foundation with the structure that I had in the house, everything routine, the court system literally at one point in time during the divorce told me that I was borderline abusive because I had, shower time at 7 and bedtime at 8. It's like, how is that borderline abusive? It's routine. It's school. You need to lay down. You need to have your hot shower, be clean, lay down clean in your bed. And whether you're asleep or not, but you need to be laying there so that you will go to sleep.
I don't know how that's what I did with my grandchildren. I put them down at 8 o'clock because then they can rest their bodies, and they're usually off by 9:30 after horse playing for an hour or so, and
But I was told that I was borderline abusive by a judge in California for having a set routine for my son. He was in school.
And that's what they tell you to do, is have that's one thing that throughout this whole process that has been instilled in me from all the parents, is that a strict schedule is the best way for autistic children to survive, and to thrive.
And they didn't even have him.
I got you, Granny. Okay, so the claim that was made, again, this is page 24, item number 99. Defendant Granny falsely claims Mr. Rogers states that the courts deemed him borderline abusive when no such well, I can back it up. Hold on. I'll read the whole thing. It starts at 98. Defendant Granny distorts the legal context of Mr. Rogers' custody and divorce issues by falsely implying that he was deemed borderline abusive by the courts, a deliberate misrepresentation that aligns with defendants barbecue ladies, similar tactics of distorting legal proceedings to mislead the public and discredit plaintiffs, illustrating how the enterprise manipulates legal narratives to harm their targets. It goes on in 99 to say, Defendant Granny falsely claims Mr. Rogers states that the courts deemed him borderline abusive when no such legal finding exists. This intentional misrepresentation serves to undermine Mr. Rogers' credibility and paint him in a negative light. See Exhibit 51. The deliberate distortion of legal facts by Defendant Granny is part of the broader enterprise strategy seen in defendants' barbecues campaigns. The use of false legal claims to discredit victims shows a coordinated effort to manipulate public perception and attack the reputations of those who challenge the enterprise. Man, sometimes having a photographic memory is a bitch. Here, let's play it again.
On him and, trying to get 20 or 30 minutes worth of sleep while he's passed out. And it's just one of those things. It's like, I believe children are supposed to have a solid foundation.
Again, just so everybody knows where I'm pulling this from, one of the plaintiff's own live streams, Bullhorn Betty's, from May 30th, 1:27, 42-minute mark. There you have it. Let's let it play.
Foundation to lean on as they grow up. Mm-hmm. And I believe I was that solid foundation with the structure that I had in the house, everything routine. The court system literally at one point in time during the divorce told me that I was borderline abusive because I had, shower time at 7 and bedtime at 8. It's like, how is that borderline abusive? It's routine. Mm-hmm. It's school. You need to lay down. You need to have your hot shower, be clean, lay down clean in your bed. And whether you're asleep or not.
Be Tim. Do you think it'll be Contessa? Nonsense. Maybe Becky. Becky with the big old butt. Bob for short. Bob. I am delusional at this motherfucking point. Sorry, guys. I am completely lost it. I don't know why they name me. I mean, they can name me all they want. This nonsense over here pulls clips out of her ass that we forget that are out there. T, thank you for the gifted memberships, y'all. Welcome to the cabana. You guys are rattling those cages today over here. Let's listen to this.
Not, but you need to be laying there so that you will go to sleep.
I don't know how that, 'cause that's what I did with my grandchildren. I put them down at 8 o'clock because then they can rest their bodies, and they're usually off by 9:30 after horse playing for an hour or so. And
But I was told that I was borderline abusive by a judge in California for having a set routine for my son. He was in school.
And that's what they tell you to do, is have a very, that's one thing that throughout this whole process that has been instilled in me from all the parents, is that a strict schedule is the best way for autistic children to survive, and to thrive.
And, and they didn't even have him diagnosed as autistic, but with the chromosomal deletion, it was simple to understand that it's not even for autistic children. It should be all children. Mm-hmm. All children.
Okay, there's that. Okay, let's go back here. I just wanted to point that out because it was something when I was reading through this, I was like, wait a second, I'm positive that was said somewhere. Okay. Defendant Granny uses Mr. Rogers' divorce and custody battle as a key point of attack, twisting the narrative to portray him as an unfit father and husband. This tactic of weaponizing personal legal matters is commonly employed by the enterprise, turning private family issues into public spectacles to discredit and humiliate. Defendant Barbecue has similarly exploited family disputes in her attacks on other plaintiffs, indicating a shared strategy within the enterprise. Defendant Granny mocks Mr. Rogers for allegedly seeking alimony and being a nice, quote, nice guy. during the divorce, stating, you asked for, quote, you asked for alimony, but you were so nice, end quote. This sarcastic remark is designed to undermine Mr. Rogers' character by framing his actions as hypocritical. Defendant Granny focus on Mr. Rogers' divorce aligns with the defendant's barbecue's broader strategy of using personal legal matters as a tool for defamation, reinforcing the organized and continuous nature of the enterprise's attacks. Defendant Granny often resorts to baseless speculation to further undermine Mr. Rogers' credibility by implying drug use, neglect, and irresponsibility. Defendant Granny encourages her audience to view Mr. Rogers as a flawed, untrustworthy figure. These speculative attacks mirror defendants' barbecue's false accusations against other plaintiffs where unfounded allegations are presented as a fact to sway public opinion. Hold on, I want to do this right quick while I'm thinking of it. Give me one moment. Sorry, I'm drawing this out longer than I should, but there's just things that just keep popping in my freaking head that I'm like, oh, wait, hold on. Let's go here. Let's go there. Let's talk about this. Oh, these are... I need to go in here, manage videos. Videos. Sorry, y'all. I am looking for, oh, right here. This will be it. Let me go pull this up. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second.
I cooked dinner.
Did you?
Yep.
I love that you did that, babe. Am I going to survive it?
Probably.
Okay, good. Okay, so this is the live stream I referenced a little while ago about Tony on TikTok. This is my own copy of this video. I think I've sent it around to a few people. 17-minute mark. Here we go.
Let me tell you how, Ocean. Do you remember me telling you guys last night?
Oh, hold on.
Seth had been.
Hold on. I'm going to back it up a little bit. They keep mentioning that he's being basically diminished to untrustworthy. I want to tell you something that comes to mind about me thinking of somebody's character being untrustworthy.
The same things he answered, the things he can't answer is what direction it is going in, because it could hinder stuff. He said everything I asked was based on questions, honest to God, that we all asked. But apparently, this information with the Sumner County and TBI is where there's a bridge. And honestly, it's almost like that bridge is not communicating with each other, even though they're two.
But how did Seth not even have this information? How did he not know? I did hear him say that there was dash cam video. I did hear him say that. But how did he not know that?
That's Katie's, right?
Let me tell you how, Ocean. Do you remember me telling you guys last night that Seth had been?
You guys are insane today. Up to good. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Y'all, welcome to the cabana. Thank you guys so much.
Accusing them of not giving him the same information that he was giving CP and KP.
Yes. Yes.
Right. So walk with me down this path. Early on, they asked Seth to do some things in their mind to gain their trust. He didn't do those things, and they cut him off for a long time with communication. He was not getting communication through his PIs. They weren't getting communication on his behalf. Nothing to do with anything their fault. It just wasn't happening. So CP and KP might have had Well, if they chose to share this with them, they might have not shared it with them for obvious reasons, but they may have had information for a long time that we didn't have, Seth didn't have. I can tell you that the 3 things I shared with you tonight, 1000% Seth did not have that information.
That's horrible. If that's the case. It doesn't. If it does not matter if Seth didn't build the trust. He's the father.
I mean, to me, that would kind of, I don't know how you guys feel, but that being discussed kind of alludes to me that this is a spokesperson saying that he didn't build trust, right? I don't know. That's where my brain goes with that one, but let's carry on. I just wanted to play that though, because I wanted you guys to hear him, his own spokesperson, saying that he didn't do things to, when it even regarding law enforcement. Okay. Where was I? Defendant Granny's watching falsely implies that Mr. Rogers is hypocritical regarding his stance on medication, but you sure as fuck had no problem taking those pharmaceutical medications yourself. All right, let's go here. Thank you, babe. Kyle plugged us in. Plug it in, plug it in. Okay. Again, this is just stuff that my brain goes to when I think of these things. We're staying on Betty's exclusive interview. They're not giving these aren't, this part that I'm doing is just kind of off the top of my head, so bear with me. These aren't things that they're including as exhibits at this point. These are Becky's exhibits. All right. 106-minute mark, about the 107-minute mark. May 30th, exclusive interview from one of the plaintiffs, Bullhorn Betty's live stream.
Hot shower and some sleepy time tea, which is still up there in the cabinet. Bought at Walmart. I do it myself so that I can get to sleep a little bit easier. That's it. I don't believe in this medication and stuff that he was taking. I never did. And one of the reasons she divorced me is because I refused to sign off on any type of pharmaceutical medication for my son, because I believed in home remedies. He had ADHD, then give him this. Got into arguments with psychologists at the school. You want to give him a cup of coffee every 2 hours. Well, you want to give him a pill every 4. Mm-hmm. I'd rather give him a cup of coffee and his kidneys will filter it out and he goes and takes a leak, instead of building stuff up in the system and you're giving him Ritalin.
Jones, and I can understand what you're saying, that maybe like she crossed. I know I've said things at certain times that have crossed the line myself, but where my brain is, where I'm having a hard time is where he brought these things out publicly and talked about this stuff publicly, and they're using it to turn around and say that she went over, reviewed his own statements, basically things that he had mentioned and talked about. How is it humiliation or an attempt to humiliate him or discredit him when he's the one who brought it publicly to begin with? That's where what my brain is questioning. I know I've crossed the line on things. That's all I keep thinking is like, how, if you're bringing it out publicly yourself, how can you turn around and say somebody else is weaponizing it to humiliate you? Megan, thank you for becoming a member. Chris, thank you so much for the support. I hope it's helping you understand improving. I don't know what we're proving here, but this is just things that I'm like, J Fox, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. This is where I question though, because he's bringing this out and talked about it publicly, and he's sitting on panel with another. These are 3 of the plaintiffs right here that know he talked about these things openly.
Giving him basically pharmaceutical meth. What are you trying to do to our kids?
Yeah. You wanted good, wholesome remedies to help you.
He, as a child, needed to understand that what happens if something happens to me? And all of a sudden he doesn't have insurance anymore. And then all of a sudden he has no idea what meds he's supposed to be on or anything else. And he's got to learn how to take care of himself. He's got to learn to function on his own.
And I'm almost positive there's live streams where he goes on Pascal's potentially. I could be wrong, but I know there was at least one live stream where he talks about he needs to go take his medication for his shoulder injury. There might be more than one, there might be multiple, but I'm just trying to prove, like, this is why I'm really confused by that. Like, these are his words that he brought out here publicly. How does this work in a court of law? I'm not sure. Chica, thank you for being a member. I really appreciate you guys. This is where I get confused, though. Like, he brought this stuff up.
Without the use of medication. And until he was 8 years old, he wasn't on any medication.
Oh, Blue Love. My mouth does nothing but run. It runs circles around most of you. And I'm going to continue to run my mouth because I'm not saying anything, but these are their statements and this is what my brain thinks of. And this is where I go. So what am I scared of? Oh, should I go back here? Let's go back here just because I think some of you guys missed this and it's just too fun to laugh about. So let's listen to this again because this is just fucking a good time to laugh.
Way kiddos can't go into the frame. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. Thank you, Crime Cafe. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm just going to say this right now. Everybody needs to read that filing. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now. That's one of the things that's being that
we're just doing what Brittany told us to do. We're reading the filing. Blue Love
is being warned about. Okay, this needs. I don't know why they said that people were going to do this. Jumping to attacking and threatening before you read that filing is not wise. Because if anybody attacks or comes after any of us who are in that filing oh God, I can't even talk. Coming after us in retaliation could land you in jail.
Oh, I fucking love that. I love that for her so much. Oh, is Blue Love upset? Why are you so upset? It's not why you so obsessed with me. It's why you so upset with me. Straight to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
Anyways, let's finish this out.
I refused that stuff. Didn't have a single problem. Had a structure and routine in the house, and he flourished with that.
So you kind of hit on something, and I was going to get kind of.
All right. Well, I just wanted to. I thought there was a conversation about medication that he had brought up. So, anyways, okay. The repetition of Plane, can you go away? I need you to fly on away. The repetition of unfounded accusations across multiple plaintiffs demonstrates a pattern of defamation that is central to the enterprise's racketeering activities. Defendant Granny's speculative attacks align with the broader strategy of spreading false narratives, revealing a clear connection to the continuous and organized effort by Barbecue Lady and Granny to discredit their victims. Defendant Granny does not merely mock and insult Mr. Rogers. She actively encourages her audience to join in, fostering a culture of public humiliation designed to amplify the emotional and psychological harm, mirroring Defendant Barbecue's tactic of mobilizing followers to intensify the impact on victims. And they continue to use Exhibit 52. Defendant Granny calls on her followers to put out your declarations, end quote, pushing Mr. Rogers to expose more of his personal life to public scrutiny. Pause. I hate when my brain does this and twitches like this. Give me one moment. Sorry. Okay. Same live stream. Betty's.
You talk about, obviously it was, and of course it's been plastered all over social media. So, even I know about the divorce proceedings and how.
Actually, I'd like to say something about that. It's funny how every
Did Betty say even she knows about the divorce proceedings? Sure did.
one of her declarations that she wrote is out there. None of my declarations are out there. So everybody's only getting her written side of the divorce, but nobody sees any of mine out there. I really think it's funny that that's out there on Reddit, but my stuff isn't out there on Reddit on the stuff that I submitted.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. It seems like it's a one-sided narrative, for sure.
And I'll tell you right now, if people really want to look, they can look at mine because all of my declarations aren't written by me. Yeah. I refuse to write anything bad about that lady. I refused. What happened behind closed doors, what she put me through, the hell that she put me through. I didn't have a single, I mean, we're talking about, I went 7 years without a girlfriend after the divorce. I didn't even, I wasn't looking for it. No. I mean, it takes time to heal from trauma, from abuse. And I was good living in my sanctuary, my house. The only person that came into my house was my son. This is the safest place he knew.
I don't know if that's what Granny was referencing, of course, by the declarations, but there's a conversation about declarations. Okay, carry on. Where was I? Okay. Defendant Granny calls on her followers to, quote, put out your declarations, end quote, pushing Mr. Rogers to expose more of his personal life to public scrutiny. Again, that was his comments from Bullhorn Betty's on May 30th. This public demand is a form of intimidation and control, echoing defendant Barbecue's similar efforts to humiliate other plaintiffs through the exposure of personal information. This coordinated effort to publicly humiliate victims shows a continuous pattern of racketeering activity, as defendant Granny's role in encouraging her audience to participate in the harassment demonstrates by the enterprise's use of public platforms to amplify harm and silence opposition. Defendant Granny's harassment of Mr. Rogers is intricately linked to the broader efforts of the enterprise led by defendant Barbecue and associates. Defendant Granny's mockery, manipulation, false accusations, and incitement of her audience are all part of a coordinated strategy to discredit and defame Mr. Rogers, aligning with a larger pattern of racketeering activity in this case. Number 4, Tony Mathis. Defendant Barbecue frequently discusses her access to resources, referring to it as a chain of command. She bragged, I forgot the name of it, but it's like the domino effect. The person who originally took the video, leaked the video, and sent it to somebody, then someone sent it to somebody else. A true and correct copy of the video audio version of defendant Barbecue's discussing this on a live stream is attached here too and referenced herein, Exhibit 53. Holy shit, my brain hurts. This domino effect described by defendant Barbecue demonstrates a pattern of racketeering activity under Rico Act, as the coordinated sharing and distribution of the video indicates a conspiracy to engage in continuous and organized criminal conduct. Each act of sharing the video constitutes an overt act of conspiracy in violation of both Rico and Pennsylvania criminal conspiracy statutes. Defendant Barbecue asserted, well, kind of, but there's a legal term actually for it, and every single fucking person that shared the video of Caleb can all be fucking prosecuted. See Exhibit 53. Defendant Trude's acknowledgement that every single person that shared the video of Caleb can all be fucking prosecuted demonstrates her awareness that of the illegal nature, basically, of the enterprise's conduct. Her statement indicates active involvement in a criminal conspiracy to commit harassment and defamation in violation with Pennsylvania criminal conspiracy laws and Rico's conspiracy provisions. Each participant in the chain of distribution is a conspirator furthering the enterprise's unlawful objectives, exposing them to criminal liability. In the same live stream, defendant Barbecue declared, and you know what? It's my fucking mission, and it's been my little undercover mission. I know you guys are probably wondering where we were at, but we're up to something. Defendant Barbecue's statement about undercover mission to target individuals within the context of sharing harmful content demonstrates premeditated conspiracy. This satisfies the elements of racketeering activity under Rico and criminal conspiracy under Pennsylvania's law. Under Pennsylvania law, criminal conspiracy is established when two or more individuals agree to engage in unlawful conduct with at least one overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. This overt acts, in this case, involve the deliberate dissemination of harmful content, which violates multiple provisions of Pennsylvania law, including harassment and defamation. Additionally, defendant Barbecue, statement reflects a calculated, organized effort to harm others, demonstrating the continuity. I can't talk. In structure required for establishing a pattern of racketeering activity. This aligns with Pennsylvania's broad definition of conspiracy, where intent and action to promote or facilitate illegal conduct suffice for prosecution. Furthermore, each participant in the dissemination of harmful content is implicated as an active conspirator in furtherance of the criminal enterprise, exposing them to substantial criminal liability under both federal and state law. Defendant Barbecue and her panelists continued, okay, we're not avoiding being on TikTok because we're afraid or scared. We've been working, and all I'm going to say is if anyone thinks they're going to fuck with us, I fucking dare you. Defendant Barbecue's overt threat, I fucking dare you, constitutes intimidation and extortion under federal law and Pennsylvania's extortion statutes. Extortion in Pennsylvania involves using threats of harm to coerce behavior, and her statement is designed to intimidate and deter opposition to the enterprise's activities through threats of retaliation. This conduct, reflective of organized criminal behavior, aims to prevent interference or exposure, thereby advancing the enterprise's unlawful goals. In a live stream, defendant Barbecue declared, fucking dare you, I dare you, this shit right here. Though these foul fucking human beings, birds of a feather, flock together. The continuation of intimidation tactics and defendant Barbecue's language, coupled with derogatory remarks, highlights a clear pattern of harassment and violation with 18 PA CONS statute. Her repeated threats, I dare you, aim to intimidate and coerce others into compliance or silence, punishable under Pennsylvania's criminal harassment statutes, and also form part of a broader criminal conspiracy within the enterprise. Defendant Barbecue further stated, it is my fucking mission to take Tony the fuck down. So however that looks for you, or whatever you want to imagine in your God-given brain, whatever. When I say take them down, I mean like he should not be a fucking spokesperson for anybody's missing child, in my opinion. This statement demonstrates defendant Barbecue's intent to cause significant harm to Tony L. Mathis through a coordinated campaign of harassment and defamation, furthering and further supporting a criminal conspiracy and racketeering under Rico. Her admission of a mission to take Tony down reflects the calculated unlawful objective enterprise to discredit and harm through intimidation and defamation. Oh. Under Pennsylvania law, fraud covers when party knowingly makes false representations with the intent to induce others to act. Defendant Barbecue's public solicitation of funds based on the false claim that she needed $25,000 to retain a federal attorney for ongoing litigation constitutes fraudulent misrepresentation. Despite receiving only a cease and desist letter, which does not constitute litigation, defendant Barbecue knowingly implied that she was under legal threat to justify her fundraising campaign. Defendant Barbecue's actions constitute unjust enrichment by collecting funds under the false premise of a non-existent lawsuit, misrepresenting the cease and desist letter, and fabricating a false narrative to unjustly gain financial support from her audience. Defendant Barbecue deliberate misrepresentation of a cease and desist letter as ongoing litigation in her fundraising campaign constitutes fraud, demonstrating a pattern of deceit in an attempt to unjustly enrich herself by misleading her audience. The court should enjoin defendant Barbecue from continuing to solicit funds under these false pretenses and order the return of all funds raised through the fraudulent campaign. All right. I think we're going to read this next segment and then I'm going to end it for tonight and finish it tomorrow because my voice hurts and I need to eat something. I so appreciate all of you sitting here through this, and we will finish it out. I'm not giving up. We're going to finish it all through. But I think this will probably be the final section because this might take me out. I do talk a lot, Cash. Yeah, I do talk a lot. This is Brittany's section. In multiple live broadcasts on YouTube, defendant Granny engaged in a concerted effort to defame, harass, and intimidate plaintiff BJ as part of a broader coordinated attack with her associates. These statements are not isolated incidents, but rather form a sustained campaign of targeted harassment, threats, and defamation, violating both Pennsylvania and federal laws and fitting into a pattern of conduct that constitutes part of a corrupt enterprise as defined under Corrupt Organizations Act. In her live stream, defendant GW directly threatened BJ, stating, "I will make you a fucking victim. You want to go legal? I will give you a reason to go legal. You have crossed every fucking boundary there is." A true and correct copy of Granny's Watching's live streams, audio lasting 16 minutes and 54 seconds from May 9th, 2024, is attached as Exhibit 54. Defendant Granny's intent to make Brittany a victim and provoked real or legal retaliation demonstrates a malicious targeted attack designed to intimidate and harass, further supporting a claim of racketeering activity under 18 U.S.C. 1961. These threats made in public also serve to escalate the level of intimidation, forming part of the conspiracy to obstruct Brittany's efforts to defend herself legally. Electro, thank you so much for the support. And my ass hurts from sitting down. I sat down a lot today. Okay. Oh, there's one section I might cherry pick out of this just to read that section to wrap it up tonight because you all deserve a laugh with me. Okay. I don't know how that, I'm confused at how that obstructs her efforts to defend herself legally. I'm confused by that. Imagine that. Defendant Granny continued her attack on BJ's character in a public forum stating, quote, "You are a lazy, wasteful piece of shit. I don't speak on you, Brittany. I don't fucking talk about you," end quote. Duchess, thank you for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana, y'all. Defendant Granny acknowledgement of her involvement in a coordinated retaliatory effort against BJ and her associates further highlights the presence of an enterprise engaging in racketeering activity. Defendant Granny states, "Then I'm going to fucking be, and I'm going to do to you every single thing that you and your fucking YouTube associates do to me and mine." Exhibit 54. Defendant Granny's statement demonstrates her active participation in conspiracy under 18, that one, and involvement in a corrupt organization as defined under, with her reference to Brittany's YouTube associates, indicating a broader network of individuals collaborating to attack and harass Brittany, thereby forming the basis for a civil conspiracy claim under Pennsylvania law and supporting the Rico elements for a coordinated enterprise. Defendant Granny attempts to downplay her actions by saying, "Playing your own words isn't harassing and bullying. You know what harassing and bullying is? First off, we're adults. A true and correct copy of Granny's Watching audio from May 9th, 2024, lasting 4 minutes, 32 seconds, is attached as Exhibit 55. This dismissive statement is part of an ongoing campaign of cyberbullying disguised as plain words back to deflect accountability, falling under the scope of 18P8- blah, 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 you know those codes, and contributing to a Rico claim by forming part of the sustained organized harassment aimed at causing Brittany emotional distress and reputational harm. Defendant Granny also targeted BJ by spreading false and inflammatory narratives, implying that Brittany neglects or abuses her own children. You won't find bags under my kids' eyes. You will never catch me driving with my children unbuckled, standing up. A true and correct copy of Granny's Watching audio clip from May 9th, 2024, lasting 44 seconds, is attached. Exhibit 56. These statements constitute further defamation aimed at discrediting Brittany as a mother and person, fostering public animosity against her through malicious and false insinuations about child neglect, and are designed to damage her reputation both within her community and online. Cash, what's your advice today? Run for the fucking hills? Throw Kiki out? Defendant Granny's statements demonstrate a clear intent to manipulate public perception and discredit BJ's reputation. As seen in her direct statements, how dare you, Brittany? How fucking dare you put this shit on me? If you know, I came so she can hide that she fucking does it. Exhibit 56. Defendant Granny has employed coordinated defamatory tactics to harm plaintiff BJ as part of a broader enterprise involving multiple individuals aimed at discrediting and shaming her. In a live stream, Defendant Granny falsely implicated BJ in the tragic death of a man outside her home, using strategies consistent with those employed by Defendant Barbecue and others in the criminal enterprise. I got a question. Did Granny ever implicate BJ in the tragic death of a man outside of her home? Page 33, paragraph 147. Uh-huh. Yep. Yeah, she talked about somebody passing away from an automobile accident, from what I've gathered, outside her home. Yeah. Mm. Yikes. Using strategies consistent with those employed by Defendant Barbecue and others in a criminal enterprise. Defendant Granny repeated and malicious actions violate Pennsylvania's harassment statute, defamation law, and racketeer influenced and corrupt organizations, and Pennsylvania's Corrupt Organizations Act. Well, does that really work though? Because even though Granny works there or lives there, BJ, that's not proper jurisdiction for BJ. Would it be? I don't know how that all works. Again, I go back to personal and principal jurisdiction, and I don't know how all that would work with defamation and stuff. That would be one of my questions. And how is what Granny and BJ, what's being said here, have anything to do with harming the search for Sebastian? Can anybody answer that? Defendant Granny mentions the tragic death of a man outside Brittany J's home is a deliberate attempt to weaponize personal misfortunes to manipulate public perception and defame BJ. Defendant GW stated, "Let's talk about the man that died outside her home and what happened with that." A true and correct copy of the 40-second Granny's Watching live stream clip from July 24th, 2024 is attached as Exhibit 57. Defendant Granny uses this tragedy to suggest that BJ was at fault or behaved inappropriately following the incident, mirroring the broader strategy used by Defendant Barbecue and others in the enterprise to exploit personal events, such as family disputes or tragedies, for defamatory purposes. This pattern is consistent with Defendant Barbecue's attacks on Mr. Rogers, Mr. Mathis, Mr. Hat, Mr. Hong, Chasing Crime, Dog, Bullhorn Betty, and many others, where she similarly weaponized their personal experience to discredit them. Defendant Granny's exploitation of this tragedy is part of the enterprise's continuous scheme to defame individuals by manipulating personal stories fitting the continuity prong of Rico, as it represents not an isolated incident, but a pattern of ongoing defamation and harassment aimed at the plaintiffs. Defendant Granny Defendant Granny also employed sarcasm and false sympathy to insinuate that BJ failed to respect the family of the deceased. Defendant Granny remarked, "Yeah, that must have been horrifying, but let's talk about how much respect was shown to that family that was mourning." This sarcastic commentary pretends to express concern while subtly suggesting that BJ was callous in her response to the tragedy. This tactic mirrors Defendant Barbecue's use of sarcasm when mocking Mr. Rogers, Bullhorn, Mr. Mathis, Mr. Hat, Mr. Hong, Chasing Crime, Dog, and others, attempting to twist the narrative to damage their reputations while maintaining a veneer of objectivity. Defendant Granny's statements also function to incite her audience to join in public shaming of BJ. She described the death outside BJ's home in detail, encouraging her followers to focus on how BJ handled the tragedy. Quote, "Yeah, she called me and told me some poor younger guy died outside her home," end quote. Exhibit 57. This tactic of rallying her audience to reinforce the narrative is part of the enterprise's strategy to mobilize collective attacks, with Defendant Granny and Defendant Barbecue both inciting followers to participate in coordinated harassment, such as reporting plaintiffs' GoFundMe accounts. Who's got GoFundMe accounts that were reported? This mobilization for public shaming satisfies the enterprise element of Rico, demonstrating the organized and coordinated nature of their activities. Defendant Granny's narrative about the man's death is part of a broader effort to craft defamatory stories that cast plaintiffs like BJ in a negative light, without any factual basis. Defendant Granny's comments, quote, let's talk about how much respect was shown to their family that was mourning, end quote, is intended to portray Brittany as morally lacking, even though there is no evidence to support such claims. This tactic is used throughout the enterprise by Defendant Barbecue, who often twists personal stories, such as Mr. Rogers' custody battle, to create damaging narratives that undermine the plaintiff's credibility. The use of deflection to frame plaintiffs for events they had no control over is a coordinated strategy within the enterprise. By twisting narratives to cast blame on the plaintiffs, Defendant Granny and Defendant Barbecue engage in a continuous scheme of defamation and harassment, further supporting the Rico claim. All right, I'm going to fast forward here. We're going to come back to Andra Bullhorn Betty tomorrow. But I want to get to the part about, we're going to skip ahead. to, we'll finish BHB tomorrow. Because we've got about 50 more pages to go. Yay! Thank you, Pika. Sorry, this is another part I wasn't prepared to do, but I want to find specific. I want to find where the emotional distress comes in. Once again, thank you for all being here and hanging out with me. We're almost done. All right, here we are. Okay. We're going to hop to page 44. Yes, Pika, I will when I'm done with this part. Yep, I'll do that at the very end. Of course, you guys. Don't thank me. I appreciate that you guys, this is helping some of us to understand how confused we really are. Can you do me a favor and feed them? Or have Kenzie do it? Go, Dexter. Dad will feed you. Thank you, babe. So Dexter's like, Mom, it's food time. I'm like, okay. Of course. When I was doing this, I was looking at I kept popping back and forth and looking at the exhibits myself and going, what is, like, I don't even understand this. Oh, GB, it's exhausting. The longest stream I've ever done, but I had two co-pilots during that one was 11 hours, and that rolled so smoothly that we could have gone on and on. Like, it was so smooth. Yeah, I'm going to eat. My food's here. Okay, let's finish it out. Here we go. We only got a couple pages left. So we're going to skip to page 44. We'll come back and do, yeah, we did, Pika. We will do Betty tomorrow at some point. And if I don't get to it tomorrow because I don't have a voice, I'll do it Monday. But we will wrap this all up. Thank you, Snazzy. I will definitely go check that out too. Thank you. Okay, this is in regards to BJ. Count 5. No, count 7. Roman numerals just blew right past my brain for a minute. Defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress against BJ. Plaintiff BJ incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of BJ is attached hereto, Exhibit 59, and incorporated by reference herein. As detailed in the Jackson Declaration, defendants Granny, known as Granny's Watching, and her associates engaged in a relentless campaign of defamation and emotional abuse against BJ. This campaign has not only torn apart Miss Jackson's professional life, but has deeply affected her personal life, causing profound emotional and psychological harm. Emily, thank you so much for the gift and memberships. Welcome to the cabana, y'all. The defendant's defamatory statements, including calling BJ a lazy, wasteful piece of shit, were not isolated incidents, but part of a pattern of ongoing public defamation aimed at discrediting her and causing reputational damage. These statements made public before large audiences have caused Ms. Jackson severe humiliation, distress, loss of credibility, fulfilling the requirements for defamation per say under Pennsylvania law. Defendant Granny also made public insinuations that BJ neglected or endangered her children, such as suggesting, "You won't ever catch me driving with my children unbuckled standing up." These statements directly attacked BJ's character as a mother and were intended to discredit her parental fitness, causing significant emotional harm and fear. The extreme and outrageous conduct of defendants Granny and her associates in perpetuating these defamatory remarks constitutes intentional infliction of emotional distress under Pennsylvania common law. The repeated public nature of the attacks aimed at a mother protecting her children was done with reckless disregard for the emotional impact on BJ. BJ's emotional suffering has been profound, manifesting in anxiety, fear, mental health deterioration due to the persistent harassment. Her children have also been affected, as BJ has had to explain the public nature of the attacks to them, disrupting their sense of security. Holy shit. Casual Art, thank you for becoming a member. Canvas and Crime, thank you for the gifted memberships. Y'all are showing the fuck out. You guys are showing the fuck out today. Thank you. Miss Jackson's emotional suffering has, yeah, I read that. Okay, not doing that again. Harassment and cyber harassment against BJ. Plaintiff Jackson incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. Defendants Granny and her followers have engaged in repeated acts of harassment and cyber harassment aimed at intimidating BJ. Granny's statements such as, "I will make you a fucking victim," constitute explicit threats designed to instill fear in violation with 18 PACA. The repeated nature of these threats, combined with public dissemination, demonstrates a clear pattern of conduct intended to cause emotional distress and fear. Has anybody heard anything about how this affects the ongoing search efforts for Sebastian Rogers? Defames or threatens the parent of a missing child? In my no-brain asshole opinion, this feels like a very personal vendetta that they're using a useful idiot to try and bolster claims and show a pattern of things that they're trying to connect here. Aw, Snazzy Trinkets, thank you so much for showing the mods some love. Thank you so much. The mods are awesome. This is interesting.
Dang.
Scooter, my God. Everybody's getting gifted over here and they're probably like, fuck, we're stuck on the island. Oh, Granny, yeah, we're getting there. Hold on. Oh, now now because I've talked to Granny multiple times in this live stream, me and Granny are associates. I'm part of the enterprise.
I like that name.
The mods, you're all part of the enterprise. Scooter, thank you. The enterprise. Da-da-da. We need like a theme song, like Star Trek, but something with the enterprise. Great. Oh, Judge Judy, gosh, lady, you're embarrassing. Bye. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Bye.
Bye, Felicia.
So you say so. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Okay, let me get back to this. The harassment also constitutes cyber harassment under 18 PACS and federal law, as Granny utilized online platforms to spread defamatory content and incite others to join in the harassment campaign. This persistent harassment extended beyond direct statements and threatened BJ's safety. BJ's mental health and emotional stability have been significantly affected by the harassment, resulting in sleepless nights. Don't you stream at night? Don't you stream at night? And constant anxiety about potential real world violence. Did you file a police report? Why isn't that attached? The continuous nature of the threats exacerbated these effects and disrupted her ability to live a normal life. Plaintiff BJ incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. The defendant's defamatory and harassing actions extended to intentionally disrupting BJ's business relationships and professional opportunities.
That's your mouth.
As a result, individuals and entities who once trusted Miss Brittany have distanced themselves, causing her to lose significant business opportunities and income. You realize you're going to have to prove loss of wages, emotional distress. Defendants acted with improper motives, aiming to damage BJ's ability to support herself and her children through malicious statements and defamatory campaigns. Well, I think your channel's grown. Haven't you been bragging about your channel growing and all the new memberships that you've been getting and the amazing support? Your channel's grown significantly. So is mine. Huh. That's going to be a big burden to prove that you've had business opportunities that you've lost. What kind of business opportunities have you lost because of Granny? Collabs? Casual art. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Casual.
Thank you for the support.
I do my best.
I am super confused by this right here. This interference with business relationships constitutes tortious conduct under, I can't even read anymore, restatement of torts, as it hindered plaintiff ability to pursue professional engagements.
Thanks, Kraken.
Miss BJ has suffered economic harm as a direct consequence of the harassment and defamation, including lost income and damage to her professional reputation. These financial losses have exacerbated the emotional toll of the ongoing attacks. Kraken, thank you so much. Thank you for the support and thank you for being here. This is too much. Plaintiff BJ incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as fully set forth herein. The defendants, including GW and her associates, engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity through an enterprise, compromising coordinated and continuous acts of harassment, defamation, and intimidation against Ms. Jackson. These activities constitute violations of the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act and the federal Rico Act, which prohibit enterprises from engaging in a pattern of racketeering activity. The enterprise involved multiple actors working in concert to harm BJ through related acts of cyber harassment, defamation, and threats. The goal was to further the enterprise's unlawful objectives by discrediting and inflicting harm on Ms. Jackson, which constitutes a pattern of racketeering activity under state and federal law. The defendants' coordinated actions included encouraging others to join in the harassment campaign, spreading false narratives about Miss Jackson's character, and making public threats. I did read her last name a couple times, sorry. It's on her freaking public cash apps and stuff. I don't even give a shit. I've been trying, but there's a few times, whatever. Each act in furtherance of the enterprise supported the organized criminal conduct in violation of all these codes. The acts of racketeering caused BJ substantial harm, including emotional distress, damage to her reputation, and financial losses. The ongoing nature of the enterprise's attacks demonstrates the continuing continuity and structure necessary to establish a corrupt organization and pattern of racketeering activity. Plaintiff Jackson incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs fully set forth herein. Holy shit, Aussie Trisha, thank you so much. Aw, thank you so much, Aussie Trisha. Aw, Maggie K, thank you so much. Much appreciated for the support, you guys. Thank you. Defendant Granny and her associates conspired to violate the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organization Act and Rico Act by agreeing to engage in a pattern of racketeering activity that included defamation, harassment, and intimidation directed at BJ. This conspiracy involved a common plan to harm BJ's reputation, disrupt her life, and incite others to join in on the unlawful acts. The conspiracy included numerous overt acts in furtherance of this unlawful purpose, such as spreading false and defamatory statements, encouraging followers to participate in harassment, and making public threats. These acts were intended to achieve the conspiracy's goal and cause significant harm to BJ. The ongoing and coordinated nature of the defendant's conduct constitutes racketeering activity, as they acted with a shared purpose to inflict emotional, financial, and reputational harm to BJ. The agreement to engage in such criminal behavior supports claims under both 18 PACS and other codes. And that is that, my friends. She's had reputational harm, lost wages, sleepless nights. Her mental health is suffering. Let's go look at Twitter. I am stunned by that. But the burden of proof, not one thing in there, not one thing about what she's claiming that Granny supposedly did or said has anything to do with Sebastian Rogers. The one thing I want to mention about this, to me, the biggest thing that stands out is there are people that are using personal motivation under the guise of a missing 15-year-old to align themselves with a team, a very loud and proud team who has attempted to silence people, referencing 6 C&Ds sent by Seth and continual cease and desist sent by Seth and his team. BJ is not in any way, shape, or form associated with the search for Sebastian or anything to do with Sebastian being missing or him being found. She's not a part of law enforcement. She's not a private investigator. She's not an investigator of any sorts. Her issues with Granny are being weaponized to bolster narratives being pushed in this filing. That is my opinion. But to me, it's really sad that a grown woman, BJ, would allow herself to be involved with conduct that once again takes the attention off a missing child to make herself a victim. If she was so scared for her safety, her children's safety. Why didn't she file a police report? Why didn't she file a defamation suit in North Carolina? Because this was going on way before February of 2024. But the burden of proof of showing that you've lost wages, that you've lost business dealings, basically, that you've had emotional distress. If this goes through, it could open up people, in my opinion, to discovery. And then all of your financial records are going to be available for people to see because you're going to have to prove these claims. I would also call into question that at one point in time, there was allegations of death threats that she was getting emailed. There was also allegations of interaction by outside sources. I don't know about you guys, but I have a lot of questions. And I think this one probably didn't realize what she was getting into by signing herself up to do this, because her issues with Granny have nothing to do with Sebastian, and using and weaponizing Sebastian's name and his disappearance to further your dislike and your this blows my mind. Absolutely blows my mind. Betty's using it, in my opinion, for personal gain. They all are. It is absolutely unreal. Unreal. I know my plugin was like dinging off. Okay, let's read SF's post. SF says on Twitter, I have just completed, signed, and in the process of filing a non-party opposition to motion for injunctive relief and a motion to strike the pleading filed by At Night, Nick, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Bullhorn Betty, Seth Rogers, and the other plaintiffs. I do have standing to file this motion as a Tennessee licensed private investigator against a group acting illegally as investigators in a case and attempting to restrain parties for which they have no authority over. Invited or not, I am joining this fight because Sebastian Rogers deserves that. I will post the motion once its filing is complete. Hashtag Sebastian Rogers. And that, my friends, I think is a perfect way to end this one. And we can all recharge to read all the stuff about Bullhorn Betty and the rest of it, because we still got like 40 freaking pages to go through. Sebastian deserves better than this. And I don't know about you guys, but I would love to hear your thoughts and opinions. If you haven't already said them in the comments below, if you rewatch this and make it through, it's 8 hours. I'm sorry. Totally sorry that it took this long, but I think it's very important for people to see what they are using as exhibits to bolster this fight. Because in not any of those exhibits that we watched did it have anything to do with Granny or barbecue. They were interviews with Seth's words, things that completely contradict stuff that are in the filings, such as threats were made, things were being done to searchers. Meanwhile, Sumner County on April 2nd said that there was no threats reported to them. Why are they adding these exhibits? In my opinion, again, it's fluff. It's for confusion. And it's to help their team go around and push this fear-mongering narrative. Do I think this is a joke? Abso-fucking-lutely not. There is nothing in this matter that is a joke. I did laugh hysterically at some of the claims because you have to prove some of these claims. And if you're going to sign your name to it in a court and think that you're not going to have to, or this isn't going to come back to you in some way, shape, or form, like lost wages, emotional distress, things of that nature, and you just willfully disregard that this could backfire majorly, yeah, I did laugh. But I don't think it's a joking matter at all, because at the end of the day, this is a 15-year-old missing child. a 15-year-old missing child. His life matters. He deserves dignity. And once again, he's being used to bolster a hate campaign. In my opinion, this is nothing but retaliatory. It's a stall tactic for Betty to use in her defense and her court filings, a fishing expedition. That's my opinion. I'm a nobody. I'm not a legal expert at all. I have a lot of opinions and have a memory that sometimes doesn't fail me. I hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your night. Stay safe out there. Yeah, please only call in tips to the FBI, the TBI, Sumner County. Please stay vigilant. Please keep looking. We don't know where Sebastian is or what happened to him. None of us know the answers to this story. None of us do. But to continue to encourage everybody to think that something heinous happened to him is to keep people from looking for him. And that's unfair. He deserves to be brought home just like every other missing person does. I will put this in a community post for you guys, all of the links that we went through with the exhibits today, so you guys have access to those. Once again, thank you so much for all the freaking support. Insane. We will be back to finish it out. Good night, you all. To the defendants, keep your heads up. All 52 of you, even though there's only 2 names. Jane Doe's, John Doe's, Doe, a deer, a female deer. I am losing it. And Rico Suave. Bye, y'all.